Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. When Cain opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely dark environment. Water surrounded him on all sides, but fortunately, Cain had prepared in advance with an oxygen bottle and a breathing mask for situations like this. Even if he hadn't had that equipment, Sloking's psychic power could create enough space for Cain to breathe comfortably. The oxygen mask he wore had a powerful flashlight attached, which illuminated the area. The tunnel he was in wasn't particularly wide, but since he was accompanied only by Sloking, there was enough room to move around. However, moving through the tunnel with Sloking's psychic help wasn't the most practical. So, Cain pulled out a Pokeball and summoned Swampert. He had anticipated that much of the expedition might take place underwater, so he had included Swampert and Politoed in his team, as they could greatly facilitate travel in that environment. When Swampert appeared, the space felt a bit more cramped, but still manageable. Cain climbed onto Swampert's back, while Sloking used its psychic power to create a kind of tether that kept it close to Swampert. Once everything was ready, Cain gave Swampert a couple of pats on the back, and Swampert understood the signal instantly. With its large fins, it began to propel itself rapidly, moving at a considerable speed into the depths. The descent was swift, and as they continued, the water pressure began to increase significantly. Cain had to deploy his own psychic power around his body to withstand the growing pressure, which allowed him to remain comfortable for a while. However, there came a point when his psychic power was no longer enough, and he had to rely entirely on Sloking to create a stronger barrier to protect them both. At a considerable depth, the narrow tunnel began to open up, and the surrounding walls became completely transparent. From that position, the ocean could be seen through the walls as if they were large windows. The view was breathtaking. He could see schools of Remoraid and Tentacle, as well as Tentacruel floating closer to the surface. Further above, groups of Sharpedo and Carvania swam in formation, dominating the areas they passed through, while other Pokémon quickly fled upon noticing their presence. Although Sharpedo was considered the terror of the seas, there were even more impressive Pokémon. Wailord and Wailmare moved majestically through the ocean, intimidating even the bravest Pokémon. Cain watched as these massive Pokémon glided by. Wailord, being one of the largest Pokémon in the world, wasn't particularly known for its combat ability, but it was ideal for sea travel. Although keeping a Wailord was a challenge due to its insatiable appetite, Cain considered that it could be an excellent addition in the future, especially for ocean exploration. As he continued descending, Cain passed by groups of Octillery, Corsola resting on reefs and a Huntail silently stalking its prey along the sea floor. From time to time, Clampearl would appear, opening their shells to reveal bright pink heads resembling pearls. Cain couldn't help but think about the potential value of those Clampearl. Just like the Carbink, Clampearl could produce valuable items, in this case, pearls. If he managed to capture a significant number, he could establish a Clampearl breeding ground on the island. By feeding them with high-level Pokeblocks, the pearls they produced would be even more valuable. Cain memorized the Clampearl's location to return in the future. After this mission, he could plan how to relocate them to a specially designed pond on the island, where they could be raised under optimal conditions. Having such a resource could be as lucrative as the diamonds produced by the Carbink. After ensuring he remembered the place, Cain signaled Swampert to continue descending. As they moved forward, the water pressure increased even more, and the darkness became nearly total. Without Cain's flashlight, it would have been impossible to see anything. In the depths, only the faint silhouettes of a few Pokémon like Lantern and Chincho could be seen, emitting a soft glow, as well as Starmie and Staryu, which flickered intermittently as they moved. What surprised Cain the most was that the tunnel had become completely transparent. If not for the resistance he felt when touching the walls, he would have believed he was swimming directly in the ocean. Have we reached the bottom? Cain asked, interpreting Sloking's signal when it made a sound to get his attention. A few meters ahead, they could see another translucent barrier, similar to the one they had passed through earlier. However, it was impossible to tell what lay on the other side. Sloking extended its psychic power to examine the barrier, and after confirming that it could be crossed, it used teleport to take Cain and swamper to the other side. Suddenly, the environment changed completely. Cain found himself in a vast open space, where there was no water around them. They floated in the air, held up by Sloking's psychic power. From that height, Cain was able to see a colossal structure beneath them. It was a submerged building, enclosed by a gigantic sphere of water that completely isolated it from the surrounding ocean. The building, shaped like a spinning top and surrounded by rings reminiscent of Jupiter's bands, had a design that seemed to belong to an ancient and mysterious civilization. The uppermost part of the structure emitted jets of water toward the ceiling of the sphere, which seemed to be the channel through which they had arrived. The inside of the sphere was illuminated by numerous glowing objects that adorned the building, making the environment seem like daylight despite being deep underwater. Cain realized that from the outside, the sphere and the building would be completely invisible. Could it be the legendary Sea Temple Samaya? Cain couldn't help but whisper as he stared at the majestic structure. The Sea Temple Samaya was a place that existed only in legends. In ancient times, humanity lived in diverse environments. For example, there were the Pokémon kingdoms in the plains, the temple dwellers in the mountains, the hidden tribes in the forests, and the people of the water who inhabited the vast marine world. The Sea Temple Samaya was built by the people of the water as a unique and special sanctuary. The most advanced technology of that ancient era was used in its creation. Its primary purpose was to serve a singular Pokémon, the legendary Sea Prince, Manafi. Samaya was designed specifically for Manafi. According to legend, once Manafi is born, it instinctively returns to the temple. In this sacred place, Manafi can fully unleash the power that marks it as the Sea Prince. However, over the centuries, the people of the water disappeared, though the temple remained, patiently waiting for Manafi's return. It is said that Samaya remains hidden beneath the waters, protected by a special membrane that makes it invisible to the naked eye. Only during a full lunar eclipse does its presence become revealed. No one expected that this small island would be connected to the legendary Sea Temple Samaya. The attributeless energy found on the island comes directly from Samaya, and the barrier surrounding the area shares the same nature as the membrane protecting the temple. Everything fit perfectly. So, this place really is the Sea Temple Samaya. I wonder if Manafi is here, Cain murmured as he observed the temple from above. It is said that, within its temple, Manafi can control the ocean currents of the entire world, an immeasurable power. Although not a battle-oriented Pokémon, facing it remains a challenge far beyond the reach of ordinary trainers. Manafi is classified as a second-tier legendary Pokémon. However, due to its unique nature, it belongs to the group of mythical Pokémon, like Mew. Although its raw power isn't comparable to that of higher-ranked legendary Pokémon, its influence is undeniable. Even other legendary Pokémon related to the sea, like Kyogre and Lugia, deeply respect Manafi. If Manafi were to ask for their help, both would respond without hesitation. For that reason, it's said that finding Manafi brings extraordinary luck to those who are able to witness it. Cain knew these stories for two reasons. On the one hand, thanks to the information gathered by his system, he had studied legendary and mythical Pokémon extensively to avoid unnecessary confrontations during his travels. On the other hand, in his past life, Cain had a close encounter with Manafi. On that occasion, Manafi showed hostile behavior toward Team Rocket due to the intervention of an adventurer who had broken into the temple and stolen a Pokémon egg that Manafi was guarding. This act unleashed Manafi's wrath and provoked a conflict that nearly sank an entire region. Only through the mediation of the Pokémon League, which returned the egg and calmed Manafi, was a greater disaster avoided. At that moment, Cain witnessed firsthand how Manafi's fury summoned other legendary Pokémon like Kyogre and Lugia, making it clear that it was not a Pokémon to be underestimated. Cain decided that, if Manafi was in the temple, it would be best to avoid a direct encounter. This was a critical period, as it was possible that Manafi's egg had already been laid. During this stage, any threat or intrusion could have serious consequences. However, Cain's curiosity was inevitable. He decided to descend into the temple, at least to observe its interior up close. With the help of Sloking's psychic ability, Cain landed gently at the temple's perimeter. From below, the temple looked imposing. Even just the visible half of its structure was comparable in magnitude to the mysterious ruins in Mt. Chimney. The design resembled a giant spinning top, with sharp ends at both the top and bottom. The atmosphere inside the temple was impeccably maintained. There were walkable paths surrounded by channels and small rivers that ran throughout the structure. Within these crystal-clear waters, aquatic Pokémon abounded. Many of these Pokémon were notably powerful, the result of generations of peaceful life in this protected place. The Pokémon that managed to pass through the barrier to enter the temple were at least quasi-elite level, which ensured that their descendants were also exceptionally strong. Among the Pokémon observed, some displayed more aggressive natures and attacked the more peaceful residents, a reflection of the ocean's ecosystem. This natural dynamic was also replicated within the temple. The arrival of Cain and his Pokémon caught the attention of several temple inhabitants, including those with more hostile tendencies. They soon attempted to attack. Cain responded quickly by releasing Politoed and coordinating with Swampert to defend themselves. Even Forage was called into battle. With her type advantage, she provided crucial support against the temple's water-type Pokémon. As they advanced toward the temple's main gates, they faced a series of challenges, but also took the opportunity to train and strengthen their team. Although Cain still didn't know what awaited him inside the temple, it was clear that this place was a relic of ancient civilizations, full of secrets and powerful Pokémon. The Sea Temple is divided into an outer vestibule and an inner one. The outer vestibule is accessible to anyone who can pass through the barrier and enter. However, to access the inner vestibule, a special item is required. As they advanced deeper, the water channels began to narrow, and the number of Pokémon attacking them decreased. Although there were many Pokémon in this place, the water channels were limited nowhere near the immensity of the ocean. Nevertheless, the water was crystal clear and rich in energy, identical to that found in the island's underground rivers. The Pokémon that lived there could survive without needing to feed, which explained how this place could sustain such a large number of water-type Pokémon. Additionally, over time, the Pokémon levels gradually increased, although their combat experience and strategy left something to be desired. With Cain's guidance, the attacks from the Pokémon were handled mainly by his team. Swampert and Politoed took care of most of them, while Forage neutralized threats with well-aimed attacks. Finally, the group climbed a series of steps until they reached an upper platform, where the view was breathtaking. In the center of the platform, there was a small lake, surrounded by lush vegetation that had grown despite the passage of time. What caught Cain's attention the most was the lake full of clam pearl. It was a surprising sight, a lake completely occupied by these Pokémon. Cain, with excitement and surprise, thought about the possibilities. He had already considered the idea of establishing a clam pearl breeding center to obtain pearls, but what he was seeing now exceeded anything he had imagined. This natural lake was the equivalent of a pearl mine. "This place is perfect for what I had in mind," Cain murmured, determined to seize the opportunity. Operation begins. Sloking, use Psychic on the lake. Forage, fire energy ball at will. Swampert and Politoed, get in the water and flush the clam pearl out. Cain gave the orders, and his team quickly moved into action. Swampert dove into the water without hesitation, causing a huge commotion. Politoed, a bit more cautious, followed. Both began to create chaos in the lake, while Sloking used Psychic to catch the stronger clam pearl and pull them to the shore. Forage, for her part, continuously launched energy ball attacks, which hit with precision the clam pearl trying to escape. The lake was inhabited by a considerable number of clam pearl, some of which had notably high levels. However, after the initial chaos, a leader emerged among them, an old and powerful clam pearl who began to organize the others to repel the assault. Swampert and Politoed struggled to contain the coordinated clam pearl, so Cain instructed Slowking to target the leader. This clam pearl, at an impressive level 60, was the leader of the community. A Pokémon with exceptional abilities for its species, it had survived for decades, perhaps even a century. Cain observed its data through his system. Pokémon, Clam Pearl, light blue. Gender, female. Level, 60. Type, water. Ability, shell armor. Held item, none. Egg moves, aqua ring, muddy water, water pulse, brine. Basic moves, clamp, water gun, whirlpool, iron defense, shell smash. Learned moves, icy wind, snore. TM moves, none. This clam pearl had reached a legendary level for its species, likely due to its longevity. As a leader, it had maintained order within its community, allowing it to thrive. But now, faced with Cain and his team, it was at a disadvantage. Though it fought bravely, its limited mobility and type disadvantage proved decisive. Slowking and Forage, working together, managed to defeat the clam pearl leader after an intense battle. Once the leader was defeated, the remaining clam pearl became disorganized, making them easier to capture. Swampert and Politoed returned to the shore, exhausted but satisfied, while Cain evaluated the outcome of the operation. They had defeated around 500 clam pearl, of which one was elite level, 5 were quasi-elite level, and the rest were below quasi-elite. The scale of the battle had been impressive, and the exhaustion of his team reflected it. Even so, Cain was satisfied. This natural lake not only provided a valuable resource in the form of pearls, but also represented a unique opportunity for his research and future plans. As he gazed into the calm waters of the lake after the battle, Cain reflected on the importance of this discovery. Although clam pearl were not formidable opponents in battle, their economic and strategic value was undeniable. This place would become a key piece in his plans, a base for developing new strategies and resources. Cain's 4 Pokémon rested on the shore, tired but proud of their success. The group knew that this was only the beginning of what the Sea Temple had to offer. After a prolonged battle of attrition, the Pokémon gained significant rewards. During the fight, they not only improved their mastery of moves and execution timing, but also increased their levels considerably. The most notable progress came from Slowking, whose level had remained at 58 for a long time. Despite months of training and accumulation, it had been unable to advance due to the lack of a suitable opponent. However, after the battle alongside Forage against the elite-level clam pearl, it finally gained a better understanding of what it meant to fight a Pokémon of that caliber. Although that clam pearl was among the weakest at the elite level, it allowed Slowking to gain valuable experience, raising it to level 59, the peak of the quasi-elite tier. Now, Slowking is just one step away from crossing a crucial threshold and reaching the elite level. Given its great talent, reaching that new stage shouldn't be a challenge and will certainly be a smoother process compared to Altaria. Forage, on the other hand, was the main protagonist in this battle. She defeated the largest number of clam pearl, including the elite-level clam pearl and 5 quasi-elite level ones. Since her type changed to grass, the power of her energy ball move has increased enormously, proving decisive in this confrontation. Without Forage's presence, it would have been impossible for the team to defeat so many clam pearl, no matter how hard they tried. Thanks to her performance in this battle, along with months of prior build-up, her level rose by 2, reaching 55, approaching the highest range within the quasi-elite Pokémon category. Swampert and Politoed also achieved remarkable growth. Swampert was undoubtedly the fiercest in this battle, leading the assault and enduring the most damage. However, it also reaped the greatest rewards, reaching level 49, the highest level within the advanced tier. Swampert has always been the fastest-growing Pokémon in the second team. Politoed, for his part, reached level 42. Although he's not the strongest in direct combat, as the main core of the Rain team, his progress remains highly important. This time, Altaria and Mismagius did not participate in the battle, as the goal was to give other team members a chance to grow. If a stronger Pokémon had been sent out from the start, the others wouldn't have had an opportunity to train. In battles like this, beyond individual ability, teamwork is what truly matters. Cain captured the elite-level Clamperl and the 5 quasi-elite ones using Super Balls, while the rest were caught with standard Pokeballs. Years of experience as a hunter had taught him to always carry a large supply of ordinary Pokeballs in case he came across large groups of Pokémon. This habit from the past was now proving invaluable. Even so, capturing so many Clamperl one by one left Cain's arm sore. After half an hour, he finally finished storing them all. The most seriously injured Clamperl were placed within the effect zone of Forage's grassy terrain, moved to recover. Now that they belonged to Cain, any loss would be regrettable. When the Clamperl were released to heal, they showed some unease, but without their leader to guide them, they simply remained still and rested. Once Cain tamed the Clamperl leader and the 5 quasi-elite level ones, the rest of the group would become completely docile, turning into his personal resource. While the Clamperl recovered, Cain's Pokémon also rested, exhausted from the battle. Cain took the opportunity to prepare dinner on site. As for the pearls carried by the Clamperl, Cain decided to extract them later, once back on the island. Among them, the ones produced by the elite-level Clamperl would be especially valuable, representing a true treasure. After regaining their strength, Cain and his team continued deeper into the temple. They had now reached the middle level of the Sea Temple, leaving behind the wide plaza and entering the main structures. Their path led them through a vast, empty hall, where only the constant flow of water could be heard. There was nothing else in the area. At the far end of the hall, a staircase led to a stone stele. Cain approached and examined the inscriptions engraved on it. The words belonged to the ancient language of the people of the water, incomprehensible to most. However, thanks to the system that integrated data from Porygon 2, Cain had a record of these characters, allowing for easier translation. To the Honorable Prince of the Sea, Manafi, we the people of the water offer our utmost loyalty. Cain read aloud as the system completed the translation. The true Sea Temple only grants access to those who possess the symbol of the people of the water, the only ones worthy of venerating the Prince of the Sea. When the Prince of the Sea is present, the Sea Crown will appear. Those who obtain the crown shall be acknowledged by the prince. Cain pondered these words, a flash of understanding in his eyes. Without the symbol of the people of the water, it was impossible to enter the true Sea Temple. And if Manafi resided there, the Sea Crown would be visible. Otherwise, they would have to wait for Manafi's return. As for the Prince of the Sea's acknowledgement, its exact meaning was still unclear. Now, Cain felt more at ease regarding the mystery beneath the island. At the very least, Manafi, being a Pokémon of gentle temperament, wouldn't pose a threat as long as it wasn't provoked. Moreover, the constant flows of energy-rich water from the Sea Temple could be used to strengthen the island's Pokémon, especially those being raised. Before leaving the Sea Temple, Cain planned to explore the entire outer area in search of other valuable Pokémon or interesting groups that could become strategic resources. They say the ocean is full of treasures, and marine Pokémon are no exception. One day later, Cain and Slowking returned to the island, leaving the Sea Temple behind. Before departing, Cain captured several water-type Pokémon, among which 2 large groups stood out. The first was a massive group of Clamperl, and the second, smaller but equally significant, was a colony of over 100 quillfish. The encounter with the quillfish was a stroke of good luck as they were gathered together. Had they been scattered, it would have been an arduous task to catch them one by one. Even so, facing a compact group of quillfish wasn't easy either. Although they were fewer in number than the Clamperl, capturing them turned out to be a much more challenging task due to their unique traits. Quillfish are water/poison-type Pokémon, which poses great risk when confronting them. A single mistake could result in poisoning, and dealing with venom in the wild is no easy matter. Fortunately, none of the quillfish present were elite level, which would have made the capture even more difficult. The main reason Cain decided to capture this group of quillfish was their ability to produce a valuable resource, poison barbs. Although they don't produce as quickly as clampearl generate pearls, the items quillfish produce hold great value, especially among trainers who use poison-type Pokémon. The process by which quillfish generate these poison barbs is fascinating. The poisonous spines on their bodies accumulate keratin and absorb toxins as they grow. Once they reach full size, they can either detach naturally or be removed with assistance. These spines, known as poison barbs, become valuable tools that can enhance poison-type moves. Although poison barbs don't reach the value of items like Miracle Seed or Never Melt Ice, they are highly sought after by specialized trainers. In particular, within Team Rocket, where many members use Pokémon such as Golbat, Arbok, and Beedrill, these poison barbs are extremely useful for boosting the effectiveness of their moves. Additionally, Cain can distribute them through Team Heaven's trade channels, ensuring a steady market for these resources. With the clampearl and quillfish colonies, Cain managed to establish 2 stable sources of income, adding to the group of carbink he had previously discovered on Mythical Island. He now had 3 consistent and reliable gold mines in his hands. Upon returning to the island, Cain wasted no time and got to work with his Pokémon team. The first task was to redirect an underground river to the surface, creating an accessible, energy-rich water source. This change would not only benefit the island's resident Pokémon, but also accelerate their growth. Next, Cain and his Pokémon dug 2 ponds near the main lake. For this task, Pupitar proved to be the most efficient Pokémon, using its ability to manipulate terrain. Although Drapion had previously been the go-to for such tasks, Pupitar managed to complete the job with impressive speed, especially with help from other team members. One of the ponds was assigned to the clampearl and the other to the quillfish. After a friendly conversation with the leaders of both groups, Cain secured their cooperation. For the clampearl and quillfish, moving from the sea temple to the island didn't represent a significant change, since the water conditions were similar and contained the same energy as their previous home. Additionally, Cain used an irresistible incentive, Poke Blocks. These treats, offered as a sample, were enough to earn their trust. Both the leaders and the other Pokémon quickly accepted the new arrangement, especially with the promise of receiving these treats regularly in exchange for staying calm and allowing Cain to harvest their resources. The first resource harvest was a resounding success. The clampearl, in particular, produced pearls of great value. The group's leader handed over a unique pearl, a relic it had kept for years. In addition, Cain collected 5 large pearls from the quasi-elite level clampearl and about 20 medium, high-quality pearls. In total, he obtained over 2,000 pearls, including numerous common ones. From the quillfish, Cain collected the poison barbs they had accumulated over years in the sea temple. Due to the absence of natural predators, these spines had grown significantly. Cain cut the highest quality poison barbs, especially from the higher level quillfish, and set them aside for his own Pokémon, such as Drapion and Gengar, who could use them to boost their poison-type moves. In total, he collected around 400 poison barbs, a considerable amount that represents a valuable resource for both personal use and trade. These first harvests of pearls and poison barbs represented a major initial profit. Though in the future the quantity and quality of resources may decrease slightly, the stable production ensures a continuous flow of income and materials for Cain and his plans. In reality, this elite-level clampearl holds value that goes beyond just pearl production. If it evolves into Gorbis, its ability will become Swift Swim. Imagine a Gorbis with this ability, capable of using the move Shell Smash and having excellent special attack stats. How much combat power could it unleash? The combination of Swift Swim and Shell Smash, along with powerful special attack capabilities, would simply be the best option for rain teams. Even if, in the future, Cain improves his abilities and Gorbis can't keep up, this Pokémon can learn Baton Pass. Using Shell Smash followed by Baton Pass, it's a scene Cain barely dares to imagine. In short, this elite-level clampearl has immense value. Even the quasi-elite level clampearl shouldn't be underestimated. It all depends on how Cain decides to use them. After organizing the clampearl and quillfish clans, Cain released the rest of the water-type Pokémon he had captured into the central lake. The lake already housed many aquatic Pokémon, some quite rare, although most were common Pokémon like Magikarp. Cain took the time to remove these common Pokémon and release them into the ocean. In addition to the common ones, he also released those of lower quality. All Pokémon with a quality below dark yellow were released into the ocean. This way, the central lake was nearly emptied right away. Fortunately, Cain had captured enough Pokémon to reintroduce into the lake. The Pokémon from the Sea Temple had notable quality, which raised the average level of the Central Lake's population. If not for the limited quantity, Cain would have released all Pokémon with a quality below light green. However, the low number of Pokémon was not ideal for future breeding. After several generations of reproduction, Cain would be able to conduct a new selection. In the future, Cain hopes the minimum quality of Pokémon in the Central Lake will be green, and that any of them will have good value. Water-type Pokémon captured elsewhere can also be released into the Central Lake. Of course, besides aquatic Pokémon, high-quality wild Pokémon captured in other regions could also be released on the island. The entire island is not only a place where Cain raises his own Pokémon, but also a large-scale breeding ground planned by him. Except for Cain's own Pokémon, the rest can breed and grow among each other to optimize the quality of wild Pokémon. For now, no territorial divisions will be planned for land Pokémon, as there aren't many on the surface. Once there are more terrestrial Pokémon, Cain will assign them specific zones. In the future, there will be Pokémon in charge of managing these zones, gradually moving towards standardization. Additionally, Cain resumed his favorite profession, breeder. Through the analysis and calculation system, he was able to create Pokeblock recipes suited for different Pokémon. For example, clam pearl require large amounts of calcium and minerals, in addition to basic energy, to produce pearls. Cain incorporated these elements into their Pokeblocks. In the case of Qwilfish, they need substances that accelerate the formation of their keratinous layer, as well as toxins. Cain also added these to the Qwilfish clan's Pokeblocks. Since these were only basic-level Pokeblocks, the required ingredients were not very expensive. Once the recipes were defined, Cain could let Porygon 2 handle the mass production of Pokeblocks through the automated system, even after his departure. The system would ensure the precise execution of these tasks. The most important aspect was the addition of certain ingredients to the Pokeblocks to accelerate Pokémon reproduction. Pokémon have fixed mating periods. With these ingredients, they could reproduce even outside those periods. This not only accelerated reproduction, but also improved the quality of rare Pokémon. Simply put, it was a reproductive stimulant, but not a coercive drug. It merely facilitated the process without forcing it. Many legal breeding facilities use this type of product in the Pokémon world. Coercive drugs, which can further increase reproduction speed, damage a Pokémon's potential, resulting in lower quality offspring. Only unscrupulous breeders use such methods. Legitimate breeders, like the one Cain was planning, only use non-coercive stimulants that don't harm the Pokémon's potential. With proper nutrition, the Pokémon recover quickly. The energy-rich water on the island ensured there were no energy supply issues. Thanks to this, the Pokémon's reproduction rate would increase considerably. This wasn't limited to aquatic Pokémon. Cain's group of Typhlosion would also receive these foods. Quantity came first, then better selection. As for Clampearl and Qwilfish, there were no concerns about their number or quality. If this method could be applied to Carbink, Cain would have done it already. The Pokémon eggs produced were taken to Magmortar for incubation. Cain's basic production line was complete. Nothing was missing, except for more Pokémon species. If he could capture a few rare Pokémon, the island would become a complete breeding island. While others rent land to open a breeding facility, Cain directly took over a deserted island to turn it into his personal breeding ground, assuming the role of the owner of a modern breeding island. The island owner needs to capture more Pokémon. After organizing everything, Cain sat at the campsite by the central lake, satisfied as he looked over the island. The island had already taken shape, it just needed a bit more repair and expansion. In the future, Cain could acquire smart robots from Team Rocket and place them under Porygon 2's control. The system would program basic tasks, while Porygon 2 would oversee Pokémon training. While resting at the camp, the Pokémon also took a break and gathered around Cain. After a short rest, they would continue their training. Cain's communicator began to ring. It was the League communicator. He hadn't heard from the Team Rocket communicator in a while. Could they have made progress on the Mew DNA research? Cain took out the communicator and saw that the contact code was from Professor Oak. Upon seeing it, Cain brushed the dust off himself and stepped away to answer. "Hello? Cain? It's me," came Professor Oak's cheerful voice. Cain smiled unintentionally. Professor Oak was someone who, regardless of affiliation, never stirred ill feelings. He was a person who lived for Pokémon and was respected by everyone involved with them. "Yes, it's me, Professor Oak." "What's going on?" asked Cain. "Ha ha, we just finished your fairy-type Pokémon matter." "It took a long time, but it's nearly done," said Professor Oak with a laugh. "Don't give me too much credit, Professor. I only discovered a clue. All the credit goes to you professors and Pokémon researchers. I couldn't take that achievement for myself." "Ha ha, all right, let's drop that topic. I called to tell you that I'll be announcing the evolution method for Slowking on your behalf. I've already spoken with the authorities, and now you're officially a professional Pokémon researcher." Professor Oak clearly had no interest in taking credit for the fairy-type discovery. To him, types were simply part of the Pokémon world, nothing more. The main purpose of his call was to inform Cain that he had arranged for his official recognition as a Pokémon researcher. When old Matsuda had first introduced Cain to Professor Oak, Cain hadn't been very strong yet, and too many titles might have hindered his development at the time. But now things were different. His performance in the Sinnoh tournament had been impressive, showcasing quasi-elite level strength. Additionally, he had gained significant recognition in the Hoenn region. Announcing his new status as a Pokémon researcher would only bring benefits, boosting both his reputation and influence, something Professor Oak, with all his experience, understood well. After wrapping up all the preparations related to the fairy type, he had immediately proposed Cain's recognition as a Pokémon researcher. In fact, given his discovery of the fairy type, Cain could have been granted the title of Pokémon Professor. With the backing of Professor Oak, the Breeders' Guild, and Hoenn League President Juan, it was entirely feasible. Though there were many Pokémon researchers, Pokémon professors were rare, and earning that title required a unique specialty. However, granting him that title now would be premature. He needed to first be acknowledged as a Pokémon researcher, and with time and more experience, he could eventually become a Pokémon professor. The current recognition was a first step toward his future development. "I really appreciate it," said Cain. "Oh, there's also something I wanted to mention," added Cain. "Oh? What is it?" asked Professor Oak, curious. Cain always managed to surprise him, sometimes even scare him, but the results were always worth it. "Well, during the final round of the Sinnoh tournament, I used a Politoed." Before he could finish, Professor Oak interrupted him excitedly. "Did you discover how Politoed evolves? That makes sense. You had a Poliwhirl and then Politoed appeared. So it really does evolve from Poliwhirl. How does the evolution work?" Professor Oak's enthusiasm was obvious. When he spoke about Pokémon knowledge, he didn't sound like an old man at all. "Yes, it evolves from Poliwhirl, and the method is the same as for Slowking. It requires a King's Rock," Cain explained. "King's Rock. Of course. That makes perfect sense. They both have the title King, so evolving with that item is perfect," Professor Oak reasoned, diving into complex technical explanations that left Cain puzzled. Professor Oak had been researching the King's Rock ever since its role in Slowking's evolution had been discovered. "In that case, I'll revise the information and announce your discovery about Politoed's evolution along with that of Slowking. They're similar evolutions anyway. But be careful, your fame might grow even more," the professor joked. Cain chuckled, showing the appropriate delight for someone in his position. "Thanks for everything." "No problem. I've got things to do. Come to Pallet Town when you get a chance. Bring your Pokémon, I'd like to study them." Also, I've got some good stuff for you, said the professor. Sure, I'll come visit soon. With that, Professor Oak hung up. The discovery of the fairy type had already changed many things. And now that the discoveries regarding Slowking and Polito's evolutions would be made public, the timing felt perfect. Taking advantage of the impact from the Sinnoh tournament, making this announcement will raise my reputation and pave the way for the future. Professor Oak really thought of everything, Cain reflected. Just as he was about to sit down and relax a bit more, his communicator vibrated again. This time, it wasn't a call, it was a message. The device wasn't a normal communicator, it was the exclusive gear Cain had received when he became a research agent for the League. Only high-ranking agents or the main headquarters could send him messages. He opened the message, which read, Advanced Researcher Cain, you're assigned to an undercover research mission. Details. Due to staff shortage and mission complexity, this task is not suitable for mid-level agents. The League suspects Team Rocket is developing something highly destructive. They are currently organizing a trade conference. An advanced researcher is needed to infiltrate and gather intelligence. As you are originally from Kanto, you are the most suitable candidate for this task. Do you accept the mission? Below were 2 buttons, yes and no. Cain was stunned. They wanted him to become a double agent? Could he refuse? But he was already a member of Team Rocket. He had made good progress within the League, and now they were asking him to investigate his own organization. The reasoning at the end of the message was also difficult to argue with. He was from Kanto and knew the region well. It was better to send someone familiar with the area than an outsider. Moreover, the shortage of advanced researchers was likely due to many of them exploring new regions or researching the fairy type in Callos. Normally, this mission would have been ideal for a local agent, but now it had fallen to him, a Hoenn agent. The sender of the message was Joy, likely the peculiar Joy who had reached the rank of chief researcher in the Hoenn region. The fact that the mission had been assigned to him meant it had already been approved by the top brass. Cain could only press the yes button. After pressing the accept button, another message immediately arrived. The message indicated that the mission had been accepted and described the rewards in points and other benefits upon completion. Cain didn't pay much attention to the rewards, but rather to the main content of the mission and the related data. Currently, Team Rocket had drastically reduced its activities. Most members of the secondary bases remained in the facilities and only went out on rare occasions. Except for necessary missions, outings had significantly decreased. At first, the Pokémon League seemed pleased and surprised. However, over time, they began to grow suspicious. They felt that Team Rocket might be developing some kind of secret weapon. Otherwise, with the great opportunities they had, why would they suddenly and absolutely retreat without warning? The League's high command had to admit they were worried. Just then, an important event came up, Team Rocket's annual Great Exchange Market. They decided to send someone trustworthy to investigate. Originally, this task was to be carried out by an officer from the Kanto region, and Lance was the ideal candidate. However, a new region had recently been discovered. Lance, along with a large team of researchers, had left to explore the area. The remaining mid- and low-ranking officers didn't seem suitable for this mission. During a meeting, someone suggested, in the Hoenn region, there's a high-ranking officer, wasn't he from Kanto too? He participated in the Sinnoh tournament and seems to have performed well. We could assign this task to him. And so, this mission was honorably assigned to Cain. If not for this reminder, Cain had almost forgotten that this was the time when Team Rocket held their annual Great Exchange Market. In this event, many underground organizations from various regions traveled to Goldenrod City in the Johto region, where a massive black market was held. A wide variety of items were exchanged and traded, covering virtually everything related to the Pokémon World. As the leading group among underground organizations, Team Rocket attracted many participants to this market. These chaotic gatherings, with a mix of all kinds of individuals, were the perfect moment to investigate Team Rocket. Cain would have the right to command a full team of investigators on this mission. In the past, as a member of Team Rocket, Cain had paid special attention to this event. In his previous life, he had participated several times, and thanks to the help of the system, had obtained many valuable things. However, in this life, he had not yet attended the market and had nearly forgotten about it. The fact that this mission was related to the Great Exchange Market was what led Cain to accept it. As for how to report to the League, that wouldn't be a problem. Cain knew Team Rocket's current plans with total clarity. He just needed to filter information that would alert the League without pushing them to act rashly. The market would begin in 5 days and last for 7. It would take place in the black market of Goldenrod City, in the Johto region. By then, Cain would have a full team of intermediate and junior-level investigators under his command. His immediate task was to head to the Johto region. 5 days were plenty of time for Cain. Initially, he had planned to finish organizing things on the island and then train somewhere else. But now it seemed he needed to head to Johto first. This, however, was also a good thing. On the island, Cain had established survival zones for 2 species, clampearl and quillfish, and had obtained a large quantity of resources from them. These materials could be sold at the market. Additionally, Cain had several high-level Pokémon he wanted to sell. For example, a near-max quasi-elite level Chandelure, an elite-level Cofagrigus, and several quasi-elite level Cofagrigus. Wild Pokémon of this caliber would have high value in the market. On top of that, Cain had more than 2,000 pearls and around 400 poisonous needles of various qualities. If he managed to sell all of this, it would amount to a considerable sum. Currently, Lyron and Combuskin had reached their 2nd evolutionary stage. Although it was still some time before their final evolution, it was necessary to start preparing quality-boosting potions for when the time came. Additionally, Pokémon like Ralts, Horsia, and Bagon were close to reaching the key point for their first evolution. If Cain didn't acquire the necessary materials in advance, it would be too rushed to prepare them afterward. This was an excellent opportunity to obtain crucial materials. Not to mention some moves that Cain had always wanted, like Sword's Dance or Hyper Beam. These were rare, but would surely be available at the market. Whether he could buy them or not would depend on his resources. This event was not only useful but perfect for Cain's goals. Even without the mission assigned by the League, Cain would have attended the market anyway. He might find a Pokémon that interested him. Although he already had many in his team, Cain trained based on the resources available. As long as he could balance income and expenses, he could manage it. Of course, his standards were higher now. He would only accept Pokémon with exceptional abilities, rare characteristics, or unique qualities. On this occasion, Cain would need to use both his identity as a League investigator and as a Team Rocket member. Therefore, he had to bring several representative Pokémon. Honchkrow and Weevil, as symbols of his identity within Team Rocket, were indispensable. Jengar, which wasn't particularly recognizable, could also be used to conceal his underground affiliation. Slowking, Florges, Combuskin, and Lyron would represent his identity as a League investigator. Finally, Mismagius, his trump card, would be the last line of defense if he faced an elite-level enemy. Transportation between the island and other locations had become much more convenient thanks to the installation of the teleportation system. He could now swap Pokémon easily, depending on the need. This made traveling considerably easier. Altaria would stay to guard the island while spending more time with her chicks. Flygon, as his mount, didn't count as part of Cain's active team. With everything ready, Cain was prepared for the next challenge. 4 days later, Cain arrived in Goldenrod City, in the Johto region. There was 1 day left before the Grand Exchange Market began, but the city already showed an unusually tense atmosphere. The residents, who usually led a relaxed life, were now walking in a hurry, finishing their errands quickly and returning home as soon as possible. Although they probably didn't fully understand what was happening, the widespread nervousness in the air made them act cautiously. From time to time, people could be seen on the streets whose appearance clearly indicated they were not from the Johto region. Their mere presence drew the attention of passers-by. Clandestine organizations from other regions, to varying degrees, were involved in this event. At that moment, the luxury hotels in Goldenrod City were fully booked, showing the impact of the market organized by Team Rocket. Simply put, as long as you had money, you could buy almost anything at an event like this. even a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Of course, the requirement was not just having enough money, but also the strength to protect your purchases. Cain chose a regular hotel to stay in. Then, he made a slight modification to his appearance. If he showed his true face, he could go directly into Team Rocket's inner circle. With his current rank as an officer and his quasi-elite level strength, his voice carried weight at this event. However, he couldn't let his connection to Team Rocket be so obvious, as that would complicate his position with the Pokémon League. On this mission, he was acting as a double agent. Maintaining the balance between both identities was crucial. Besides, within Team Rocket, there were many who didn't look kindly upon him. If they found out he was there on a League mission to investigate them, the situation would become dangerous. Even if Giovani likely wouldn't be too bothered, Cain couldn't take unnecessary risks. He only needed to alter his appearance enough for the League investigators to recognize him, but not Team Rocket. He would enter the event as a regular participant, gathering information about Team Rocket as opportunities arose. After finishing his disguise, Cain headed to the designated meeting point for the mission. There, he would have an entire team of investigators at his service. As a senior investigator in the League, he would normally be assigned at least 3 intermediate-level investigators, each of whom would in turn have 3 junior-level investigators. This was the standard structure within the Pokémon League. However, senior-level investigators were rare, while intermediate and junior ones were more common. Therefore, some senior investigators ended up with more subordinates. Lance, for example, was still officially a senior investigator, but in terms of authority, he was approaching the level of a chief investigator. The League was paving the way for his promotion, and once his mission in the newly discovered region was completed, he would likely achieve it. His strength growth was impressive. On the other hand, Cain and Steven, though both senior investigators, had no assigned teams because they simply didn't want one. The League accepted this because, in part, their appointment to this position was aimed at enhancing their credentials and experience. Although Steven was only in it for the reputation, Cain did have some genuine interest in the profession. Cain entered what appeared to be a regular Pokémon supply store. This was one of the League's secret hideouts in Goldenrod City. After showing his identification, he gained access to a secret underground base within the store. Inside, several League investigators were already waiting. Upon seeing him enter, they stood up with uncertain expressions. Cain glanced at the League badges on their chests and couldn't help but feel exasperated. Guys, you're here on an undercover mission, not sightseeing. If you walk into the black market wearing those badges, I doubt you'll make it out alive. Still, he couldn't scold them too harshly. Some of them were older than him. Moreover, becoming a League investigator required significant dedication. These people were committed to the safety of the Pokémon world and played a crucial role in keeping the darker parts of society at bay. If not for them, peaceful city life wouldn't be possible. Cain cleared his throat and said, "Greetings, I'm Cain, a senior investigator. We'll be working together on this mission." He took out his League badge to prove his authenticity. "Yes, Captain," they responded in unison. There was no contempt in their eyes due to his age. On the contrary, some even showed admiration. After all, reaching the rank of senior investigator was their professional goal, and Cain, despite his youth, had already achieved it. Cain nodded slightly in greeting. He observed the group, for intermediate-level investigators and 12 junior-level ones. 16 people in total, all under his command. Honestly, he saw them more as a burden than a help. But the orders were clear, and he couldn't reject them. You already know the mission. You have 5 minutes to change clothes and hide any League identification. His tone was serious and commanding. As the leader of Team Heaven and an officer in Team Rocket, handling a group like this wasn't difficult. "Yes, sir," they replied without hesitation. 5 minutes later, they were all dressed appropriately for the mission. There was no indication that they belonged to the League. Cain nodded, satisfied. It couldn't be denied that these investigators had discipline. At least their adaptability was decent. From now on, think of yourselves as members of underground organizations from various regions. Form into pairs and scout the Goldenrod City black market. Investigate what kinds of goods are being traded and identify the key areas. We'll regroup here at nightfall to discuss your findings. Without further explanation, he assigned the task. Yes, sir. No one questioned his orders. Even though it seemed like a simple task, they would carry it out to the letter. Soon after, they all headed to the black market. Having a group investigate on his behalf would make things much easier for him. Now he wouldn't have to comb through the entire market to find what he wanted to buy. Cain stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, in the end, these guys weren't so useless after all. He took back what he had thought earlier. Soon, an entire day had passed. When all the investigators returned, Cain received the information they had gathered. There was no denying their level of professionalism. They had investigated everything with an impressive amount of detail, almost to the point of finding out what kind of underwear the merchants wore or what their favorite meals were. After dismissing them, Cain began reviewing the documents they had handed over. Sometimes, just by observing the products sold by the merchants, it was possible to deduce which region they came from. As for the true purpose of this mission, investigating what Team Rocket was plotting, Cain didn't need the help of the investigators. At the right moment, he would infiltrate alone and obtain the necessary information. After a good night's rest, the next day, the grand event organized by Team Rocket officially began. Although it wasn't entirely clear why Team Rocket had decided to carry out this event despite reducing their operations, Cain knew Giovani must have had his reasons. According to the information Cain had from his previous life, holding an event of this magnitude required the presence of at least 3 Team Rocket executives. Just like in the Kanto region, where the 3 main executives were Koga, Sabrina, and Serge, in Johto the organization was led by the 4 generals, Archer, Ariana, Proton, and Petrol. These individuals were among the most powerful, even at the elite level. For this event, at least one of the 4 generals had to be present, and there was even a possibility that several of them would attend. After all, this was the first auction following Team Rocket's restructuring. Many groups were interested in investigating the organization's current situation, from the Pokémon League to other underground factions, not to mention sister organizations like the Hunter Guild, which would certainly be gathering intel from the shadows. To demonstrate their strength, Team Rocket needed to make a clear statement. They wanted to show that although they were downsizing, it didn't mean they had become weaker or that any upstart could challenge them. Even after their restructuring, they remained the #1 criminal organization in the Pokémon world. With the League investigators dismissed, Cain cloaked himself in a black robe and headed to the black market. The place was already naturally bustling, but with the event underway, the crowd was immense. Most of the attendees were dressed similarly to Cain, in robes that concealed their identities. Only a few showed themselves openly. Those who didn't wear disguises usually fell into one of 2 categories. Either they were strong enough to fear no one, or they had the backing of a powerful organization. The reason this event attracted so many people was simple. Team Rocket wasn't just selling rare items, but also extremely valuable and hard-to-find Pokémon. The main event was the auction, while the black market stalls simply took advantage of the opportunity to attract customers. The event would last 7 days, with 1 auction held each day. In addition to the auctions, Team Rocket would also release special items in their own shops, and other merchants would use the influx of buyers to sell their treasures at inflated prices. During this time, Team Rocket also allowed temporary shops for external factions to sell their goods. However, the rental cost for these spaces was exorbitant. Despite the high price, these booths filled up immediately. During these 7 days, anyone with enough money could find practically anything on the black market. For the truly rich and powerful, the shops were nothing more than a distraction. What really interested them were the auctioned items. Cain had his objective clear: the auction, held in the tallest and largest building in the market. The venue had a capacity of over 1,000 people. However, only those with money, power, or status could enter. Once it filled up, no one else would be allowed in until the next session. For wealthy tycoons and renowned figures with connections to Team Rocket, private boxes were available, so they didn't need to wait in line. 2 hours remained until the auction began, but the entrance was already crowded. Some attendees didn't even plan to participate in the auction. They were simply there out of curiosity, to watch the spectacle. Team Rocket had assigned special personnel to manage the crowd. A group of thugs stood at the entrance, watching the crowd with expressionless faces. Anyone who tried to cross the line without permission would be attacked immediately. This was Team Rocket territory. Here, it didn't matter if you were a noble or an elite-level trainer, no one could challenge their authority without consequences. The assigned guards were not weak. Cain noticed that the leader of the group had a level 52 Arbok and was himself an officer within Team Rocket. Few dared to make eye contact with his Arbok. Cain pushed through the crowd and headed for the side entrance. There were fewer people there, but it was still quite active. Most were there trying to register their items for the auction. However, the standards were high, and many were rejected after evaluation by the inspectors. Only those who passed inspection left with proud smiles on their faces. It was well known that any item that made it to the auction would automatically increase in value by 30% or more. Since the items up for auction were already rare and expensive, that increase represented a significant amount of money. Fortunately, there were multiple registration windows, each attended by an inspector with partial glasses and an unshakable expression, evaluating the items with an expert gaze. Some items were easy to appraise at a glance, while others required deeper analysis. Cain sat in front of a window without saying a word. He simply took out a Pokeball and slid it across the counter. When the item pushed toward him turned out to be a Pokeball, the evaluator didn't show any expression. The evaluation process for the auction had started a few days ago, and nearly a third of the requests were for Pokémon evaluations. Pokémon auctions were completely normal at events like this. However, only a few Pokémon ever passed the evaluation. After all, not just anyone could offer Pokémon of the required quality. The evaluator placed the Pokeball into a device off to the side. This device provided a preliminary evaluation of the Pokémon's quality and level. If the preliminary results met the standards, a deeper analysis would be conducted to determine its value. Even rare Pokémon weren't accepted if they failed to meet the minimum quality or level standards. He pressed the scan button, and within just 3 seconds, the preliminary results appeared. Upon seeing the results, the evaluator's usual monotonous expression changed. "Please wait a moment. This Pokémon needs to be verified by our supervisor," he said to the hooded stranger in front of him, with a slightly apologetic tone, before disappearing from the room. It didn't take long. About a minute later, a middle-aged man wearing a Team Rocket uniform entered through a side door, accompanied by the evaluator. With a smile meant to appear friendly, the middle-aged man exchanged a few polite words before inviting the client to a VIP room. "Sir, are you sure you want to auction this Pokémon?" the man asked with a smile. The question made Cain roll his eyes internally. If he didn't intend to auction it, why would he have brought it? However, with a simple nod, he answered yes. Inside the Pokeball he had submitted was the elite-level Kofagrigus Cain had captured on Empty Chimney during his exploration of the secret dimension. The evaluator had been stunned by the preliminary results and had no choice but to alert the supervisor. It was an elite-level Pokémon. Its quality didn't need detailed confirmation. Any Pokémon that reached that level would have at least superior grade quality, equivalent to a light blue tier or higher. In all the auctions organized by Team Rocket, elite-level Pokémon were rare sights. While not unheard of, they were definitely not common. And interestingly, this time there was an unusually high number of Pokémon at this level slated for auction, which would raise the prestige of the event to a new peak. Everyone knew that training Pokémon was a grueling task, especially breaking past the barrier that separated quasi-elite from true elite level. For many, this obstacle was insurmountable. For someone able to purchase an elite-level Pokémon and train and tame it, facing elite-level trainers would no longer be an unreachable dream. Even if the buyer didn't reach the rank of an elite-level trainer themselves, they could at least be considered a powerful contender. Not everyone had the patience or skill to raise Pokémon from scratch, and many preferred to buy already developed ones to save time and resources. In his past life, Cain had followed that approach. However, in this life, he valued more the bond and harmony he built with his Pokémon, so he chose not to go down that path. The staff's attitude toward Cain was filled with respect. After all, anyone capable of auctioning an elite-level Pokémon had to have either a formidable backing or the personal strength to defeat a Pokémon of that caliber. In addition to this one, I'd also like to auction these Pokémon, Cain said, his voice impersonal from beneath his black cloak. He pulled out other Pokeballs, which contained the quasi-elite level Cofagrigus and the peak quasi-elite level Chandelure. The supervisor briefly inspected the Pokeballs and, with a wide smile, accepted the request. He then pulled a ticket from his pocket. "Sir, this is your seat card for the auction. As you know, all the private booths have already been reserved, but there are still VIP balcony seats available. From there, you can enjoy the event and watch the auction of the Pokémon you've submitted," the supervisor explained in a courteous tone. Cain took the ticket without saying a word. In all Team Rocket auctions, the second-floor VIP seats offered a privileged view and greater comfort compared to the crowded first-level seats. Although the supervisor claimed the private booths were completely booked, Cain knew that wasn't entirely true. His contributions simply weren't yet significant enough to guarantee one of those exclusive boxes. If he had submitted a Pokémon at Advanced Elite 4 level instead of a freshly promoted Elite, they probably would have rearranged things to ensure he had access to a private booth. Still, he didn't dwell on it. As long as the Pokémon sold for a good price, that was all that really mattered. "By the way, I'd also like to sell this. I don't have time to go from shop to shop. Would you be able to accept it?" Cain added, pulling several boxes from his storage space. Inside the boxes were pearls and large pearls collected from Clam Pearl, along with a special box containing the pearl from the elite-level Clam Pearl and several pearls from the quasi-elite level ones. He also handed over a box full of toxic spikes collected from Quillfish. The supervisor was speechless upon seeing the items. "Are these Clam Pearl pearls? And this large one is from an elite-level specimen?" he asked, almost trembling. The supervisor's expression of awe and respect only grew as he realized he had stumbled upon an exceptional client. His tone shifted quickly, and with the widest smile yet, he bowed slightly and offered, "Sir, would you like me to try and arrange a private booth for you? I'm sure that with your prestige, it won't be a problem." Cain waved his hand. "There's no need, but I want all these items to be auctioned today. Can that be arranged?" Cain asked indifferently. The auction would last 7 days, with one session each day. However, the first and last days were the most attended. Cain didn't want to wait until the final day, so today was the best option. "No problem," the supervisor assured, pounding his chest confidently. Anyone with the right to a private booth had the privilege of prioritizing their items in the auction. Cain gave a slight nod, took his ticket, and stood up to leave. Would Team Rocket try to steal his items? That would be underestimating them far too much. Every auction concluded with a star item provided directly by Team Rocket. Thanks to these goods, they attracted a massive number of attendees. Team Rocket had no interest in a measly amount of money. Cain left the evaluation room and headed straight to the main entrance. As he walked, he observed the people waiting for verification to enter the auction. Cain simply showed his ticket and passed through the exclusive hallway reserved for high-ranking guests. Only those with VIP seats or private booths could use that entrance. In reality, Cain could have flashed his Team Rocket officer credentials and skipped the entire process, but he didn't want to reveal his identity. After passing through the entrance and down a corridor, he arrived at the large auction hall. The venue was already fully prepared. Team Rocket members could be seen stationed at entrances, corridors, and key locations, each accompanied by their Pokémon. Since all kinds of people mingled at these auctions, proper security measures were essential. Team Rocket enforced its authority with strength. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, they'd quickly learn just how hard their fists were. Cain found his seat on the second floor and got comfortable. Meanwhile, people continued to enter the venue. Some of the private booth lights were already on. The VIP area where Cain was seated was relatively empty, with only 2 or 3 seats occupied. In front of each seat was a small table with fruit and tea. On the armrest of the chair was a row of buttons used to place bids. At the center of the venue, a massive screen would display information and details about the items up for auction. Team Rocket did not guarantee the authenticity of the items. Each buyer had to rely on their own judgment. There was one fundamental rule: if someone placed a bid and couldn't pay, they'd have to say goodbye to this world. Cain closed his eyes and waited in silence. There was still about an hour before the auction began. Instead of wasting time, he used it to train his psychic power. It had been months since the unknown fused with him. Thanks to their help, Cain had reached the intermediate level of psychic abilities, and despite his natural limitations, his power continued to grow slowly. Even though the progress was slight, each day he became a little stronger. Now that he was an intermediate-level psychic, he had access to many new abilities. He no longer relied solely on telepathy. For example, he had learned to use the Psychic Blade, a skill he developed after reaching this new level. He could also blur his face to avoid being recognized. This trick was extremely useful, and he used it frequently. There were other advanced techniques that required more control, so constant practice was needed to master them. Mastering psychic energy was a slow process that required time and dedication. Since he had time, he decided to train a bit. A few minutes later, he was interrupted by the start of the auction. On the central stage, a provocatively dressed woman was speaking into a microphone. Thanks to his enhanced hearing, Cain could hear some men on the first floor swallowing hard. It was rare for Team Rocket to choose a woman as the host. "All right, I won't bore you with more words. Let's begin the auction," the host announced in a captivating voice. But the serious attendees ignored her presence and focused their attention on the first item up for auction. Here we have a very special scale, taken from an elite-level Dragonite. This is the item known as the Dragon Scale. This rare piece can significantly enhance Dragon-type Pokémon. If it weren't for the emergence of the Fairy type, something this valuable would never be up for sale. The host praised its qualities with great enthusiasm, as if it were a legendary item. But in truth, it was already a valuable item on its own. Cain straightened in his seat, showing interest. He knew that when his Horsia evolved into Seadra, it would need a dragon scale to evolve into Kingdra. The purer the dragon blood contained in the scale, the greater the power Kingdra would gain after evolution. There weren't many scales of higher quality than one from an elite-level Dragonite. The starting bid is 2 million. Each increase must be at least 100,000. Let's begin. The starting price startled many. The bidding began immediately. 2.5 million. 3 million. 4 million. The price soon reached 10 million. 10.5 million going once. 10.5 million going twice. Cain saw that no one else was bidding, so he pressed the button on the arm of his seat. Otherwise, if everyone kept shouting prices without reaching a final outcome, it would be too tedious. 11,060,000. From Box 108. After Cain placed his bid, the person who had offered 10,050,000 wasn't going to give up so easily over just 1 million. The two began bidding against each other, but no matter how high the other's offer went, Cain always raised the price by the minimum amount. An amount so small it wouldn't even be enough to build a bathroom. Calmly and without wasting a single extra cent. In the end, Cain won the Dragonite's Dragon Scale for 11,150,000. It was an early purchase for his future Kingdra. The pace of the auction event moved quickly. As soon as one item ended, the next one appeared almost immediately, as if there wasn't enough time. Also, there wasn't a single low-value item. While not all surpassed the Dragonite's Dragon Scale in price, no sale closed for less than 5 million. Even when an item was worth less than 5 million, the auction always pushed it up to that amount. Prices far exceeded the actual value of the item. That's how the world of auctions worked. Some people got carried away by rivalry and ended up paying double or triple what the item was really worth. In this game, both the sellers and Team Rocket made a fortune. During the auction, Cain acquired several materials, mainly the essential ingredients for the quality enhancement potions for Horsia, Bagon, and Ralts. Every time he saw something useful, he placed a bid. And once he bid, no matter how much it cost in the end, he ended up winning it. Since these materials didn't have broad appeal, few people competed with him for them. Adding the Dragonite's Dragon Scale, Cain had already spent nearly 50 million. But in return, He had secured the main ingredients for the quality enhancement potions of Bagon, Horsia, and Ralts, along with some rare secondary materials. He didn't care how much money he had to spend, as long as he could obtain the necessary ingredients to improve his Pokémon's talent, it was worth it. Money, no matter how much you accumulated, was still just money. Only by converting it into real power did it show its true value. So far, he hadn't seen the essential materials for the quality enhancement potions of Lyron and Pupitar. If he found them, he would definitely buy them. The recent appearance of the fairy type had earned him a fortune. Although part of that profit went to Team Heaven, another part for purchasing equipment from Team Rocket, and another chunk for the quality enhancement potions for Larvitar, Lyron, and Combusken, he still had plenty left. He hadn't done an exact calculation, but he estimated he still had between 100 and 200 million in his account. That amount might seem huge, but it wasn't enough to buy a truly rare Pokémon. A Pokémon like Larvitar, a pseudo-legendary, if it had at least light blue quality, couldn't be obtained for less than 100 million. If its talent was slightly lower, barely reaching light green, which was the bare minimum for a pseudo-legendary, then maybe there was a chance. Due to their extreme rarity, even those with resources preferred to raise them themselves, using them as long-term projects. So finding one for sale was very difficult. The rarer the Pokémon, the higher the price. Talent was just one more factor in the equation. The next item is also a Pokémon, but this one is a special case, the presenter said, standing on the stage, looking at the card in his hand with an expression of amazement. I won't keep you waiting. Let's see it with our own eyes. At his words, a large machine was brought onto the stage. It wasn't the first time one of these appeared at the auction, as they were always used to present Pokémon. The key object wasn't the machine itself, but the Pokeball on it. The central screen displayed the Pokémon's information, and as soon as it appeared, the audience burst into murmurs, especially on the first floor. That's right. This time, we're not talking about a simple Pokémon. This is a fully developed, elite-level Pokémon, a Cofagrigus, the presenter announced loudly. This was the elite-level Cofagrigus that Cain had submitted for auction. As such a high-level Pokémon, its starting price was very high. However, since it was already fully developed, whoever bought it would need a lot of time to adapt to it and might never fully unlock its potential. But none of that mattered, because what was important was that this Pokémon had already reached the elite level. I know you're all eager. So let's begin. Starting price, 10 million. Each increase must be at least 500,000. Just being an elite-level Pokémon said it all. Even with flaws, its value was still immense. Soon, bids began to rise quickly. According to the auction's trend, this Cofagrigus would reach a final price of over 100 million. After all, the buyers weren't fools. This kind of Pokémon could only be used as a temporary reinforcement, and capturing one was no easy task. Also, not many people used Cofagrigus, so its combat value wasn't widely recognized. If it weren't for the fact that most buyers here belonged to underground organizations and were used to using these kinds of Pokémon, the price would have been even lower. Cain waited in his seat as the bidding continued. The final price was 180 million, a little more than he expected. He was satisfied. After all, he had caught that Pokémon effortlessly and now had earned a large sum for it. He also had a peak quasi-elite Chandelure and 3 quasi-elite Cofagrigus. All of them were sold for a total of 100 million. Chandelure sold for 35 million, while the other 3 Cofagrigus added up to 65 million. Quasi-elite level Pokémon weren't worth as much as elite level ones. And since they were already fully developed, their growth potential was limited. They could only serve as immediate combat force. Still, thanks to their decent talent, they sold for a good price. So far, Cain had spent 50 million, but had earned 280 million. His income far exceeded his expenses. Now that he had so much money, it was time to spend it. He didn't want to take it back, but rather convert it all into resources. So he started participating in more auctions. Sometimes he won, but most of the time, he just joined in for fun. There were too many wealthy buyers that day. Very soon, the auction had already progressed halfway without anyone even noticing. Some people who had remained calm at the beginning, as the auction reached its peak, also began to lose their composure. At times, the bids were not just about buying something, but simply for the sake of competing. Competing for pride. The next item, ladies and gentlemen present, is something you absolutely cannot miss, especially the gentlemen looking for a good gift. This is an item we've never seen before in the numerous auctions organized by Team Rocket. Even I am very tempted by it, said the presenter enthusiastically. She then clapped softly. It was admirable how the presenter maintained her energy. While many in the audience showed signs of fatigue or impatience, she remained as radiant and passionate as ever, as if every item were one of her personal treasures. Then, the assistants brought in the next piece. Upon removing the red cover, they revealed a massive, gleaming pearl. Under the venue's special lighting, the pearl radiated dazzling sparkles. Immediately, all eyes turned to it. Although in the Pokémon world the truly valuable items were those related to Pokémon, pearls and other luxuries were, to many trainers, little more than simple decorations. However, there were always people with a lot of money. People who didn't care about the cost of useful things, but placed enormous value on what was beautiful, like precious diamonds or rare pearls. This pearl is no ordinary pearl. It was obtained from an elite-level clam pearl. It is completely natural, without any human interference. There may not be more than 3 pearls like this in the entire world. I don't need to say more about its value, do I? The starting price is 30 million, with minimum increments of 1 million. Let the auction begin. Upon hearing the presenter's explanation and seeing the pearl displayed on screen along with Team Rocket's certification, most were astonished. An elite-level clam pearl? If true, this pearl could indeed be one of only 3 in the world. No one knew better than trainers how difficult it was to raise a clam pearl. They were even more troublesome than shelter. And if that clam pearl was wild, its rarity was even greater. Elite-level wild Pokémon were rare, and a wild elite-level clam pearl even more so. But after the initial shock, many people showed disdainful expressions. As rare and precious as it was, it did nothing to help the development of a Pokémon. Its only value lay in its beauty. Although some didn't appreciate it, there were always those who did. In the private boxes, many people began to participate. From the seating area, all the wealthy women also started to place bids. This time, it was a war between women. Very soon, the price climbed to 100 million. And the trend showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it kept rising. Women are truly terrifying, no matter which world you're in, Cain thought as he sat watching the auction. However, he couldn't help but feel somewhat pleased. To him, that pearl didn't hold that much value. Of course, it had its price, but he never imagined it would go so high. The value of such luxuries wasn't defined solely by the item itself. If it hadn't been the first day of the auction, or if there weren't so many wealthy women present, its price wouldn't have been that high. But there just happened to be plenty of rich people, and the atmosphere had escalated from simple buying to fierce competition. Some women even recognized the voices of their rivals, which only fueled their desire to win. Not even the intervention of men could stop them. In the end, a pearl with a real value around 300 million was sold for 510 million. When Cain saw that final price, he was stunned. Were there really that many rich people now? Buying a pearl that seemed of little value to him for over 500 million. That pearl was beautiful, but impractical. In the end, it had all been driven by impulse. Cain had made a fortune. With that outcome, he now felt even more confident for the upcoming auctions. He only hoped that useful items would appear, like materials for the quality enhancement potions for Lyron and Pupitar, or for the future evolutions of Horsia, Bagon, and Ralts. Since he had the resources, he should make use of them. It was better to buy the materials soon and produce the potions to remove that concern. The auction continued with a series of valuable materials and items. Every time the auction seemed to be getting boring, the presenter managed to liven things up, keeping the audience in a constant state of excitement. Cain purchased some materials. Some were related to the quality enhancement potions, while others were not directly related, but could benefit his Pokémon. He spent a large sum of money. The auction was nearing its end, and the voices of the participants in the private boxes were growing louder. After this item, we will have the final 3 pieces of the auction. I'm sure everyone has been waiting for this moment, announced the presenter. But before the grand finale, let's look at this last item. What could it be? A cart was brought onto the stage. When the cover was removed, it revealed a Pokémon egg placed inside an incubator. What is this? Did Team Rocket run out of items? Bringing a broken egg as the last item before the finals. What are they thinking? A voice from the audience exclaimed disdainfully. It was true, the Pokémon egg was damaged. Sir, mind your words. The presenter, who had maintained a smile the entire time, now showed a stern expression. Her once kind eyes turned sharp like a hawk's, locking onto the man who had spoken. Seeing the change in her expression, Cain nodded slightly. Team Rocket certainly didn't send just anyone on stage. The more critical the moment, the more they had to show their strength. The man had made the mistake of speaking without thinking. Immediately, several Team Rocket members approached, and the man, pale with fear, was invited to leave. The presenter regained her calm and friendly demeanor. But no one dared underestimate her again. This is indeed a damaged Pokémon egg, but that doesn't mean it can't be hatched. According to evaluations from our Team Rocket experts, the egg has retained its vitality intact. If an excellent breeder is found, hatching it may be possible. The hostess held the microphone as she spoke confidently, her tone overflowing with certainty, as if the egg were guaranteed to hatch. However, the outcome would depend on each person's judgment. Team Rocket offered no after-sales service. Whether the egg could hatch or not depended entirely on the buyer's abilities. As she said, if an excellent breeder were found, the egg might hatch. But just how excellent that breeder had to be, nobody knew for sure. Besides, if it were really that simple, why hadn't Team Rocket hatched it themselves instead of auctioning off a damaged egg? Thinking about that significantly lowered interest in the egg. This feeling. Cain frowned as he looked at the Pokémon egg in the center of the stage. At first, he wasn't very interested, but slowly he sat up straight. Everyone has their own opinions. To conclude, I must say that the Pokémon inside this egg is a Riolu, and though the egg is damaged, its potential has been evaluated as top-tier quality. Riolu. No wonder Cain had felt something. Could it be due to the aura blessing he had received from Lucario on Mythical Island? Cain fixed his gaze on the egg and activated his system's scan function. Fortunately, the system had been updated. Otherwise, from that distance, it might not have been able to analyze it. Pokémon. Riolu Dark Blue. Damaged state. Gender. Male. Level 1. Type. Fighting. Ability. Inner Focus. Held item. None. Egg moves. Cross Chop. High Jump Kick. Blaze Kick. Meteor Mash. Basic moves. Foresight. Quick Attack. Endure. Learned moves. None. TM moves. None. It was truly a Riolu. Seeing the Riolu's information, Cain felt torn inside. Should he bid on this egg? First of all, the egg was damaged, which undeniably reduced its value. A Riolu of dark blue quality was, strictly speaking, almost as rare as a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Pseudo-legendaries often had critical flaws. However, when Riolu evolves into Lucario, it gains the fighting and steel types. It is only doubly weak to fighting, ground, and fire moves. In return, it resists normal, steel, grass, ice, dragon, and dark types. It's immune to poison and has quadruple resistance to rock and bug moves. From a typing standpoint, it's an excellent combination. On top of that, Lucario can Mega Evolve. Most importantly, Lucario can naturally use the power of Aura, which greatly increases its value. That's why, after the hostess said the name Riolu, the murmurs from the crowd immediately disappeared. There was no doubt, if the egg hadn't been damaged, its value would have been incalculable. The starting price is 30 million. Each raise must be no less than 1 million. The auction begins. The hostess, pleased with the shift in the audience's expressions, announced the price. But to her surprise, the once lively auction hall fell completely silent. A full minute passed, and no one placed a bid. The hostess began to sweat. If this item went unsold, it would be a serious problem. 30 million, a voice suddenly called out. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound. It came from a private room on the 3rd floor. The voice was young. Cain also turned his head. That room hadn't made a single bid since the start of the auction, and now they were showing interest in a damaged egg. At least now there was a bidder, and the hostess could breathe a bit easier. Even though the egg was worth more, as long as it didn't go unsold, she wouldn't be blamed too much. The distinguished guest in the private room has offered 30 million. Is anyone else interested? Said the hostess, echoing the evaluations from Team Rocket's experts. She explained that with proper care the egg could hatch, and that if it weren't damaged, its quality might be even higher. She used various ambiguous phrases to boost its appeal. Cain sat in thought. Should he place a bid? Lucario was a Pokémon with a great cost-benefit ratio, and its dark blue quality was excellent. But the system couldn't guarantee that the egg would hatch, which raised doubts. 50 million. I'll take the risk with 50 million. If anyone goes higher, I'm out, Cain decided. 35 million, Cain bid. The hostess smiled in relief. Finally, the price was rising. She made a mental note to scold whoever had set the initial price. How frustrating. 40 million, the other buyer responded. 45 million, Cain said without hesitation. He had made up his mind. If he could hatch the Riolu, it would be a huge gain. Even if it had congenital defects and couldn't battle, it would still be valuable. A Lucario of dark blue quality, even just for breeding, would be worth far more than any common Pokémon. He could breed it with average quality Lucarios to produce excellent results. Even just for breeding purposes, it was worth the risk. 48 million, the other bidder said, though with some hesitation. 50 million, Cain declared his final offer, then leaned back and sipped his tea calmly. If the other bidder raised it further, Cain wouldn't follow. That was the maximum value he was willing to assign to the Riolu egg. Does anyone else wish to bid? If not, this high-potential Pokémon egg will go to this gentleman, the hostess announced. 50 million going once. 50 million going twice. 50 million going 3 times. Sold. With the third call, the hammer fell, and the Riolu egg was officially Cain's. After all, he had made a fortune recently. That pearl, beautiful but of unclear use, had sold for enough to buy 10 eggs like this. It was better to take a risk. This was a rare opportunity for a high-stakes gamble. After the auction of the Riolu Pokémon egg, it was formally announced that the auction was coming to an end. Though that start of the end wasn't particularly auspicious. However, when it came time for the 3 most important items, everyone sat up straight and paid attention, not allowing the recent disappointment over the damaged Pokémon egg to affect them. Seeing this, the presenter on stage let out a sigh of relief. As long as the final 3 auctions went smoothly, or at least the last one wasn't negatively impacted, she wouldn't receive any reprimands. Many of the attendees in the VIP rooms had come solely for that final item. If she had had enough money herself, she would have bought it without hesitation. When she saw the item for the first time, as a member of Team Rocket, she had the impulse to take it and leave the organization forever. But the security around that item was too tight, even she couldn't get close. Only the upper ranks had access. Now, let's take a look at our third most important item. Let's see what it is. The presenter, despite having spoken throughout the entire auction, maintained admirable enthusiasm. A cart was pushed onto the stage, although this time not by the elegant attendants, but by uniformed Team Rocket members. This showed just how valuable the item was. When they removed the cover, they revealed another Pokémon egg. However, this one was in perfect condition. I'm sure many of you already know. When we first announced this auction, the main item was this Pokémon egg. Later, we added 2 other items that pushed this one to 3rd place. But don't underestimate this Pokémon egg, because it's the egg of a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. A Dratini Pokémon egg. Its final evolution is Dragonite, the pseudo-legendary Pokémon of the Kanto region. Surely you all know it, right? And the quality of this Pokémon egg has reached the highest level. If you don't want to miss this opportunity, get ready to place your bids. The starting price is 100 million Pokédollars, with minimum increases of 2 million. The auction begins now. A Dratini Pokémon Egg, a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Cain activated the system's scan function to analyze the Pokémon Egg. Pokémon, Dratini, Blue. Gender, Male. Level 1. Type, Dragon. Ability, Shed Skin. Held item, None. Egg moves, Dragon Breath, Dragon Dance, Extreme Speed, Water Pulse. Basic moves, Wrap, Leer. Learned moves, None. TM moves, None. Initially, Cain didn't show much interest upon seeing the quality was only blue. But when he saw the egg moves, he narrowed his eyes. The moves Dragon Breath and Dragon Dance already indicated a strong draconic bloodline. What really caught his attention was the move Extreme Speed. Cain clearly remembered that Professor Oak's Dragonite was so formidable not only because of its quality and level, but also because of that key move, Extreme Speed. For a Dratini to inherit that move meant that at least one of its parents was extremely powerful. A Dragonite with extreme speed simply couldn't be weak. Even if its quality wasn't the best, its potential could be developed. With the right resources, it could evolve into a Dragonite worthy of admiration. Cain possessed resources to improve Pokémon quality, such as special potions. He wasn't the only one. Ancient families like Stevens had exclusive methods to enhance Steel-type Pokémon. Surely families specializing in Dragon-type Pokémon also had ways to boost Dragon types. Never underestimate families that have endured for centuries. Their knowledge and resources are unmatched. Before you begin placing bids, I must remind you of something important. The presenter smiled as she spoke calmly. After extensive testing by our Team Rocket experts, we've confirmed that this Dratini's egg moves are Dragon Breath, Dragon Dance, Water Pulse, and Extreme Speed. When she mentioned the first two moves, several attendees showed interest. But upon hearing Extreme Speed, all those in the know displayed expressions of astonishment similar to Cain's. 200 million. A voice called out from a VIP room near Cain. The starting price was instantly doubled, leaving the audience stunned. The room fell into a momentary silence. When the attendees recovered, they began bidding nonstop. The price quickly soared, surpassing 1 billion. For a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, that was a reference point. Cain didn't even attempt to bid. He knew he couldn't afford it. Even though he had earned a great sum in this auction, he couldn't compare with the real magnates. If no one had known the value of the Extreme Speed move, perhaps he would have had a chance. But Team Rocket wouldn't miss a chance to make money. When the price surpassed 1 billion, many voices fell silent. Only from the private rooms and exclusive lounges could new bids be heard. The reason was simple. Extreme Speed was an extremely rare move. Among Pokémon, only the Dragonite species could inherit it naturally. Pokémon that could learn it by leveling up included Rayquaza, Deoxys, Togekiss, Arceus, Zygarde, among others. Even the real Cain had acquired could learn Extreme Speed upon reaching level 65. This showed just how valuable the move was, and how powerful it was in battle. Rayquaza, the legendary Pokémon, was famous for its love of that move. Even in its primal form, it still considered it its favorite. Because it was fast. Incredibly fast. 2 billion. From a VIP room on the upper floor, a clear female voice echoed. Cain frowned when he heard it. That voice sounded familiar. 2 billion. Is the Draco family also that interested in Dragon-type Pokémon? Another voice followed immediately, directly mentioning the family's name. In an auction, revealing another bidder's name or affiliation was a serious breach of etiquette. But it was obvious this person wasn't afraid, as he dared to shout the name of the Draco family. 2 billion, 100 million. Humph. You coward. Do you dare to tell me your name? The female voice sounded again. After hearing that person again, Cain finally realized whose voice it was. It was the one who had fought him in the Sinnoh tournament, Lance's cousin Kler. 2 billion, 110 million. I wouldn't dare. The Draco family is so famous, I can't afford to offend them. The man's voice was full of mockery and a hint of sarcasm, as if he were taunting her. 2 billion, 200 million. Don't you plan to bid for the final item? Kler's voice rang out once more, this time raising the price by a full 90 million. 2 billion, 210 million. Your Draco family doesn't need to worry about that. The same male voice responded again. By now, no one else dared to place a bid. The price had already far exceeded the real value of this Dratini egg with the move extreme speed. Both parties continued bidding out of pride. After starting a fight, walking away without winning would mean a loss of prestige. However, raising the price only benefited Team Rocket. The Draco family had come to the auction under immense pressure, and now that someone had revealed their identity, they were in a compromised position. Many attendees already knew that the Draco family was in room number 3, but they avoided mentioning names to steer clear of trouble. Yet this unknown bidder dared to challenge the powerful Draco family openly, and the audience was enjoying the spectacle. 2,250,000,000. If you bid again, it's yours. Kler, clearly advised by an elder, declared firmly. If this statement had come from a senior member of the Draco family, it would have seemed humiliating. But since it came from a young woman, it was still acceptable. Wow, how intimidating. Since you insist, I'll yield. I'm a reasonable person. The man replied with a mocking tone. It was clear his only goal was to make the Draco family pay more. Now that he had succeeded, there was no need to continue bidding. The real value of a Dratini egg with extreme speed didn't exceed 1.8 billion. While it was valuable, its potential had limits. Not everyone could improve its quality. For the Draco family, however, the situation was different. They had methods to enhance Dratini's quality, and they also had a special cave for breeding dragon-type Pokémon. Having a Dragonite with extreme speed could produce future generations with the same move, making it a valuable genetic resource. The main role of this future Dragonite wouldn't be combat, but breeding. 2.25 billion wasn't a trivial amount for the Draco family, but the potential benefits made the investment worthwhile. Congratulations to the guest in room number 3 for acquiring this valuable Dratini Pokémon egg. The now radiant presenter announced enthusiastically. The price had surpassed 2 billion, erasing the bitter taste left by the previous auction. Very well. Let's see what our next item holds. The presenter continued with renewed energy. Taking advantage of the excitement, it was vital to present the next item before the audience's enthusiasm cooled. This item has a unique story. It comes from the newly explored Callos region. It is a compound object made of 2 combined pieces. One of them functions similarly to a smooth rock, helping control sandstorms and supporting rock-type Pokémon. The other part contains a mysterious energy whose function has not yet been determined. The lack of certainty in the presentation was evident, reflected in the host's tone. Despite her efforts to remain enthusiastic, those paying attention noticed the difference. The cart carrying the next item was brought on stage. Even the presenter looked confused about this item. An object of uncertain origin and unknown function had been assigned a prime spot in the auction. It seemed like a planning error. However, the host continued, tests have shown that not even elite-level Pokémon can leave a mark on this item. That already speaks to its great value. She was trying to regain the audience's confidence. Additionally, this item is a combination of 2 pieces. Even if we consider only the function of one, it already represents a powerful resource. With these words, she removed the cloth covering the object. It revealed a triangular structure made of sand-colored rock, with a red sphere embedded in the center glowing with a mysterious light. The object resembled a smooth rock, an item that Pokémon could hold. However, the embedded red sphere raised questions. If it were merely a smooth rock, the audience wouldn't have shown much interest. But the presence of the red sphere made everyone wonder about its true nature. This time, the attendees weren't skeptical about the item. The smooth rock was already a rare resource, especially valuable for sandstorm-based strategies. The fact that the smooth rock seemed to serve merely as a container indicated that the red sphere must be highly valuable. The starting price is 100 million. Each bid must increase by at least 1 million. Let the auction begin. The uncertainty in the presenter's voice was obvious. Although the smooth rock was valuable, it didn't justify a starting price of 100 million. Finding buyers willing to take the risk would be difficult. The presenter's confusion was understandable. The experts who had evaluated the item couldn't identify the red sphere's function. The smooth rock appeared to be just a complement. With no clear options, They decided to position the item in a prominent auction slot, hoping someone would recognize its true worth. If no one bid, they could at least justify their decision by claiming it was too rare to be understood. Most importantly, the item's provider held high status, and defending them could be problematic. If the auction failed, they could claim the item was too advanced to be appreciated. Even if it sold for only the base price, they could argue that it was at least valued at a significant amount. The key was not to offend the provider, even if it meant sacrificing a prime position in the auction. Upon seeing the item on screen, the people seated in the audience began whispering quietly among themselves. The host showed no intention of rushing them. In any case, the message was clear. Even if this item went unsold or was bought at the starting price, it had to reach that amount. Team Rocket wanted to use this to gain the favor of a certain individual. Moreover, 100 million Poke Dollars wasn't an unreasonable price. One only had to look at those discussing it to understand. The smooth rock was valuable and the mineral within it might not be of low worth. However, if even Team Rocket couldn't determine its true use, the others couldn't be sure of its real utility either. The item came from the Callos region. Callos was a region most people present hadn't had contact with. Who could guarantee it wasn't something unique to that region? Even though most attendees didn't recognize it, one man seated quietly, Cain, seemed expressionless. However, if one looked closely, they could see a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. The person who put this item up for auction is truly a genius. But the ones even more brilliant are Team Rocket. Although they guessed the item is valuable and placed it in the second-to-last spot in the auction, they don't know its true worth. If they can't explain its function, putting it last would have been a waste, Cain thought. When he looked up again and saw the item on the screen, he couldn't stop his eye from twitching once more. If Team Rocket truly knew the value of this item, it could have been the centerpiece of the auction. But now, although many people in the room were discussing, no one was placing a bid. The private rooms were also silent, as they were already preparing for the final item in the auction. In comparison, this one was almost a joke. In addition to the private rooms of the honored guests, there was a hidden fourth floor in the auction house, reserved exclusively for Team Rocket. Inside, there were 4 people. 3 of them wore Team Rocket's distinctive uniforms, indicating they were Team Rocket executives. If Cain were there, he would probably recognize them. They were 3 of the 4 Team Rocket generals in the Johto region. Archer, with his light blue hair, dressed in a white suit and holding a glass of red wine. Ariana, the only woman in the group, with red hair and her legs crossed on the sofa. And Proton, dressed completely in black, wearing a hat that obscured his face as he sank into the comfortable couch. 3 of the 4 Team Rocket generals gathered in one place demonstrated how important this auction was to the organization. However, there was another person in the room who wasn't wearing a Team Rocket uniform. It was a burly man, dressed in a bright red suit and wearing strange glasses of the same color. He stood beside the hidden window, observing the auction without the slightest discomfort in the presence of the Team Rocket generals. Mr. Zerozic, it seems no one recognizes the item you put up for auction. Could you give us a hint? Asked Archer with a smile as he took a sip of wine. Goldenrod City was his territory. Although Ariana and Proton were his equals in rank, it only took one voice to speak on behalf of Team Rocket. Zerozic slowly turned and sat on the couch with a resigned expression. We don't really know what it is either. We thought that, since Kanto is the birthplace of Pokémon and Team Rocket is the region's largest underground organization, you might recognize it. We wanted to use the auction to gauge the guests' reactions, but it seems. Zerozic was from the Callos region and was the seller of the item in question. It seems not even Team Rocket knows, Archer replied, unbothered by Zerozic's answer. If Team Rocket didn't recognize it, then there weren't many people in the world who could. Let's talk business. Mr. Zerozic, how's your research on the combat suits progressing? Can Lysandra Labs supply us with these suits? Archer asked, returning to the main topic. The auction item had only been included to give Lysandra Labs recognition. Otherwise, including it would have harmed Team Rocket. Lysandra Labs is willing to provide you with 10 combat suits free of charge for testing. If you're satisfied, we can discuss a deeper cooperation. Lysandra Labs. Good, excellent. Give our regards to Mr. Flare. Archer exclaimed with a hearty laugh. 10 combat suits were already valuable on their own, and if the cooperation deepened, Team Rocket could benefit greatly. Callos' Lysandra Labs had taken the initiative to contact them during the auction. At first, Archer thought it was a third-rate institute and didn't pay much attention. But when Zerozic proved his abilities, he earned his recognition. Then Zerozic presented their combat suits, the result of a lifetime of research. Seeing their potential, Archer decided to collaborate with them. If Zerozic wasn't even the lead researcher, what kind of power did the mysterious Mr. Flare possess for Archer to consider him a serious threat? The deal had been approved by Giovani, who gave the green light for the collaboration. Meanwhile, 5 minutes had passed at the auction, and no one had made a bid. Since no one has placed a bid, this item will. Before the host could finish her sentence, a calm voice rang out. 100 million. The one who spoke was Cain, seated in the box on the second floor. Under his black cloak, his right hand was slightly sweaty. Everyone else could ignore the item's value, but he couldn't. A megastone wrapped in smooth rock. He had to buy it. The voice sounded a bit lazy, as if the speaker didn't really care how much money it cost. It was just a tentative bid. Upon hearing the offer, many people, especially those on the first floor, looked astonished, as if they were watching a wasteful millionaire. Spending 100 million on something with unknown effects was madness. Even if it were a smooth rock, it wouldn't be worth even half of that. 101 million. However, just when everyone thought Cain would win the item, another person spoke. Upon hearing the new offer, Cain frowned. Could it be that someone else knew about the megastone? Another bid. The people in the room stopped whispering. They were starting to consider whether the item actually had value, otherwise, there wouldn't be 2 people bidding for it. Cain didn't speak immediately, since bidding again now might attract more attention. The person who had spoken before was probably just trying their luck. Maybe someone did recognize what that item really was. For now, he would place just one bid and observe whether the other party truly knew its value. If they did, they would definitely continue bidding. But now he was in a bind. After placing his offer, no one else spoke. Had he just made himself the biggest fool of all? What if the person who made the bid was a Team Rocket plant? A series of complicated thoughts flooded his mind. Not just in his head, but in many others as well. 101 million, going once. 102 million. The hostess had already raised her little hammer when Cain spoke again. His eyes, hidden beneath the black cloak, locked onto the person who had made the previous offer, someone also seated in a private box. If that person bid again, Cain wouldn't continue bidding, since that would draw even more attention and make things harder. But if the other bidder won the auction, Cain would do everything possible to find them later. That megastone had to be his, even if it meant resorting to force. However, seeing how long Cain took to place a new bid, the other bidder lost interest and secretly sighed in relief. Bidding that much was too risky, better not play with fire. To Cain, the Riolu egg might be considered a gamble, but this megastone was a sure win with no risk. 102 million, going once, going twice, sold. Congratulations once again to this gentleman on his purchase. Cain had already bought several items at this auction, and the hostess had announced his seat number more than once. Hidden beneath his cloak, Cain let out a sigh of relief. If not for avoiding attention, he would have been willing to pay even 500 million for it. Now that the hammer had fallen, as long as he could pay, there would be no issues. And in the worst-case scenario, he could reveal his true identity. With Giovanni's influence, hardly anyone would dare to withhold his purchase. Thinking this, Cain wondered, should I inform Giovani? Or would that leave a bad impression? Although Giovani might not care, Cain still had to handle it carefully. And now we move on to the final item of the auction, the centerpiece of the entire event. I'm sure many of you came just for this. At last, the awkward penultimate auction had come to an end, and the hostess wanted to close that chapter quickly. Those above might not care, but she, standing on the stage, felt embarrassed. The final item. Everyone in the private boxes paid attention. There were many powerful figures at the auction, like the Draco family, who had arrived in secret. And they weren't the only ones. They just didn't want to reveal their identities. With their status, of course, they already knew in advance what the final auction item was. But most attendees on the main floor didn't know. Cain didn't either, but his interest was already piqued. In fact, the Dratini egg already had enough value to be the event star item, so what could be so indisputably superior? In a private box reserved for Team Rocket on the 4th floor, Archer finished his glass of wine in one go as he saw the penultimate auction come to a close. Mr. Zerozic, it looks like someone has taken your item. Zerozic waved a hand. I was just trying my luck. To be honest, our lab still has a few of those things left, but we don't know exactly what they're for. Archer nodded and stood up. All right, we'll talk details later. Now it's my turn. Ariana, Proton, make sure Mr. Zerozic is well taken care of. With that, he walked out at a calm pace. Ariana and Proton rolled their eyes. Archer acted like he was their superior. But Zerozic truly did deserve respect. His combat suits were excellent, and if Team Rocket bought in bulk, the first ones to benefit would be the 4 great armies, his subordinates. If Team Rocket equipped everyone with those special suits, their combat power would increase drastically. Although Team Rocket was currently retreating, sooner or later they would face the League. Now is the time to gather strength. They trusted that their leader, Giovani, wouldn't remain in the shadows forever. On the central stage, the final item was brought out, but this time there was no security team escorting it. Only one person elegantly pushed it forward. It was Archer, who had just descended from the upper floors. The hostess bowed to him respectfully. All the Team Rocket members in the room stood at attention and shouted in unison. Mr. Archer. From the discipline and intensity of their voices, it was clear that most of those present were members of Archer's army, one of Team Rocket's 4 great armies. A show of authority. Smiling, Archer took the microphone from the hostess. Thank you all for attending this auction. I'm sure many of you are eager to know what the final item is. I won't say more. See for yourselves. With that, he lifted the red cloth from the tray. It was a Pokeball. What Pokemon could be rarer than a Dratini with extreme speed? No one doubted its value. The fact that Archer was presenting it personally said it all. Smiling even more, Archer took a deep breath and announced, "Let's move on to the final auction." Inside this Pokeball is one of the 3 legendary birds, Moltres. Boom! The entire room erupted in an uproar. Even Cain, who had remained calm the entire time, stood up in shock. Moltres. One of the 3 legendary birds, Moltres. Cain's eyes were fixed on the Pokeball on the platform, less than half a meter away from Archer. He couldn't believe Team Rocket had prepared such a surprise. Now he understood why so many major figures had attended the auction. Even compared to a pseudo-legendary or the Dratini with the move Extreme Speed, this Pokemon was on another level. Moltres was known as a 3rd-tier legendary, but no one should underestimate it because of that title. Although its base stats didn't surpass those of pseudo-legendaries, this type of Pokemon couldn't be measured by numbers alone. Cain admitted he was surprised. Team Rocket had made a masterful move. No wonder one of the 4 generals, Archer, was personally presenting the auction. Cain activated his system to scan the data of the Pokemon inside the Pokeball. Pokemon. Moltres, light purple. Gender, genderless. Level, 58. Type, fire plus flying. Ability, pressure. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, wing attack, ember, fire spin, agility, endure, ancient power, flamethrower, safeguard, air slash, sunny day. Learned moves, tailwind, heat wave, snore, laser focus, sky attack, defog. TM moves, none. A Moltres with quasi-elite strength. No wonder they had managed to capture it. But who had been responsible for this capture? And most surprising of all, they were willing to sell it at auction. Looks like most of the attendees came for this Moltres, Cain thought as he leaned back in his seat. Although he was surprised, the truth was that he didn't have much interest in this Pokemon. It was powerful, yes, but also a difficult Pokemon to train at this stage of its development. Without a detailed training method, raising this Moltres would be a trial-and-error process that would consume too much time. And, considering the current situation, its price wouldn't be low. Surely, many were already prepared to bid. Also, this wasn't a Moltres with a divine roll. Although its quality was light purple, it would probably be more valuable for Cain to invest in his Pupitar or other Pokémon. All he could do now was sit and enjoy the show. "I'm sure I don't need to explain what kind of Pokémon Moltres is," Archer said firmly. This specimen was captured in the crater of an active volcano and was the only Pokémon present in the area. Therefore, there's no risk of involving the legendary Moltres. There was more than one Moltres in the world, just like with Articuno and Zapdos. They weren't exclusive to Kanto, they could be found in various regions. In fact, several trainers owned these Pokémon. For example, Noland from the Battle Factory had an Articuno. Surely there were other trainers with Moltres or Zapdos. Furthermore, Team Rocket has already evaluated the quality of this Moltres, Archer continued. Its potential surpasses elite level and has been classified as a Pokémon with champion-level quality. You can rest assured its value is unquestionable. The light purple quality. In Team Rocket, this was the standard for a Pokémon with the potential to reach champion level. In the world of trainers, these were known as champion-quality Pokémon. Archer displayed the evaluation certificates and the Pokémon stats on a giant screen for all attendees to see. The starting price is 1 billion Poké. Each bid must increase by at least 10 million. Let the auction begin. 1 billion Poké. An astronomical price. But no one doubted that Moltres was worth it. While most of the attendees were still shocked by the price, the true magnates were already bidding. No one had come without the intention to buy. 1.5 billion, someone announced, raising the bid by 500 million in one go. 2 billion. The second bidder raised the figure without hesitation. The bids were coming from the private boxes, where the most influential figures sat. Those in the common seating area could only watch. 2.5 billion. The numbers kept rising. Cain, calm, watched the show without flinching. There was no clear limit to the value of this Moltres. If this auction had been more private, maybe 3 billion would have been the ceiling. But at this annual event, with so many interested buyers, the price could only go up. Soon, it reached 5 billion. The bidders began to slow down. That was a ridiculous number. Cain thought that with that amount of money, he could reach the Elite Four level without problems. He was capable of using those resources far more efficiently, while many others couldn't make the most of them like he could. The final bidding was fierce, and many people even started arguing with each other. The names of certain factions were shouted openly. The Draco family already knew about it in advance. What surprised Cain was that the Stone family also sent people. It was hard to tell whether Stephen had come with them, but probably not otherwise. Stephen would have been the most suitable person for this mission, not Cain. There were other organizations aside from those. For example, the largest conglomerate in the Kanto region, Sylph Company. Sylph Company was the world leader in Pokémon manufacturing technology, and the most commonly used Pokeballs were made by them. Their financial resources were by no means inferior to those of the Stone family. There were also many families with great strength and background. What Cain didn't expect was that, in the end, the one who won the Moltres auction wasn't Sylph Company, nor the Stone family, nor the Draco family. The winner was from the Berlitz family of the Sinnoh region. A family with 200 years of history. Although there were no extremely powerful trainers among its members, the main members of the family were all renowned scholars in the field of Pokémon research. Everyone in their family was a genius with a brain. Their connections extended not only throughout the Sinnoh region, but also into other regions. The final transaction price for this Moltres was 5.5 billion, a figure that defied logic. But for the Berlitz family, this purchase was just one more step in their research on legendary Pokémon. Their real ultimate goal was Rayquaza. After the auction finally ended, Cain didn't stay in the venue. He went straight to the item collection area in the back, with his position token in hand. Even though the final price had reached an astronomical figure, it didn't have much impact on Cain. He had managed to seize an opportunity. If the Riolu egg successfully hatched, then it could be said he had taken advantage of two opportunities. However, even the system had not yet been able to analyze the exact cause of the damage to the Riolu egg, nor find a way to repair it. This would probably take a long time. Fortunately, the egg wasn't losing anything, it was just that the incubation process had halted. Cain had enough time to find a solution. The only unknown was how long it would take. Cain did a calculation of his total earnings from this auction. The elite-level Kofagrigus, along with several quasi-elite Pokémon, sold for a total of 280 million. Additionally, the pearl from the elite-level clam pearl fetched an exorbitant price of 510 million. Adding to this was the initial sale of a box of pearls and poisonous stingers, which Team Rocket purchased directly for about 200 million Poke Dollars. In total, Cain had made 990 million, practically 1 billion. It was a massive profit. Of course, earning a lot also meant spending quickly. After all, a person with great wealth must do things befitting their status. In the first half of the auction, Cain spent 50 million on the dragon scale and some materials. Then, upon learning the final price of the pearl, he made further bulk purchases of rare materials, spending an additional 100 million. Although some materials weren't for immediate use, he preferred to acquire them while they were available. These materials weren't always on the market. Better to buy now than regret it later. Thus, 150 million was gone. Then, to obtain the damaged Riolu egg, he paid 50 million, the maximum price he was willing to accept. Fortunately, he managed to buy it. Finally, to acquire the Mega Stone wrapped in a smooth rock, he spent 102 million. At this point, 2 million seemed like a trivial amount, something he could completely ignore. He had become arrogant. He had truly become arrogant. One of the two foundations in his heart had been temporarily removed. In total, Cain had spent 300 million at this auction. He made 990 million, spent 300 million, leaving a net income of 690 million. From that perspective, the profit was still enormous. Of course, it wasn't just about how much money he had spent, but what he got in return. First, he obtained a Mega Stone, which also came with a smooth rock. According to his hypothesis, this Mega Stone might have been left from ancient times. What Pokémon could use both a Mega Stone and a smooth rock at the same time? The answer was obvious: Tyranitar. Therefore, Cain suspected that this Mega Stone belonged to Tyranitar. If this were true, then the value gained wasn't just monetary, but hid even greater potential. In addition, he spent 150 million on materials, mainly rare ingredients for crafting quality-boosting potions. With this, Cain had gathered the key materials for the quality-boosting potions for Horsia, Ralts, and Bagon. He also had the main ingredients for the quality-boosting potions for Lyron, Pupitar, Seadra, and Shelgon. The only exception was Kirlia, whose materials were a bit scarcer this time. Even so, the rest of his Pokémon could evolve without issue. This meant that for a good while, Cain wouldn't have to worry about quality-boosting potions. Sir, here are the items you purchased at the auction. This anonymous bank card contains 670 million, of which approximately 20 million are, you understand, said the same attendant who had helped him earlier, holding a spatial storage device containing Cain's purchases and the bank card. Those 20 million were the commission Team Rocket had taken from the auction. An absurdly high amount. It was clear that from this auction, Team Rocket's profits weren't in the hundreds of millions, but likely in the billions. Cain nodded with satisfaction, took the items, and left without saying more or wasting time. With that much money on him, he would undoubtedly be an attractive target. First, he had to get rid of any possible followers before continuing to shop. Leaving the auction didn't mean the event was over. Taking advantage of the market opportunity, Cain covered himself with his coat and slipped into the crowd. As soon as he stepped out, several gazes landed on him from the entrance of the auction. He moved quickly, and many people didn't hesitate to follow. Among them, two wore striking red suits and strange glasses. They were from the same group that had brought the Mega Stone to the auction, Team Kler from the Callos region. Although their researcher didn't believe the buyer truly knew the stone's real value, he still considered it valuable enough to attempt to retrieve it. But could they really catch Cain, a veteran of the black market? As a member of Team Rocket, if he allowed someone from another organization to track him in Rocket territory, it would be a disgrace. Even though he hadn't publicly revealed his affiliation, he had been in this area before. He circled around in both large and small loops, taking advantage of the crowd and the similar clothing of the attendees. Soon, his pursuers lost track of him. In a corner, he took off his coat and put on another with a different design before returning to the street. With so much money, spending it all immediately was unrealistic, but now he had the chance to buy what he previously couldn't. He first visited a move shop and bought a large number of moves for his Pokémon. After going through all the shops, he finally found the move Swords Dance and the move Hyper Beam. He also got the moves Giga Impact, Fire Blast, and Focus Blast, extremely hard to get moves. Some of these moves were more expensive than usual due to competition, with prices doubled. But if he didn't buy them now, it would be even harder to find them later. He spent a total of 40 million on these moves. The move Swords Dance was the most expensive, reaching 15 million due to the seller's speculation and high demand. Cain had wanted this move for a long time. Unfortunately, he only found one. Had there been another, he would have bought it without hesitation, even at the same price. In addition to the moves, he also bought many more materials for crafting the quality-boosting potions. He had acquired the main ingredients at the auction, but still needed several supplementary ones. Fortunately, these materials weren't very expensive and only cost less than 20 million in total. These 20 million correspond to all the necessary materials for the quality enhancement potions, excluding the main ingredients. This includes all the secondary materials required for the evolution of Cain's Pokémon. With the exception of the main ingredients for Kirlia's evolution into Gardevoir, Cain now possesses all the necessary components to craft the quality enhancement potions for his Pokémon. For a good while, he won't need to travel long distances in search of these materials. Additionally, Cain also visited several Pokémon specialty stores to acquire new species. It wasn't for personal use, but to populate the island he owned. His main goal was to increase the number of Pokémon on the island, strengthen the ecosystem, and prevent the disappearance of species that could disrupt the environmental balance. On this occasion, he prioritized the purchase of grass-type Pokémon. The island still had somewhat sparse vegetation, and an increase in the number of these Pokémon could help improve air quality and ecosystem stability. Grass-type Pokémon usually don't feed on other Pokémon, allowing them to grow while benefiting the forest at the same time. Cain didn't need them to be wild Pokémon. In fact, those that had already been domesticated could help manage the ecosystem more easily. He bought species like Oddish, Paras, Bellsprout, Tangela, Hoppip, Sunkern, and Shroomish, all excellent for his purpose. Since these Pokémon were common and easy to find, their market value was quite low. He selected individuals with noticeably above-average quality, knowing he could improve their abilities over time through controlled interventions. He acquired nearly 100 Pokémon, all with acceptable quality, for a total of 20 million Pokédollars. However, the most notable purchase was the acquisition of 3 Bulbasaur and 4 Chikorita. Since these starter Pokémon were highly sought after, even those of average quality had exorbitant prices. The individuals he managed to acquire ranged between light green and dark green quality, without reaching light blue quality. Even so, these 7 Pokémon cost 20 million Pokédollars. In total, he spent 40 million on the acquisition of over 100 Pokémon. Adding the 20 million in auxiliary materials and the 40 million in moves, Cain had spent a total of 100 million Pokédollars. The money might seem like a lot, but spending it took only a few minutes. With all his purchases made, he left the black market. Instead of heading to the inspection agent's area, he returned to his hotel. Once there, Slowking established a psychic barrier to prevent anyone from listening, and Cain took out the special team rocket communicator. He dialed Umbra's number. The call was answered quickly. "Mr. Umbra," Cain said respectfully. The voice on the other end took a moment to respond. "What is it?" Umbra asked, with a clear tone of fatigue. "Sir, I'm currently in Goldenrod City." "Oh." Umbra immediately sounded more interested. He knew well what Team Rocket was doing in that city. It was understandable that a member like Cain was there during the trade event, but not that he was contacting him directly. The League has tasked me with investigating Team Rocket's recent activities. They're beginning to worry about the lack of visible movements from our organization. Cain got straight to the point, no beating around the bush. There was a brief silence on the line. "Put me through," said a new voice. Cain instantly tensed up. It was Giovani. "Hello, Cain. This is Giovani," he said in a calm but firm tone. He didn't speak with arrogance or superiority, but with the natural authority of a leader addressing one of his subordinates. "Boss," Cain responded respectfully. "You say the League sent you to investigate our activities." "That's right." At first, they didn't pay much attention to our apparent restructuring, but after a long period with no public sightings of our operations, they've begun to suspect. Giovani took a moment before responding. "Tell them we're gathering resources and that we intend to collaborate with Lysandra Labs from Callos to develop custom combat uniforms." It was a simple explanation that Cain could use to give a convincing report. Understood. Cain remembered seeing uniforms similar to those of the future Team Flare at the auction, but he hadn't considered the possibility that Team Rocket might be negotiating with them. Perhaps Team Flare didn't exist yet, and everything operated under the name Lysandra Labs. If Team Rocket wanted to collaborate with them, they first needed to evaluate their reliability. If the lab survived the League's investigation, it meant they were a valuable ally. If it was eliminated, then it wasn't worthy of working with Team Rocket. At the same time, this would divert the League's attention to another target. Giovani had managed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone without lifting a finger. "By the way, since you were at the auction, you should keep an eye on the major families that participated in it. Report any irregularities to the League." Cain felt a chill. It wasn't just a double play. Giovani was achieving 3 objectives at once. Not only was he drawing the League's attention away from Team Rocket, but he was also generating internal conflicts within the League itself. While this wouldn't cause a drastic shift, it would certainly buy Team Rocket the time they needed. Understood. Cain grasped the strategy immediately. "But," Giovani continued, but we can't just confuse the League. We must give them something of value. Let's do this. Give them the location of the Team Rocket base in Olivine City. At the same time, I'll have some special research studies placed inside, so the League gains something tangible from it," Giovani spoke calmly. But upon hearing his words, Cain was stunned. It wasn't really necessary. Revealing the existence of Lysandra Labs to the League was already enough. There was no need to sacrifice a Team Rocket base in Olivine City. That base represented a great loss for the organization. "You're now an advanced-level League researcher, right? With your growth rate, you should be close to the peak of the quasi-elite level." Giovani shifted the conversation toward Cain's strength. "That's right. In that case, this Team Rocket base will be your offering to the League. With it, you'll solidify your identity within the organization and eliminate any suspicion about you. Even if you have enemies within Team Rocket, they won't be able to report you to the League without looking ridiculous. Also, now that you're an advanced-level researcher, your rise is inevitable. Even though Team Rocket is pulling back, our strength remains intact. I hope you manage to secure a position among Hoen's Elite Four." Giovani revealed his true intention. He was paving the way for Cain. The mere fact that Cain informed Team Rocket about his mission was already a show of loyalty, and Giovani had to respond to it. But that wasn't all. Giovani had his own calculations. Cain was rising rapidly and had already solidified his place within the League. Even the events of the Sinnoh tournament had reached Giovani's ears. What Cain needed most now wasn't resources or rare Pokémon, but time to grow without interruptions. Giovani was sacrificing a base to ensure that Cain would become one of Hoen's Elite Four in the future. Additionally, this could serve as a key infiltration point for Team Rocket in the region. In the short term, it seemed like a loss. But in the long term, it was an investment. That kind of strategic vision was what made Giovani the leader of the most powerful underground organization in the world. While Cain felt a certain gratitude, he also experienced a deep sense of alarm. As long as he was useful, Giovani was willing to sacrifice a base for him. But the day he ceased to be useful, or someone more valuable appeared, would he also be sacrificed? Though, knowing Giovani's personality, it was unlikely to come to that. If Cain delivered the Olivine City base, the League would never doubt him again. Even if someone within Team Rocket reported him, the League wouldn't believe it. Unless Giovani himself did it. Or Cain chose to expose himself. This mission would also grant him merit, making it easier to rise to one of Hoen's Elite Four. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. From now on, you can contact me directly. In a moment, Umbra will send you my communication number. After saying this, Giovani hung up. Shortly after, Cain received a message with a series of numbers. It was Giovani's direct contact. Very few people within Team Rocket had direct access to Giovani. Not even some elite officers had this connection. This confirmed that Cain had been fully acknowledged by Giovani. With sufficient strength, his promotion to elite officer was only a matter of time. In the underground Team Rocket base in Viridian City, Giovani handed the communicator to Umbra and reclined in his executive chair. With one hand, he stroked his Persian, resting at his side. Umbra sent the number to Cain. Now, Cain reported directly to Giovani. But this didn't stir any special feeling in him. From the beginning, Cain had been an investment. Now that the investment was bearing fruit, Umbra felt satisfied, though he didn't show it. Giovani gave Umbra a deep look, as if he could read his thoughts. Tenebris, go and notify the base leader in Olivine City. Tell him to evacuate the important personnel and relocate some of the research data. Leave something for the League to take. The base could be given up, but it was crucial to remove the essentials. The League would only see what Giovani wanted them to see. Yes. From a dark corner of the room, a voice responded before fading away. Giovani looked at Umbra and smiled. What's the matter? Do you have doubts? Leader, aren't you worried that this individual may become uncontrollable? His ambitions are not small. Though if Cain became an elite officer, he would belong to Giovani's faction. Umbra still had to look out for Giovani's interests first. He won't. Giovani smiled confidently. That boy is ambitious, but also smart. He knows what he wants and understands that only Team Rocket can give it to him. As long as I'm around, he'll never betray us. Such was Giovani's confidence. As long as he existed, Team Rocket would exist. If he fell, Team Rocket would have no reason to exist. Umbra nodded in understanding. Cain deactivated Sloking's psychic barrier. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he fell into deep thought. This is just the beginning. Last time on Mythical Island, when I faced Reggie and the others, Giovani didn't react. But now it seems he's begun acting on multiple fronts. Looks like some voices within Team Rocket have started to displease him. Cain smiled. As long as Team Rocket still had power, he could use it to rise within the League. After that, Team Rocket's fate would be uncertain. The most important thing now was to strengthen his power. After sorting out his thoughts, Cain disappeared from the room along with Sloking. When he reappeared, he was already at the League base. Sir. The researchers present stood up immediately. They had completed the tasks assigned by Cain, even if they didn't understand the purpose of those orders. Cain was their superior, and their duty was to follow orders without question. Being an advanced-level researcher sounded impressive. Cain clapped to get their attention. Write this down. The Draco family, Silphco, the Stone family, the Berlitz family. He listed 7 or 8 families and companies. Halfway through the list, the researchers stopped and looked at him, surprised. Those were powerful entities. What was he planning to do? Register these groups as participants in the auction organized by Team Rocket. Even if it's not a serious matter, we must inform our superiors. Also, your task will be to closely monitor these families and companies. Cain spoke indifferently. The researchers exchanged glances. Did this mean they were going to act against these powerful families and companies? Even if Cain wanted to, the League would surely oppose it. These families were fundamental pillars of the League, and Cain had no intention of doing anything to them. Simply put, since the League had assigned him the mission, it was only right to report everything he saw. Is there a direct communication device with headquarters here? Cain asked. Still surprised, the researchers reacted immediately. Yes, we have one, exclaimed one of the mid-level researchers, and the others stepped aside, revealing a video phone with a button for direct linkage to the investigator's central office. Cain sat down and hesitated for a moment before dialing a different number instead of pressing the button. He was calling a chief-level investigator from the Hoenn Region League directly. It didn't matter that the original order had come from Kanto. In the end, Cain answered to the Hoenn League. The video phone connected, and on the screen appeared a woman with the characteristic face of the Joy family, but dressed in a chief-level investigator's uniform. She was Investigator Joy, the one who owned an Articuno. The Joy family, known for their expertise in Pokémon medicine, also had members with talent in combat. In Kanto, there was another Joy in a similar position, whose signature Pokémon was a Latias. In Hoenn, Investigator Joy had an Articuno. This showed that, if a Joy decided to become a trainer, her family had the resources to push her to the top. Cain had removed his disguise and appeared with his normal face, that of a regular trainer. However, this face was no longer unknown among the League's high command. The general public might not recognize him, but the high-ranking officials knew very well who Cain was, the discoverer of the fairy type and a Pokémon researcher in the process of being officially accredited thanks to Professor Oak. Joy. Cain began to speak, but stopped. He didn't know how to address her. All the Joys were named Joy. How was he supposed to refer to this one in particular? Call me Yui. This call is from the Goldenrod City Research Base. Have you discovered something? Her expression remained cold. Cain didn't worry about her lack of expressiveness and replied, "Yes, I found something important." Yui nodded without hesitation. Hold on a moment. She pressed several keys on her videophone and the screen split into multiple sections, each one showing a call in progress. Yui, is something wrong? It's unusual for you to call at this hour. Sister Yui. Yui, what's the situation? Cain recognized the president of the Hoenn League, Juan, and another Joy who had called Yui sister. Some faces were familiar to him, others weren't. But all were high-ranking officials. Kanto asked us to send an investigator to infiltrate Team Rocket. We now have some information to share, Yui explained without changing her expression. The others accepted the news without surprise. They seemed used to her tone. Cain, what did you find out? Asked Juan. He knew Cain was on the mission, but didn't expect results so quickly. I managed to infiltrate the Team Rocket auction and made contact with some of their high-ranking members. Here's what I found out, Cain reported. The others fell silent, attentive. First, Team Rocket auctioned off a legendary Pokémon, Moltres. It was acquired by the Berlitz family of Sinnoh. Other families and corporations also participated, and I'll include their names in my report. The High Command nodded. They had heard rumors, but no confirmation. Second, in Callos there's an organization called Lysandra Labs, which has established ties with Team Rocket and supplies them with a special type of combat suit. I suspect their relationship runs quite deep. Any company capable of cooperating with Team Rocket had to be powerful. Third, Team Rocket has a secret base in Olivine City where they conduct biological research. We believe they are working with legendary-class Pokémon and not ones on the same level as Moltres. That's all the information I've gathered. I'll send a detailed report soon. Cain spoke calmly, paying no mind to the others' expressions. Cain, can you confirm this? Especially the last part. Juan's tone was serious. A research base wasn't unusual, but if they were experimenting on legendary Pokémon, the situation became drastically different. Cain nodded. If Giovani had decided to expose the base in exchange for reinforcing his position in the League, Cain would simply take advantage of the opportunity. To Cain, both Team Rocket and the League were tools to be used to strengthen himself. Giovani had judged him well. He was someone driven by his own interests. Well done, exclaimed Juan. Did you all hear that, colleagues from Kanto? Some high-ranking officials from Kanto had doubted Cain, suspecting he was a Team Rocket spy. Now, Juan was elated. They accused us of harboring a mole, and it turns out Cain exposed more information in one day than their investigators did in months. The Kanto executives could only smile in resignation. Their intention when assigning Cain the mission had been to evaluate whether he was connected to Team Rocket. Now, they'd received a slap of reality. The people from Kanto were left speechless. However, the information Cain had provided was still extremely valuable. After sharing a few more details, he immediately hung up the phone to begin preparations. From Cain's perspective, although he was working for both Team Rocket and the League, he hadn't done anything that directly harmed either side. The League had obtained the information it wanted and would also have the opportunity to dismantle a Team Rocket research base, clearly a gain. On the other hand, Team Rocket, thanks to Cain, had managed to mislead the League, allowing them to operate more freely and fulfill their objectives. If Team Rocket succeeded in controlling Mutewo, then everything Cain had done so far could be seen as helping them. However, Cain already knew that although Mutewo might be controllable at first, they would eventually lose that control. When that moment came, not only would Team Rocket be unable to face the League, but they would also suffer Mutewo's retaliation. In that sense, Cain wasn't really supporting either side, yet both were benefiting from his actions. Both sides were convinced Cain was on their side and had helped them achieve their goals. A true masterstroke, 3 birds with 1 stone. Cain was playing his role as a double agent exceptionally well. All 3 sides had gained something without suffering major losses. Of course, if anyone came out the worst in all of this, it was Team Rocket, who had lost a research base. No, actually, the biggest loser was Lysandra Labs. They were the ones truly in trouble. Initially, they only wanted to see if they could obtain information about Mega Stones through Team Rocket. Later, they began cooperating with Team Rocket with the intention of gaining some benefits. Now, however, Giovani had completely given them up. Well, rather than selling them out, he simply let the League decide whether Lysandra Labs had the capacity to continue collaborating with Team Rocket. Now everything depended on how strong Lysandra Labs really was and whether they could withstand the League's investigation. The people from the Kanto League hurried to close the video call, otherwise, they didn't know how long Juan would keep mocking them. Cain didn't know all the intricacies of the situation, but seeing Juan's reaction, he was able to deduce a few things. Juan was quite protective of his own. With the Kanto communication closed, only Juan and Yui remained on the call. Cain, you did well this time. When you finish the mission, leave there as soon as possible. Kanto is still unstable right now, said Juan. Cain nodded. After a few final instructions, Juan ended the call. Yui didn't have much to say to Cain either. Her personality wasn't one for talking much. She simply informed him that once the League confirmed the location of the Team Rocket base in Olivine City, his mission would be considered complete and he would have free time. If the opportunity arose, he could travel to Callos to investigate Lysandra Labs further and see if he could gather more relevant information. Cain had no objections and accepted the suggestion. In fact, after completing the construction of his island, he had been considering visiting the Callos region, since it was the place of origin of Mega Evolution. Perhaps he could find more Mega Stones before they became widely known. Now, having the excuse of investigating Lysandra Labs made it even better. Moreover, Cain suspected that the Mega Stone auctioned at the event had come from Lysandra Labs. If that was the case, it meant they might still have many more stored in their facilities. The idea was highly appealing to him. After ending all the calls, Cain concluded the mission. The surrounding researchers looked at him with admiration. An advanced-level researcher was, without a doubt, an advanced-level researcher. What they had considered a complicated, clueless case, Cain had solved in just one day, obtaining information on a secret Team Rocket base. For them, this was a massive achievement. Even though they hadn't played a major role in the mission, at least they could say they had worked with Cain and share in some of the credit. Write a report and send it to the higher-ups. You heard what was said, right? I don't think I need to explain the details, said Cain. Understood. Thank you, sir, responded one of the intermediate-level researchers immediately. Cain made it clear that he didn't want to take all the credit and was allowing them to share in some of the recognition, which would help them in future promotions. It was his way of supporting them. After bidding farewell with a gesture, Slowking used the move Teleport and vanished with Cain from the room. There were still 6 days left of Team Rocket's auction. The upcoming sessions likely wouldn't be as intense as today's, so he didn't plan to attend all of them to avoid drawing suspicion. In any case, the resources he needed could still be acquired at the black market shops. That night, Cain decided to change the Pokémon he carried with him. Until now, he had barely needed to use them. At the auction, their main function had been deterrence, without participating in any battles. In his hotel room, Cain swapped out his Pokémon and brought back Pupitar. With a wave of his right hand, he activated the unowned dimensional space, creating a rift in the wall that led to a dimension resembling a training field. Now that he had 5 unown, the space was larger and more stable. Furthermore, any activity carried out in that dimension didn't affect the outside world, allowing him to train in privacy from his hotel room. He didn't close the entrance to the space, since his system was still connected to Porygon on the island. If he closed the portal, he'd lose connection with it, which could affect the island's development. Inside the dimensional space, Cain summoned Pupitar and Combusken. The Mega Stone he had obtained could belong to one of them. Whether it was Pupitar or Combusken, whichever got the Mega Stone would be a great advantage for him. However, since the Mega Stone was wrapped in a smooth rock, Cain suspected it was meant for Pupitar. He decided to test it. Under the system scan, he observed the changes in the Mega Stone when Pupitar approached. The moment Pupitar got close, the energy within the Mega Stone began to fluctuate. Seeing the energy curve on the screen, Cain's heart skipped a beat. And then, the surprise turned to joy. He had hit the mark. It was Tyranitar's Mega Stone, Tyranitarite. And it came with a bonus, a special rock with sandstorm properties. The Tyrant of the Desert was ready for battle. This was the second time that testing a Mega Stone's compatibility with one of his Pokémon had yielded results. He had obtained exactly the Mega Stone he desired most, though it was a pity for Combusken. However, Cain knew the approximate location of Blaziken's Mega Stone. He only needed to travel to the Callos region to have a chance of finding it. Since the alternate space had already been created, there was no reason to waste it, so he released all his Pokémon to train. There was a matter worth mentioning. In addition to the method for crafting the quality enhancement potion that he had obtained from old Matsuda, Cain had also acquired several methods from him to gradually improve a Pokémon's quality. Through adjustments to Pokeblock formulations and daily feeding, this effect could be achieved. Among all of Cain's combat-ready Pokémon, the only one whose aptitude still remained at blue quality was Honchkrow. However, after a long period of dietary adjustment with special Pokeblocks, today, within the alternate space, Honchkrow's quality finally reached its limit and broke through the blue quality barrier, ascending to dark blue. Although, within the dark blue range, its tone was still among the lightest. Even so, this small breakthrough was crucial, as it marked a qualitative transformation. Every time a Pokémon's quality improved, it was as if they underwent a form of evolution. If Honchkrow could improve gradually, then the Pokémon who had already completed their evolution and stabilized their quality would also have a chance to make progress. Of course, the process would be more complicated and time-consuming for them compared to Honchkrow. But as long as there was a chance, it was worth trying. In fact, it wasn't just Honchkrow who had shown changes. Pokémon like Weevil, Drapion, and Gengar had experienced subtle changes in aptitude since evolving, becoming deeper over time, though the difference was not as obvious. Honchkrow's improvement prompted Cain to pay closer attention to his other Pokémon. Upon re-examining them through the system, he confirmed that indeed, their aptitudes had improved slightly. But they were still far from a meaningful transformation. Apparently, the current progressive improvement formulas weren't effective enough. Otherwise, crossing the threshold between dark blue and light purple shouldn't take so long, perhaps 1 or 2 years at most. Cain couldn't afford to wait that long. Therefore, he ordered the system to attempt optimizing the formula based on the collected data and existing information to make it more effective. If he could obtain the data the Rocket team had gathered in their research on Mew's DNA, the system might be able to create a top-tier formula. Unfortunately, the security surrounding that data was extreme. Even Porygon 2 couldn't access it through the network. It was simply inaccessible. After all, Porygon 2 was created by Team Rocket, so it was only natural that they had anticipated possible breaches. For now, all Cain could do was wait to see if the system could find a way to optimize the formula. Cain sat on the floor and allowed his Pokémon to continue training. Honchkrow's breakthrough had reminded him of the importance of improving the quality of his Pokémon. Even if they couldn't experience a drastic transformation like evolution, progress couldn't be allowed to stagnate. Before, due to a lack of resources, Cain had opted for materials with the best cost-performance ratio. But now that he had enough money, he could afford to use rarer and more valuable ingredients. Only by improving the quality of his Pokémon could they have a shot at reaching even higher levels in the future. While the system ran its analysis, Cain shifted his attention to Porygon 2. Through the system, he felt as if he were seeing directly from Porygon 2's perspective. Only, lacking limbs, movement was somewhat inconvenient. However, simply thinking about moving or taking an action allowed the system to relay the command to Porygon 2. Since the distance wasn't too great, the information transmission caused only a 1 or 2-second delay in Porygon 2's actions. When Cain transported Pupitar and the others, he also sent the Pokémon he had purchased at the auction to the island. Some of them didn't require supervision. Once released, they knew exactly what to do. Their primary task was to accelerate vegetation growth in the forest, making the island more lush and full of life. Cain's main reason for controlling Porygon 2 was to tend to the Bulbasaur and Chikorita. These Pokémon, like the island's Cyndaquil, were starter Pokémon. Cain planned to raise them for future generations, whether for personal use or trade. Therefore, they required special care. He assigned them nearby living areas and ensured they were regularly fed. Among the 3 Bulbasaur, there was 1 male and 2 females. Among the 4 Chikorita, there was 1 male and 3 females. It was an ideal setup. Cain hoped the males would do their job well. To help, he planned to improve their diet and strengthen their bodies. These Pokémon had decent aptitudes, ranging from light green to dark green quality. Over the generations, they could produce offspring with light blue quality aptitudes. At that point, they would be considered high-quality Pokémon. If Cain found other starters in the future, he wouldn't hesitate to buy them. If he could gather enough, breeding would guarantee Pokémon with excellent aptitudes. If someone ever discovered his island by accident, they would no doubt be astonished. Cain had invested too many resources into its development. Fortunately, with Pokémon like Altaria watching over the area, most people wouldn't be able to take anything. If an intruder proved too powerful, Porygon 2 would have enough time to evacuate the Pokémon. Also, now that the island was hidden, finding it wouldn't be easy. After confirming that everything was in order, night fell. After a day's work, Cain laid down in bed and enjoyed a well-earned rest. The next morning, he returned to the black market. The system had spent the entire night calculating and analyzing data, managing to develop a more effective formula. If it could be integrated into Pokeblocks, the pace of quality improvement for his Pokémon would increase significantly. The ingredients were expensive, but that was no longer a problem. In addition to these materials, Cain also planned to acquire rare berry trees and valuable plants. If cultivated on the island, they could grow quickly thanks to the energy-rich water in the area. The only downside was that, no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find any fire or water-type starters. He didn't know if he'd have better luck in the coming days. But he wasn't only looking for starters. Any rare Pokémon that could be bred in groups was also a viable option. The 7-day Grand Exchange Market had come to an end. During the past 6 days, Cain hadn't attended the auction. It wasn't that there were no valuable items, but rather that he simply didn't find anything he truly needed. Instead, he preferred to wander around the stalls outside, where he occasionally found hidden gems, rare medicinal materials disguised as ordinary items, or Pokémon whose quality didn't appear remarkable at first glance, but still held some value. Each day, he conducted a small exploration, and overall, the outcome was quite fruitful. By the end of the Grand Exchange Market and after deducting expenses, Cain still had around 400 million Pokédollars left. Over 100 million Pokédollars had been invested in the purchase of materials, as the system had analyzed a new formula for improving Pokémon quality. These ingredients weren't common and had a significantly high value. Cain feared he might not be able to acquire them in the future, so he stocked up enough to last a long while. With that, at least for the next 6 months, he wouldn't have to worry about materials needed for the gradual development of his Pokémon. This made him realize that although money appeared abundant on the surface, when it came to training Pokémon with high-quality materials, expenses piled up quickly. Training a Pokémon could be a bottomless pit, depending on how much a trainer was willing to invest. Of course, investment brought rewards. The difference lay in how efficiently resources were used. Some trainers maximized their effectiveness, while others wasted resources without seeing significant results. Cain had the advantage of having the system, which allowed him to accurately analyze the most efficient ways to use materials. He didn't have to rely on specialized breeders to craft personalized Pokeblocks or aptitude optimization tools. By simply acquiring the right ingredients, he could prepare the supplies himself, saving a fortune in additional costs. For some, labor costs to obtain customized products far exceeded the cost of the materials themselves. Cain, on the other hand, was already among the trainers with the highest resource conversion efficiency. Only breeders with decades of experience achieved a similar level of optimization, and most of them had already retired, living under the League's protection and enjoying a quiet life. These elders were, without a doubt, the true treasures of the League. With the end of the trade conference, the airport, train station, and bus terminal of Goldenrod City became bustling with activity. Cain, being proactive, had bought his plane ticket to the Callos region 6 days in advance. Moreover, he chose to travel first class. With so much money in hand, he saw no reason not to enjoy a bit of luxury. His destination was Lumio City, the largest metropolis in Callos. Before the League incorporated Callos into its territory, this city was already the heart of the region. In terms of population and size, Lumio City was the largest of all cities under League control. Among the city's most iconic landmarks was the Prism Tower, which was not only a symbol of the metropolis, but also the region's electric-type gym. However, Cain wasn't sure who the gym leader was at the time, since they hadn't participated in the Sinnoh conference and probably weren't a young prodigy. Another notable place was the Lumio City Art Museum, located in the northern part of town. It featured numerous works related to Pokémon. Entry was free, though the number of daily visitors was limited. Lumio City was structured like a giant circle, with the Prism Tower at the center, surrounded by a dense network of streets and buildings. The city also had several waterways. Cain had acquaintances in Lumio City and planned to visit them once he arrived. There were also the Lysandra Labs, located in the city, a place the League would likely investigate if it decided to thoroughly examine the Callos region. Due to the great distance, the flight was long, and Cain slept for more than 10 hours on board. When he landed, it was already the next morning. Upon exiting the airport, the first thing he noticed were the architectural differences between Lumio City and the other cities he had visited. Though it was a modern metropolis, the city had a classic and elegant air, with streets paved with old cobblestones instead of asphalt, emphasizing its rich history. The Callos region had a documented history of over 3,000 years, with records dating back to the area's first unified kingdom and its legendary king. Cain wandered aimlessly, calmly exploring the city. Up to that point, the region didn't have a significant presence of criminal organizations. Only a few small scattered groups existed, none of which posed a real threat to the League. However, the League had increased its control over Callos, to the point of sending Lance to carry out high-risk missions in the region. Other areas had also sent representatives to strengthen supervision. As he walked the streets, Cain suddenly came across a familiar sign. Sycamore Pokémon Lab. Augustine Sycamore, who would one day become the most prestigious Pokémon professor in Callos, was still just a Pokémon researcher at the moment and was in the process of establishing himself as one of the League's most promising figures. Augustine Sycamore's talent wasn't limited to research. Had he chosen to become a trainer, he undoubtedly would have earned a spot in Callos' Elite Four. In the last Callos conference, Augustine Sycamore had served as the regional team's leader, a testament to his influence within the Callos League. Cain hadn't expected Sycamore to have already set up his own laboratory in Lumio City. He stopped for a moment in front of the lab's entrance, thinking. After a brief pause, he decided to walk in directly. Upon entering the Sycamore Pokémon Lab, The first things visible were several high-precision instruments and various Pokémon researchers busy with their tasks. There weren't too many workers, and all of them seemed absorbed in their respective work. When Cain entered, the Pokémon researchers continued with what they were doing until one of them, having finished his task, approached to receive him. Cain remained mostly still and was also wearing the League researcher uniform, which resulted in him being treated with considerable courtesy. "How may I help you, Sir Researcher?" asked the Pokémon researcher, a man with thick glasses who, however, didn't have the air of a bookworm. Cain nodded slightly out of courtesy and asked, "Is Mr. Sycamore available?" The Pokémon researcher showed a strange expression for a moment, but still responded, "Yes, he's inside. I'll take you to him." Cain noticed his expression and felt curious. What was that mix of a smile and slight discomfort about? Without asking further, he followed the Pokémon researcher to a reception room. The man opened the door and announced, "Mr. Sycamore, another researcher has arrived." "Another?" After saying this, the Pokémon researcher motioned for Cain to enter and then left to continue his work. "Who is it?" came Augustine Sycamore's voice from inside. Upon seeing Cain at the door, his face lit up with pleasant surprise. "Cain, what are you doing here?" "Cain," another voice echoed from within. "Lance." Cain immediately recognized the voice. It was none other than Lance, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. Augustine Sycamore smiled and welcomed Cain. "Cain, it's such a pleasure to see you. Please come in." You arrived at just the right moment. Inside, sitting on a sofa with his eyes fixed on the door, was Lance, with his signature red hair and inseparable cape. "Lance," Cain smiled at him and nodded, taking a seat next to him on the sofa. Lance extended his fist. Cain, after a brief moment of confusion, understood and bumped fists with him. "Cain, I heard about what you did in Kanto." "Nice work," said Lance with a smile. The mission at the Team Rocket's Grand Trade Market had originally been meant for Lance, but an important assignment in Callos kept him from returning in time. Lance had understood what the League was doing with Cain. More than a mission, it was also a test to evaluate his reliability. Although he was displeased with the Kanto League's way of doing things, he still lacked the influence to oppose it openly. However, upon learning how Cain had handled the mission, he couldn't help but admire him. Moreover, the information Cain had provided led the League to raid the rocket base in Olivine City. Though some high-ranking members of that base managed to escape, the blow was significant. Important documents regarding their research were recovered, allowing the League to better understand their movements. Now, within the Kanto League, no one doubted Cain. His position was secure. Even within Team Rocket, Giovani had made sure no one questioned Cain's undercover identity. Anyone who knew the truth and wasn't trustworthy had been sent to other regions, where they posed no threat to his cover. Cain shook his head at Lance's words. It wasn't that big of a deal. Augustine Sycamore, who had been listening silently, showed a spark of curiosity in his eyes. Lance, noticing his expression, briefly explained what Cain had accomplished in Kanto. When Augustine Sycamore understood the magnitude of what had happened, he gave a thumbs up in approval. "Seems like it wasn't just that," commented Augustine Sycamore. "I heard Cain is now also a Pokémon researcher. Looks like we'll be colleagues in the future." "Really?" Lance showed a surprised expression. Augustine Sycamore briefly explained how Professor Oak had shared Cain's research on the evolutionary method of Slowking and Politoed. If it weren't for the fact that information about the fairy type still couldn't be revealed, Cain would be even more famous in the Pokémon research community. With both of them praising him nonstop, even Cain, with his usual composure, felt a slight blush. All right. One compliment was enough. If you keep this up, you're going to make me blush." Cain had already secured his position within the League. Furthermore, Juan, the League president in the Hoenn region, openly supported him, making others from different regions hesitant to challenge him directly. "By the way, Lance, what are you doing here?" Cain asked after a moment of conversation. Lance sighed and rubbed his forehead. "My mission was supposed to be over and I could return, but thanks to you," he said with a machinoid expression. "Since you discovered the connection between Lysandra Labs and Team Rocket, the League decided I should stay and investigate further." After a pause, he added, "So now you have to help me investigate it." Cain didn't fall for it. "I already took care of the Team Rocket matter. Consider yourself lucky. Investigating a lab is nothing compared to that." Lance was left speechless for a moment. Cain was right. Infiltrating Team Rocket was far more dangerous than tracking leads on a lab. Augustine Sycamore, who had been listening, showed a hesitant expression. Cain noticed and asked, "Mr. Sycamore, is there something you'd like to say?" Augustine Sycamore nodded and replied, "I've known Lysandra for a long time. He was a kind man, talented, and always helped those in need. But lately, he's changed. He no longer appears in public and has stopped supporting the underprivileged." Augustine Sycamore's words made Cain recall Lysandra's story. A man who once wanted to make the world a better place, but who, after being betrayed and disappointed by those he helped, became convinced that the world needed to be purified. That's how Team Flare was born. Cain and Lance obtained information about Lysandra from Augustine Sycamore. The three of them spent the morning at the laboratory. After lunch, Lance and Cain said their goodbyes. Lance had to investigate more about the Lysandra labs, but Cain declined his invitation to accompany him. It was still an early phase of the investigation, and there weren't any important tasks. Letting Lance handle it for now was the best option. If, in the future, the Lysandra labs became a real threat, then he would consider helping. Cain had his own goals, and working alone gave him greater freedom. Moreover, even though Team Flare had not yet emerged, their ability to collaborate with Team Rocket was proof enough that they already had considerable power. Acting carelessly could be dangerous. Lance had probably already reached the elite level. The last time they met, he was on the cusp of the quasi-elite level. Lance said goodbye to Cain with a resigned expression. Cain's first destination was Shalar City. That place held valuable records about mega evolution. In fact, it was considered one of the key locations in the history of this phenomenon in the Callos region. The family of the Shalar City gym leader had maintained knowledge of mega evolution as a generational secret. No one knew exactly since when, but at some point in history, they had discovered mega evolution and used it within their lineage. Even the League was unaware of many details about it. In fact, the family members themselves didn't even know that what they used was mega evolution. They just considered it a special ability. But before leaving Lumio City, Cain had another task. He needed to visit someone. Someone who might have the Blazikenite. He remembered that the future gym leader of Lumio City would be a boy fond of mechanics. His father, a highly talented trainer, owned a Blaziken capable of mega evolving. The problem was that man's personality. To put it kindly, he had a flair for the dramatic. More directly, he was an eccentric who dressed in a cape and mask, calling himself Blaziken Mask. Since mega evolution was not yet a confirmed concept, he wasn't sure whether this man possessed the Blazikenite. For now, he should be running an appliance shop in Lumio City. Looking for a small shop in such a big city could be complicated. Luckily, he remembered it was near the Prism Tower. He didn't need to check every shop one by one. He just had to go near those that sold appliances and use his system to detect Pokémon with strong energy waves. He took off his League researcher uniform and put on sportswear before walking through the streets of Lumio City. His behavior didn't attract much attention from the passers-by. Fortunately, the search process was faster than expected. Near the Prism Tower, he found the shop he was looking for. It was a store with a peculiar facade, and his system detected a high concentration of electrical energy inside. Not only because of the appliances, but also because of an electric-type Pokémon. Cain took a deep breath and entered. "Welcome. How can I help you?" A child's voice greeted him. He looked down and saw a small boy sitting on the floor, playing with tools while disassembling an unknown appliance. Or rather, he was completely taking it apart. Cain smiled and asked, "Hi there, little one. Is your father home?" Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man came out from the back room. He had brown hair and eyes, wore yellow overalls, and had a clear look of someone involved in maintenance and repair. When he saw Cain, he was momentarily surprised. "Sorry to intrude," Cain said politely. "You're Cain, right?" the man asked. Eh? Yes." Cain blinked, surprised. Did he know him? Ahahaha. I knew it was you. The semi-finalist from the Sinnoh tournament. I didn't expect to see you in my shop. Need help with something? Or maybe you've got an appliance that needs fixing, the man said, laughing heartily. Woo. From behind the man, a yellow creature with a bright red orb on its head appeared. An Ampharos. The electrical energy his system had detected was coming from this Pokémon. Pokémon, Ampharos, blue. Gender, male. Level, 59. Type, electric. Ability, static. Held item, none. Egg moves, body slam, iron tail, agility, electric terrain. Base moves, thunder punch, zap cannon, magnetic flux, ion deluge, dragon pulse, fire punch, tackle, growl, thunder shock, thunder wave, cotton spore, charge, takedown, electro ball, confuse ray, power gem, discharge, cotton guard, signal beam, light screen. Learned. Moves, electroweb, snore, focus punch, magnet rise. TM moves, protect, safeguard, thunderbolt, thunder, volt switch, wild charge. Seeing Ampharos confirmed for Cain that the man was who he was looking for. Meyer. A powerful trainer living undercover in Lumio City. His signature Pokémon was a Blaziken that should be elite level in strength. This Ampharos wasn't weak either. It was close to reaching elite level. Meyer noticed Cain looking at Ampharos and laughed. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm Meyer, the owner of this shop. And this is my great partner, Ampharos. That little guy on the floor is my son, Clement. Isn't he handsome? He inherited my good looks. While speaking, he didn't miss a chance to praise himself. Clement sighed and kept focusing on his experiment, ignoring him. Cain had considered several possibilities about the current gym leader of Lumio City, but seeing Ampharos's power almost confirmed his suspicion. If Meyer wasn't the gym leader, he had to be closely related. Otherwise, there would be no way a kid like Clement would become a gym leader in the future. Unless he had an extremely powerful father. Mr. Meyer, I'm here because of this. I have a device that needs repair. Do you think you can help me? Cain asked, pulling out a damaged gadget he had prepared in advance. Meyer didn't even look at it before patting his chest with pride. Don't worry. There's no device in Lumio City that I can't fix. With that, he led Cain to his personal workshop. The shelves were filled with electronic devices and tools. Cain squinted. By the way, Mr. Meyer, do you happen to have a portable device for Pokémon transfer here? Cain asked suddenly. Upon hearing Cain's words, Meyer was momentarily stunned. Then he replied, if you ask around other appliance shops in Lumio City, you probably won't find it, because this kind of thing is already beyond the scope of electrical devices. But in my store, I don't have it either. Cain stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance. After all that speech, you don't have it? Then why say so much? Cain felt a slight headache coming on. Ha ha. Although I don't have one right now, if you need it, I can make it for you, Meyer said, laughing, patting Cain's shoulder with complete confidence. Cain felt as though a few black lines should have appeared on his forehead. No wonder Clement barely returned home after becoming gym leader. This father was truly eccentric. When his son was still under 10, he was already helping him look for a wife and constantly encouraging him to surround himself with pretty girls. I better get straight to the point before I end up as weird as him, Cain thought. If possible, I do need it quite a bit, Cain nodded, then continued. By the way, one of the reasons I came today was for that, but I also wanted to ask, Mr. Meyer, have you come across any strange stones lately? Maybe the question's a bit sudden, but my friend Steven has an obsession with stone collecting. I heard your shop has some peculiar things, so I thought I'd ask. It was a rather forced excuse, but it all depended on who he said it to. If it were someone like Lance, who's extremely meticulous, he'd probably get suspicious. But someone like Meyer, he was unlikely to notice anything strange. Sure enough, after hearing Cain's question, Meyer wore a knowing expression. People with that kind of personality, no matter what world they're in, always seem like protagonists. Without that main character aura, they probably wouldn't last long. Strange stones? My shop's full of weird electrical gadgets, but strange stones. Meyer frowned, thinking. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. He immediately began rummaging through his chaotic workbench. Tools and parts flew to the floor as he enthusiastically dug around. After a while, he managed to pull out a crushed metal box from under a pile of junk. Found it. He blew the dust off the box. It was a metal tin resembling a candy case. When he opened it, it revealed its contents. There were some candy-like spheres, and among them a stone that looked very much like the sweets. Cain instinctively narrowed his eyes, but quickly returned to normal. Since his head was lowered, his expression wasn't visible. "If we're talking strange stones, I guess I only have this one," Meyer said. "My son Clement found it while playing on the floor. Thought it was candy and nearly cracked a tooth on it. Ha ha." Cain forced a smile. How curious. I've really never seen a stone like this." He took the mega stone in his hand and pretended to examine it carefully. Whap! Suddenly, a strong hand smacked Cain's shoulder with such force it nearly made him stagger again, despite his good physical condition. "If you've never seen one like it, then it's yours. I don't know what it's for anyway." Meyer smiled generously. But he didn't notice Cain was still rubbing his shoulder from the hit. No wonder he could leap across rooftops with his Blaziken. His physique was on par with that of fighting-type trainers. Cain thought about this while massaging his shoulder, observing the mega stone in his hand. Its core, with a leaf-like pattern, was predominantly red. It had to be the Blazikenite. If it really was Blaziken's mega stone, then the shoulder hit was worth it. "I can't accept your stone without offering something in return, sir. These kinds of things are quite rare." "I'll pay you for it," said Cain. Meyer, busy adjusting a machine on his workbench, waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's just a stone, not worth that much." "Hold on a sec." Then he refocused on his work. The device Cain had asked him to repair was already fully fixed and placed off to the side without him even noticing. No wonder Meyer was the owner of Lumio City's best appliance shop. His technical skill was impressive. It wasn't surprising his son Clement could build so many odd devices. All done. 10 minutes later, Meyer shouted with excitement. His sudden voice startled Cain, who had been examining gadgets on a shelf. No wonder his son and daughter were so jumpy. They probably grew up with constant shocks like this. "Cain, here's the portable Pokémon transfer device you asked for. It needs a separate signal receiver, so you'll have to buy that yourself. Just insert it into this slot." Meyer looked at him, expecting praise. Cain gave a thumbs up. He had no words to describe it, but at least he could give a gesture. After all, building such a device in just 10 minutes was impressive. Satisfied with the reaction, Meyer also gave a thumbs up, flashing a brilliant smile, his teeth so white they nearly reflected light. Finally, Cain took the device and the megastone and left the shop. If he stayed any longer, he feared his intelligence might suffer damage. He left an anonymous bank card as payment. Meyer had only asked for a symbolic price, but Cain left 5 million Poke dollars in the account. It wasn't an outrageous amount, but it wasn't small either. Though it didn't match the real value of a megastone at this moment, no one knew their true worth. For a shop owner, selling a simple stone for that price was more than generous. Meyer watched Cain walk away, his expression turning more serious. He was carefree but not stupid. He understood that the real reason for Cain's visit wasn't the device, it was the stone. What he couldn't figure out was what made that stone so special, or how Cain knew he had it. If he hadn't strained his memory, he probably would have forgotten it. But he didn't sense any ill intentions from Cain, so he decided not to press him. After all, Cain was also part of the Pokémon League. Maybe he has a device that detects these stones, but won't say anything because he's a League researcher, he told himself. Meyer swiped the bank card through a reader. 1, 2, 3, 5 million. Wow, how generous. That was equal to his annual salary. Since I left my post as gym leader, I haven't seen that much money all at once. Time to celebrate with Blaziken mask. He pulled a mask out from somewhere and put it over his face. Too dramatic. But after all, Meyer had been the Lumio City gym leader, and his Pokémon had been trained ever since. His Blaziken and Ampharos were no joke. After obtaining the Mega Stone he was looking for, although the process had been a bit frustrating, the result was quite satisfying. This stone should be Blaziken's Mega Stone. However, it couldn't be confirmed with 100% certainty. But as long as it was a megastone, it was already a great gain. After leaving Meyer's electronics store, he headed directly west of Lumio City. His objective in this city had been quickly completed, so it was time to focus on his next destination, Shalar City. Moreover, there were some things he could do on the way to Shalar City. On this trip to Lumio City, Cain had brought his Pokémon, Pupitar, Lyron, Combusken, Politoed, Ralts, Mismagius, and Slowking. Of course, Flygon, who was temporarily serving as an airborne mount, was not counted among his battle Pokémon. Normally, when traveling, he had to carefully consider which Pokémon to bring along, but now that was no longer necessary. Although Meyer had a somewhat peculiar way of thinking, his creations were flawless. Now, as long as Cain was in the Pokémon World and his system could stay in contact with Porygon 2, he could retrieve any Pokémon from his island at any time. Owning an island in the Pokémon World definitely had its advantages. As for the standalone signal receiver Meyer had mentioned, with the system, that accessory was unnecessary. To test it, Cain called out Carbink. Now that he had arrived in the Callos region, the place of origin of Carbink, perhaps that would help accelerate its evolution. It had been quite some time since he caught Carbink, but its evolution had been slow. Since Callos is the birthplace of fairy-type Pokémon, perhaps the environment would help with its development. As he walked, Cain carried Ralts in his arms. On this expedition, apart from Slowking, who was about to reach elite level, the rest of the Pokémon were still young. In Callos, there were many places suitable for training and strengthening them. Moreover, Cain already had the quality-boosting potions ready, so it was the perfect time to help them evolve. His first team was already on its way to reaching the elite level, so his second team needed to at least begin reaching the quasi-elite level. For now, the only one that almost met that requirement was Swampert. On the other hand, Combusken had already been in its current stage for a long time. He hadn't been able to evolve it earlier because he didn't yet have the required quality-enhancing potion, but now he not only had everything he needed, he had also obtained the Mega Stone. Once Combusken evolved into Blaziken, its path to power would be completely clear. As a trainer, Cain had already prepared everything for Blaziken's future. Upon leaving Lumio City and entering a remote part of Route 13, Cain called out Combusken to test the Megastone he had just obtained. As expected, it was Blaziken's Megastone, the Blazikenite, the same one that would belong to Meyer's Blaziken in the future. He didn't know how Meyer would manage without it in the future, but for Cain, it was an extremely valuable acquisition. With Combusken at level 32, it was about to evolve. After confirming the authenticity of the Megastone, Cain also called out Lyron and Pupitar. Although Route 13 had beautiful Kumarine City to the left and the bustling Lumio City to the right, this path was known as the Lumios Badlands. Here, the land was arid, the wind blew reddish sand mixed with dust. It was an ideal terrain for rock and ground-type Pokémon, making it a perfect environment for Pupitar and Lyron. Combusken wasn't too comfortable in this kind of landscape, but it wasn't too problematic either. With the smooth rock embedded with the Tyranitarite in its possession, Pupitar had even greater control over the sand. Since its birth as a Larvitar, it had always shown great skill in manipulating ground and rock-type energies. After its exposure to Groudon's energy, its control over ground-type energy had intensified even more, which in turn strengthened its mastery over rock-type energy. Now, with the smooth rock, it could prevent the wind from blowing sand toward them, protecting the team. With Laren's help, Cain didn't even need protective goggles. He could walk unhindered through the largest desert in Callos. Instead of following the paths designated by the Pokémon League, he decided to venture directly into the heart of the desert. The wild Pokémon near the main path weren't strong enough to provide meaningful combat experience. Since Ralts had entered her growth stage, Cain had begun to train her. Although she hadn't participated in a real battle yet, she was no longer a newborn. Compared to other Pokémon, her situation was privileged, as Cain had never forced her to fight because he didn't urgently need more combatants. As a result, Ralts had enjoyed a prolonged and peaceful childhood. But now that she was in her growth stage, she had to start battling. Fortunately, she had learned psychic training exercises from Slowking on the island, which had allowed her to reach level 10 without needing to fight directly. Although she couldn't contribute much to the battles of Combusken and the others, for her, each battle was safe. She just had to stay close to Cain and launch long-range attacks without any worries. That's how she began to understand her master Slowking's battle style. Although unlike Slowking, who sometimes engaged in physical combat, Ralts remained completely in the rear. As they ventured deeper into the desert, encounters with wild Pokémon became more frequent. However, since they were still at the entrance of the desert, most weren't very high level, serving merely as a warm-up for Combusken and the others. In a place like this, if you didn't carry a compass, it was very easy to get lost. Suddenly, Pupitar and Lyron cried out in unison. Cain frowned and saw a whirlwind of red sand rapidly approaching. It was one of the peculiarities of the Lumios Badlands. Some Pokémon used these whirlwinds to stealthily approach their prey and launch surprise attacks. Someone unfamiliar with the area could be easily ambushed. But this enemy had chosen the wrong target. Pupitar and Lyron had already detected it from afar. The only thing left to see was which Pokémon was hiding behind the sandstorm. Combusken, bring it out. Let's see what kind of Pokémon it is, Cain said to Combusken. Busk. Combusken growled and charged straight forward. Halfway there, it pushed off with its legs and leapt into the air. Its entire body showed perfectly defined muscle lines. Its legs targeted the pile of sand. Bang! Bang! Combusken's double kick sent the Pokémon flying out of the sand pile. A brownish Pokémon was thrown out. Tyrant? Cain recognized the Pokémon instantly when he saw it. The system immediately scanned the data of this Tyrant. Pokémon, Tyrant, green. Gender, male. Level, 34. Types, rock plus dragon. Ability, strong jaw. Held item, none. Egg moves, Thunder Fong, Ice Fong. Basic moves, Tail Whip, Tackle, Roar, Stomp, Bide, Stealth Rock, Bite, Charm, Ancient Power, Dragon Tail, Crunch. Learned moves, Iron Head, Earth Power, Dragon Pulse, Block. TM moves, none. Tyrant looked like a miniature Tyrannosaurus Rex, though with a much smaller body. This type of Pokémon, much like Steven's Armaldo, belonged to ancient eras. Only a few were still around in the present Pokémon world. However, many had been preserved in fossil form. With the current level of technology in the Pokémon world, as long as fossils were well preserved, these Pokémon could be revived. It's worth mentioning that Tyrant is a rock and dragon-type Pokémon. While not a pure dragon type, it had notably strong draconic blood. Although the emergence of fairy types had weakened the dominance of dragon types, their power was still deeply respected and hadn't lost its value. That's why, even though this Tyrant was of green quality, it was still valuable. Rahar. Having been kicked by Combusken, Tyrant got angry and roared with its mouth wide open. However, its roar carried an almost innocent tone and wasn't very intimidating. Since it was just a Tyrant, there was no need for 3 Pokémon to step in. Cain decided that Combusken would face it alone. The advantage was clear. Combusken, bulk up, Cain ordered. Combusken didn't flinch at Tyrant's roar. Upon hearing Cain's command, it started flexing in front of the Pokémon. Even though its body was covered in feathers, they didn't hide its well-defined muscles. Seeing the Pokémon that had just kicked it now showing off its muscles, Tyrant grew even more furious. Did it really think he was still a baby? Tyrant roared again, charged with all its might, and ran toward Combusken with its mouth wide open. Black streaks appeared around its jaws, and its sharp teeth emanated an icy aura. Crunch! Tyrant's strong jaw ability greatly increased its bite force, boosting all biting moves by 50%. If it landed a bite, it could be fatal for many Pokémon. Even Combusken needed to avoid getting bitten. Combusken, sand attack. Then use agility to dodge, get behind it. Combusken scooped up sand with its feet and hurled it straight into Tyrant's face. Some of it got into the Pokémon's eyes. This slowed its charge. Combusken started running across the terrain. With its speed boost ability and the agility move, Combusken reached top speed almost instantly. Tyrant was already slow, and now the gap between the two became even more apparent. Double kick. From behind Tyrant, Combusken heard Cain's command and launched itself with power toward the Pokémon's neck. Bang! Bang! 2 kicks landed squarely on Tyrant's head. The Tyrant staggered and fell to the ground. For a moment, it looked completely disoriented. Who am I? Where am I? What was I doing? Was someone attacking me? Yes! Someone was attacking me. As it came to, it ignored the charging Combusken and let out a heart-wrenching cry with its mouth wide open. The cry was so pitiful, anyone watching would think Cain had done something horrible to it. Suddenly, the crying stopped. Combusken had landed 2 more kicks to its head, knocking it out. Fighting-type moves are doubly effective against rock types. With the boost from Bulk Up and Double Kick, Combusken quickly defeated it. Combusken stood in place, looking at its hands and feet, feeling an immense power within its body. It realized it had grown stronger without noticing. It remembered the first time Cain had let it fight in a battle. When it took a hit, it had cried and run to Cain. But now it could take down a similarly leveled Pokémon with just a few blows. This was the feeling of becoming stronger. A warm current flowed through its muscles. From Cain's perspective, Combusken had leveled up after defeating Tyrant. It was now at level 35, just 1 level away from evolving. Combusken had already accumulated enough experience, it just hadn't had many chances to show it. This time, it had unleashed its full potential. Cain tossed a Pokeball and captured the Tyrant. A Dragon-type Pokémon was still a valuable asset. Suddenly, the wind and dust around them intensified. Lyron and Pupitar came closer to Cain, their expressions serious as they observed the surroundings. Cain also noticed the shift in the environment. He furrowed his brow slightly, then relaxed. Looks like this Tyrant didn't come alone. Seems he brought me a nice gift too, Cain said calmly. The dust thickened, but within the storm, several tall Pokémon figures could be made out. The tallest stood nearly 3 meters tall. A truly imposing Pokémon. Upon seeing these silhouettes, Cain knew exactly which Pokémon they were. Hit the little one and the big ones come. Since they were so close, they might as well all come together. Dragon-type Pokémon remained incredibly valuable. Cain's island could use more high-value Pokémon. These ancient dragon types seemed like a perfect choice. Even though Rock/Dragon wasn't the best typing, these Pokémon stood out for their physical power. And many Tyrantum had the strong jaw ability, a huge advantage for them. With firm steps, several silhouettes began to appear. It was a sizable group of Tyrantum, along with a few Tyrant. At a glance, there were around 20 of them. For ancient Pokémon, having a group of about 20 individuals in the modern era was already considered quite large. Even in ancient times, a combination like this of Tyrantum and Tyrant was a fairly notable group. At least, that was the impression it gave. The leading Tyrantum, upon seeing Cain, began to look around, searching for the Tyrant that had been there moments before. However, it didn't find the Tyrant. Instead, it saw Cain and his Pokémon. Cain narrowed his eyes as he looked at the lead Tyrantum, and his system scanned its data. Pokémon, Tyrantum, dark green. Gender, female. Level, 42. Type, rock plus dragon. Ability, strong jaw. Held item, none. Egg moves, Thunder Fong, Ice Fong, Rock Polish. Basic moves, Rock Slide, Head Smash, Tail Whip, Tackle, Roar, Stomp, Bide, Stealth Rock, Bite, Charm, Ancient Power, Dragon Tail, Crunch, Dragon Claw, Thrash. Learned moves, Dragon Pulse, Iron Tail, Block, Earth Power, Stomping Tantrum. TM moves, none. This Tyrantum, nearly 3 meters tall, was clearly the leader of the group. A female Tyrantum. Cain also scanned the other Tyrantum and recorded their levels, which were around level 40. Tyrant evolved into Tyrantum at level 39, which explained their levels. It seemed this group of Tyrantum had been living in this barren plain for some time. They hunted using the same pattern as the earlier Tyrant. Now that one of the young ones had been attacked, all the adults had stepped forward. In fact, The entire group was present. Cain smiled as he pulled out a Pokeball and then the portable Pokémon transfer device he had recently received from Meyer. At the same time, on the island in the middle of the ocean, Porygon 2 projected Cain's image. Porygon 2 retrieved Swampert's Pokeball. After getting his consent, it returned him to his Pokeball and placed it in the transfer device, making it disappear from the island. Instantly, Cain held Swampert's Pokeball in his hand. He threw 2 Pokeballs at once. Swampert and Politoed appeared together. With Politoed's appearance, the sky over the plain began to fill with dark clouds. However, the clouds soon dissipated, as Cain had not ordered the rain to start. Without a Pokémon with a swift swim ability, and considering Pupitar and Lyron were present, the rain wouldn't be beneficial. Even so, with Swampert and Politoed on the field, there wouldn't be too much pressure in facing the Tyrantum and Tyrant. Their levels were considerably high. In fact, their presence was mainly to support Pupitar, Lyron, and Combusken. Pupitar, Stealth Rock and Precipice Blades. Lyron, Magnet Rise then Head Smash. Combusken, use Agility. Cain gave his Pokémon their commands. Pupitar used Stealth Rock immediately, since a joint charge from the Tyrantum could be terrifying. Also, this would be the first real battle where he used Precipice Blades since learning it. Even though the version of the move was incomplete, it was still very effective. Being a ground-type move, it would deal double damage to the Tyrantum. Lyron, with electric currents running through his limbs, though not able to fully levitate due to his weight, lightened the load on his legs and began charging forward like a rhinoceros. Combusken followed, matching his speed. When they were close to the Tyrantum, Combusken delivered a powerful kick to Lyron's back leg. Lyron used the momentum to charge even faster, while Combusken launched into the air thanks to the rebound force. Swampert and Politoed joined the charge. Swampert, who hadn't fought in a long time, wore a fierce expression. Dense earth energy gathered in his fists as the muscles in his arms tensed. He struck directly at the lead Tyrantrum's face. Pupitar, Lyron, and Combusken couldn't handle the lead Tyrantrum alone, so Swampert had to step in. Politoed also made a high leap, showing his impressive jumping ability, as he formed a spinning water sphere in his hands and launched it at another Tyrantrum. "Ralts, it's your turn," said Cain, patting his Pokémon as she floated beside him, cheering on her teammates. "Rills," she said with a playful grin before floating higher. A fine pink mist began to surround her. Misty terrain. As a psychic and fairy-type Pokémon, she had learned from Slowking in the psychic domain, while Forage's training had helped her master the fairy type. Although it was her first time using the move, the mist spread quickly, covering all the Pokémon. The Tyrantrum immediately felt the effects of the mist, which started to bother them. Even though Ralts was a low level, the mist managed to cause them some discomfort. Boom! Swampert's punch struck the leader Tyrantrum's head, taking her down effortlessly. The difference in levels and the type advantage were just too great. However, Swampert didn't continue attacking. This battle was meant to be mainly for Pupitar, Lyron, and Combusken. Lyron endured enemy attacks head-on, launching powerful counterattacks with Combusken's support. Pupitar, despite lacking visible limbs, was still agile. In fact, thanks to his control over the compressed gases inside him, he was more agile than when he was a Larvitar. Sharp earthen spikes emerged from the ground, striking the Tyrantrum or Tyrant in the stomach. Swampert, watching the scene, instinctively closed his legs with an uneasy feeling. Politoed kept fighting. Although his level was similar to the Tyrantrum, he displayed impressive combat skill. Combusken, the fastest of them, moved between the Tyrantrum, who, due to their large size, had a hard time catching him. Over time, his speed had reached its peak. After Swampert withdrew, the battle situation reached a stalemate. Although Pupitar, Lyron, and Combusken cooperated with great synchronization and had considerable battle experience, the level gap remained an obvious obstacle. Fortunately, Politoed managed to face 3 of the most powerful Tyrantrum on his own, providing the necessary space for Pupitar and the others to maneuver. Boom! Under Cain's precise orders, it was finally Pupitar who managed to break through. Pupitar's precipice blade's move displayed devastating power and outstanding effects, successfully defeating one of the Tyrantum. From that moment on, the other Pokémon also began to free themselves from their respective matchups. Combusken, as fast as ever, darted across the battlefield with agility, unleashing powerful kicks and using the Tyrant as breaking points, defeating them one by one. Boom! Boom! Two flames thrown by Combusken hit a Tyrantum directly in the face, and before it could react, his feet struck its face again with crushing force. Bang! The huge body of the Tyrantum crashed to the ground. Pupitar and Lyron had also finished off their respective opponents. When all the Tyrantum and Tyrant that had surrounded Politoed were on the ground, he too had managed to defeat 3 opponents, completing an impressive 1-on-3 showdown. Looking at the fallen Pokémon, Cain nodded in satisfaction. Although Combusken, Pupitar, and the others had taken considerable damage, the result was excellent. This showed that, under proper leadership, a trainer's Pokémon could overcome their limits as long as there was enough synchronization and cooperation among them. Type advantage and battle experience had also been decisive factors. Even though the battle had seemed dangerous at times, the team had achieved victory. After the battle, Lyron leveled up. Ralts, who had used Misty Terrain and her psychic powers to assist in the fight, also leveled up. In her accelerated growth stage, Cain had prepared high-energy food for her in the form of Poke Blocks and combined it with regular training, allowing her to progress quickly. After defeating the group of Tyrantum and Tyrant, Cain captured them all with Pokeballs. It was a well-organized group of Tyrantum. Being Dragon-type Pokémon, they were quite valuable. Although Cain was not in urgent need of money, keeping them on his private island seemed like a good idea. However, due to the aggressive and wild nature of Tyrantum, it was necessary to control them carefully. Fortunately, Honchkrow and Drapion were on the island and could keep watch over them. They were assigned a specific area to live in, with food delivered regularly, maintaining them under a controlled breeding system. These Tyrantum would be treated at the same level as other rare Pokémon like Cyndaquil, Chikorita, and Bulbasaur, receiving special food every day. This would encourage their reproduction. Although the group was large, their overall quality wasn't particularly outstanding, so Cain considered the possibility of making selective adjustments. "I'm starting to feel like a great Pokémon breeder," Cain thought with a smile, reflecting on how to expand the number of Pokémon he was raising. The specific management details would be handled by the system, with Porygon 2 overseeing everything so Cain didn't have to worry. Finding a group of Tyrantum shortly after entering this wild region turned out to be good fortune, and gave his Pokémon valuable battle experience. Facing significantly higher-level Pokémon without showing fear left Cain feeling satisfied. The wild region was vast. By not following the official routes, encounters with wild Pokémon were more frequent and generally at higher levels. The Tyrantum group was relatively rare in this region, and Cain didn't come across another similar group. Most of the attacks came from rock and ground-type Pokémon. For example, it wasn't uncommon to run into groups of crocodile. This species was numerous and had great potential, making battles against them difficult. Frequently, after defeating a small group of Sandile or Krokorok, an even larger horde would appear in sequence. Despite Cain's leadership, when faced with such dense crowds, Pupitar and the others were sometimes forced to retreat. The objective was always to finish the battle quickly and move to a new location immediately. In addition to these Pokémon, there were others who did not attack directly, but upon entering their territory, they perceived Cain and his Pokémon as a threat and responded accordingly. If defeated, they would yield their territory without resistance. That was the law of the wild Pokémon. Survival of the fittest. As long as they could win, the territory would become theirs. For example, the Donphan, who preferred to live alone and defend their own territory. After being defeated by Cain, if their potential wasn't particularly great, he would simply let them go. These Pokémon, after losing, would choose to leave the area and search for new territories, challenging other Pokémon along the way. In the desert, without vegetation or abundant water, every resource was fiercely contested by Pokémon. Distrust and hostility toward intruders were far greater than in forests. Rather than heading directly to Kumarine City, Cain decided to take a slight detour to first visit the largest power plant in the Callos region, the Callos Power Plant. This place was the most important and powerful energy source in the entire region. In the future, Lysandra would attempt to extract a massive amount of energy from this plant to power his ultimate weapon. Cain wondered if Lysandra had already begun planning his weapon, and whether he had captured the legendary King AZ, known for possessing eternal life. If he hadn't reached that point yet, maybe Lysandra was still salvageable. In the past, he had been a prominent member of the League, committed to the welfare of society. But after criticism and scorn from the people, his transformation into the leader of Callos' largest criminal organization began. In his golden days, he even had a good relationship with Diantha, the future champion of Callos. However, his absence from the Sinnoh tournament made Cain suspect that something had already changed in his heart. Even so, it seemed he hadn't yet reached the point of complete madness. Without AZ's story and without the ultimate weapon, Lysandra likely had not yet conceived of such a drastic, final solution. Everything would depend on the results of Lance's investigation. The wasteland, a desolate place where not even a blade of grass grows, is filled with vast stretches of barren, rocky terrain. Yet in the midst of that solitude, a towering structure rises among piles of stone. Beneath this structure extends a vast wall enclosing the area, the Callos Power Plant, capable of supplying all of Lumio City with power. However, the current power plant is still of an outdated design, lacking the future improvements Clement would later implement, making it less efficient. It must operate non-stop every day to meet the energy demands of such a large city. Due to the existence of this plant, the entire wasteland is permeated by a special magnetic field. This phenomenon allows certain Pokémon to evolve in the presence of such a field. For example, Magneton can evolve into Magnezone, Nosepass into Probopass, and Charjabug, later discovered in the Alola region, can evolve into Vikavolt. These Pokémon require the presence of this special magnetic field and a certain level to evolve. From a distance, Cain observed the power plant but decided not to approach it. The facility had not yet been optimized and would not suffice to power the ultimate weapon. At this point, Lysandra likely hadn't even considered it a target. After leaving the power plant behind, Cain and his Pokémon continued their journey toward Kumarine City. Along the way, they encountered numerous wild Pokémon. Some attacked spontaneously, while others became hostile upon sensing Cain invading their territory. The Pokémon that managed to survive in this environment were considerably strong. The wasteland was the perfect place to train Combusken and the rest of Cain's Pokémon. Pupitar and Lyron, for their part, seemed to be in their element, as if they had returned home. Cain and his team spent a full 5 days crossing the wasteland. Originally, the journey shouldn't have taken that long, but Cain intentionally detoured into areas with a higher presence of wild Pokémon to train his team. Sometimes extremely powerful Pokémon would appear suddenly, resulting in significant damage to Combusken and Pupitar. However, the injuries were nothing compared to the gains in experience. When they finally emerged from the wasteland, Cain's Pokémon had reached new levels. Pupitar gained 3 levels, going from 34 to 37. Combusken and Lyron also showed significant progress, both reaching level 35. For Lyron, reaching level 35 wasn't anything special, but for Combusken, that level represented the threshold for evolution. Combusken had reached level 35 after defeating the Tyrant, but the subsequent battles had not pushed his level any further. It was as if an invisible obstacle blocked his progress. Combusken felt anxious, but Cain reassured him. Evolution is a process that requires patience. Forcing it could bring adverse results. For this reason, Combusken didn't participate in the final day's battles. Lyron and Pupitar took on the wild Pokémon. Combusken simply observed, standing beside Cain while the others fought. Little by little, his impatience began to fade. He started watching his companions' battles calmly, without the urgency that had consumed him before. In the distance, mountains dotted with green patches could be seen. It was Kumarine City, a place that perfectly blended mountains and coast, a quintessential vacation and tourist destination in the Callos region. Although the city seemed close, it would still take them half a day on foot to reach it. After defeating their opponents, Laron and Pupitar rejoined the group as Cain looked for a spot sheltered from the dust to rest and have lunch. After the meal, Combusken sat next to Cain and let out a soft busk. Cain patted his head with a smile, feeling the warmth radiating from his body. Combusken, there's a saying, haste is the enemy of success. The more you crave something, the harder it becomes to obtain it. Once you adjust your mindset, I believe that will be the moment of your evolution. Combusken slumped to the ground, visibly disappointed. It was clear he longed to evolve and become stronger. However, the more critical the moment, the less he should rush it. Cain decided to change the subject to avoid putting more pressure on him. You've trained hard. As a fighting-type Pokémon, it's not all about brute strength. Sometimes, technique is key, Cain said. Combusken tilted his head, intrigued. Wasn't it assumed that fighting-type battles were close combat, direct, and full of intensity? Cain smiled and picked up a stone from the ground, along with a leaf he found nearby. Look at this stone and this leaf. The stone is much heavier than the leaf, but if you throw both with all your strength, the stone will go farther, while the leaf will fall sooner, Cain explained as he threw both objects to demonstrate his point. Combusken watched the flight of the stone and the leaf and quickly understood the difference. Also, if you hit this stone with all your strength, it might break, but if you do the same to this strip of fabric, what will happen? Won't it feel like your strength has nowhere to go? Cain added while holding a strip of white cloth. Although Cain's strength wasn't comparable to Combusken's, the demonstration was enough to convey the concept. Combusken fell into deep thought. Sometimes, changing your perspective can be the key. It's not always about charging head-on. Even a soft strip of cloth can wrap around and subdue steel that can't be broken by a direct blow, said Cain. Combusken remained silent, but his eyes gleamed with newfound understanding. The same goes for evolution. It's there, but you can't force it. Maybe seeing things from another angle will help, Cain concluded. Combusken looked at his hands, clenching them as he felt his inner power. Change perspective. It was as if something had ignited within him. Suddenly, flames began to erupt from his body. Cain leapt back just in time to avoid being burned by the intense heat. Busk? Combusken looked at the flames on his arms and hands in surprise, not understanding what was happening. See? Sometimes, taking a different path makes it easier to reach the goal. Cain smiled and said, Evolve, Combusken. The big moment had arrived. Combusken was finally about to evolve. After overcoming the anxiety that had been blocking his development, Combusken, who had already fulfilled the necessary conditions, gained another level, entering an evolutionary state. Suddenly, his body began to emit intense flames, a clear sign of the overflowing energy within him. Nearby Pokémon, like Pupitar, who was resting off to the side, came closer to witness the transformation. Realizing he was about to evolve, they were happy for him but remained alert to prevent any wild Pokémon from interrupting the process. Cain watched the data changes in the system closely, recording every variation in Combusken's body. His body's development had reached its limit. Any further improvement would be minimal and slow. Only an evolution could break through those barriers and take him to an entirely new level. As a fire and fighting-type Pokémon, his daily training had been extremely intense. Flames completely engulfed Combusken, and the white light of evolution began to shine brightly. Prepared for this moment, Cain pulled out a dose of the quality enhancement potion he had prepared beforehand. This was the best time to maximize its effects. Using his psychic abilities, he directed the potion into Combusken's mouth. Instinctively, Combusken swallowed it whole. Upon absorbing the quality enhancement potion, the flames surrounding him intensified, and among the red-yellow flames, fine golden sparks appeared. These golden flames were the hottest his body had ever produced. Finally, the light of evolution fully enveloped him. His body began to transform. A Pokémon's evolution is a qualitative change, not only in its physical structure, but also in its inner energy and very essence. It's an almost magical process that seems to offer infinite possibilities. Perhaps Arceus, when creating the Pokémon World, never imagined the emergence of such extraordinary creatures. The system showed that all of Combusken's parameters had surpassed their previous limits, reaching unprecedented heights. This was the result of his constant effort to exceed his own boundaries. Blaziken! An enthusiastic cry rang out from within the white glow. The light and flames burst like fireworks, revealing the Pokémon in his new form. His white plumage contrasted with the powerful claws wrapped in bandages and his strong, muscular legs. His blue eyes emphasized his imposing presence, while the red, yellow, and white tones of his body gave him a majestic appearance. Intense flames emanated from his arms and legs, their heat felt even from a distance. When the flames faded, they seemed to transform into orange-colored feathers. Standing at 1.90 meters tall, Blaziken was now much taller than Cain, who was 1.70 meters. He had gone from being a small Pokémon to a towering and elegant figure. Blaziken had arrived. The system immediately recorded his updated data. Pokémon: Blaziken, purple. Gender: male. Level: 36. Type: fire plus fighting. Ability: speed boost. Held item: none. Egg moves: flame burst, agility, last resort, faint. Basic moves: scratch, growl, ember, sand attack, peck, double kick, flame charge, quick attack, bulk up, blaze kick, flare blitz, fire punch, high jump kick. Learned moves: heat wave, low kick, laser focus. TM moves: protect, earthquake, flamethrower, aerial ace, low sweep, stone edge, swords dance. After evolving, Blaziken's quality had improved to the purple color rank. Since evolving into Combusken, his quality had already reached the quasi-purple color. Later, through training and battles, he advanced to light purple quality. Thanks to the quality enhancement potion, his quality made a significant leap, solidifying at the purple level. Now, both Pupitar and Blaziken were at purple quality, putting them on par with Steven's team. Among the learned moves, he initially only had Heat Wave. The moves Low Kick and Laser Focus were taught by other Pokémon during training on the island. As for TMs, Cain had obtained various moves for Combusken during the Rocket Team's Grand Exchange Market. The moves Earthquake, Flamethrower, Aerial Ace, Low Sweep, Stone Edge, and Swords Dance were valuable moves that reflected Cain's confidence in him. That same confidence had likely pressured Combusken to evolve quickly. Among all the moves, Swords Dance had been especially costly. Cain had hesitated over which Pokémon should receive the Swords Dance TM. He ultimately decided to give it to Combusken, considering his upcoming evolution and the possibility of obtaining his Mega Stone in the Callos region. With the combination of the speed boost ability and Swords Dance, Blaziken would be a true offensive powerhouse. Additionally, upon evolving, Blaziken had learned powerful moves like Blaze Kick, Flare Blitz, and High Jump Kick. The move Blaze Kick, with 85 power, was perfect for his typing and had a high chance of landing critical hits. The moves Flare Blitz and High Jump Kick had power over 100, although they also came with risks. Flare Blitz caused recoil damage to the user, though it could remove the frozen condition. High Jump Kick, on the other hand, was an all-or-nothing move. If it missed, the backlash would deal massive damage to the user. Both moves were double-edged swords. However, their presence raised Blaziken's potential to a whole new level. With his speed boost ability, dodging his attacks would be extremely difficult. And with the boost from Swords Dance, Blaziken could possibly even surpass Cain's powerful Drapion. Cain approached Blaziken, looking up proudly at the Pokémon who now towered over him. The little Torchic who used to cry had grown into a Pokémon capable of standing on his own. Blaziken! Exclaimed Blaziken with a joyful expression. There was nothing more liberating than letting go of all that built up pressure. Suddenly, a grimace of pain appeared on Blaziken's face, and he dropped to one knee. The side effects of the potion. Blaziken, return to your Pokeball and rest, said Cain, readying the ball. Blask. Blaziken raised his hand to stop him and slowly stood back up. Cain showed a surprised expression. This was the first time a Pokémon remained standing after using the quality enhancement potion. Was it due to his robust physique? Or perhaps because of the effect of the Crimson Rock Blaziken had absorbed earlier? You want to use this moment to get familiar with the changes in your body? Cain asked. Finally, just before nightfall, they arrived in Kumarine City. Cain was carrying the sticky Ralts in his arms, with Blaziken following close behind. As they entered Kumarine City, they attracted many glances. Blaziken's recovery progressed faster than expected. Although his gait had initially been unsteady, he now appeared almost fully recovered. Cain understood what Blaziken wanted. When the body is at its weakest, it's the best time to perceive every change after evolution. Taking advantage of that weakness to understand the body's new capabilities allows one to adapt more quickly to the transformation. Moreover, Blaziken had shown great interest in the principles Cain had taught him, overcoming brute force with gentleness and controlling energy with precision. Given his current weakened state, it was a good time to delve deeper into those concepts. That's why, even upon entering the city, Cain didn't return him to his Pokeball. Although Blaziken is a starter Pokémon from the Hoenn region, even in Callos he enjoyed great fame. As they walked through the streets, many stared at Blaziken with admiration. Owning one of those Pokémon was a symbol of prestige. Most trainers who had starter Pokémon were prominent members of the League, legitimate and well-connected. Even though Cain still bore signs of recent battles in the Lumio badlands, the League police officers patrolling the streets didn't stop him. In the Callos region, the belief that trainers should treat their Pokémon as friends prevailed, so it was common to see people accompanied by their partners. Some were powerful Pokémon belonging to expert trainers, while others were simply pets or beloved family members. Kumarine City was located in the northwest of Callos, surrounded by mountains and bathed by a bay. It was a place where the sea and nature blended perfectly. At the top of the mountain stood a majestic 1,000-year-old tree, where the Kumarine City Gym was located. Kumarine City didn't offer much that interested Cain, except for the gym and the Pokémon trained there. The Kumarine City Gym specialized in grass-type Pokémon, and now that Blaziken had just evolved, it would be a good challenge to measure his progress. However, there were some interesting places outside the city. Azure Bay, located beyond Kumarine City's beach, was a popular spot among trainers for battling and exploring. At the center of the bay was an island with a cave called the Sea Spirit's Den. It was said that the 3 legendary birds, Articuno, Moltres, and Zapdos, could be found there. Each year, many people visited in hopes of seeing the legendary birds, although few were lucky enough to encounter them. However, every now and then, someone would spot one of the birds resting, which only increased the interest in the place. Trainers dreamed of such encounters, unaware that one of those birds had already been captured and auctioned off by Team Rocket. While Cain reflected, he arrived at the Kumarine City Pokémon Center. He handed his Pokémon's Pokeballs to Nurse Joy and looked for a quiet place to wait. As for Pupitar, Cain no longer worried about showing him in public. As one of the twin stars of the Hoenn League, it was only natural for him to have a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Wasn't it logical for a young Pokémon researcher to have one? Even Augustine Sycamore, during his time as a researcher, had a fully evolved pseudo-legendary as his main Pokémon. Discovering the fairy type surely earned him a powerful Pokémon as backup. With his current position, no one would be surprised that Cain had a Pokémon of that caliber. Moreover, in terms of strength, Cain was already nearly an elite-level trainer, able to compete seriously. His other Pokémon were also progressing quickly, and it wouldn't be long before they reached Sloking's level. Nurse Joy showed no particular interest in the Pokémon Cain handed over. After verifying his ID, she stopped paying attention to him. Within the League, they rarely monitored the Pokémon of their own members, especially those with official positions. Cain was the gym leader of Leafy Town and a registered League researcher, giving him VIP status at the Pokémon Center. His Pokémon were treated immediately and healed in just half an hour. After retrieving his Pokeballs, Cain headed to the room he had reserved. After 5 days of battles, it was time to rest. That night there would be no training, just a good night's sleep. He planned to stay in Kumarine City for a few days, hoping Blaziken would fully recover and the Kumarine City gym would open its doors. Although, given his status, the gym leader would probably be willing to receive him at any time. If the gym's opening was close, he could wait, but if it would take a while, he'd request a special match. That night, they rested peacefully at the Pokémon Center. The next morning, Cain headed toward the majestic tree atop Kumarine City's mountain. The size of the tree rivaled the great tree of life he had seen on Mythical Island. Although it didn't radiate the same life energy, it was impressive in its own right. The air around the tree was fresh and pure, invigorating. Living under that tree probably extended the lives of both humans and Pokémon. After admiring it briefly, Cain went to the gym's reception desk. He was informed that the gym had recently closed after an event and wouldn't reopen for another 2 weeks. With this information, Cain decided to leave. He'd return in a few days to request an internal match, but for now, Blaziken needed time to recover. As he left the gym, he released Flygon from its Pokeball. Mounted on its back, they flew toward the Sea Spirit's den. He would take advantage of Blaziken's recovery time to explore that mysterious place. The majestic appearance of Flygon continued to attract the attention of many onlookers. Cain paid no mind to the curious stares around him. With a gentle pat on Flygon's neck, he signaled it to descend over the surface of the sea, not far from the Sea Spirit's den. He jumped nimbly from its back, stroked its scales gratefully, and offered a few pokeblocks before returning it to its Pokeball. The Sea Spirit's den lived up to its reputation. Even just on the beach near the entrance, numerous people were gathered. Most were trainers accompanied by their Pokémon. Some played happily in the sand, while others engaged in friendly battles within marked-off areas. The appearance of Flygon caused quite a stir among the trainers. This Pokémon was widely known, and its imposing presence inspired admiration. However, Cain ignored them and, holding Ralts in his arms, headed straight for the cave. Before entering, he instructed Ralts to leave a psychic coordinate marker at the entrance. As a student of Slowking, a Pokémon naturally gifted in the use of the move Teleport, Ralts had inherited its technique and demonstrated a great understanding of the move. Though its psychic power wasn't as strong as Slowking's, it could teleport without difficulty as long as the distance was within its range. This ability allowed Cain to manage his movements more independently without constantly relying on Slowking, who needed time to focus and reach elite-level performance. The interior of the cave was quite crowded. The entrance wasn't restricted, so many people were exploring the area. Cain, accompanied by Ralts and later by Swampert, proceeded through the damp terrain. The rocky walls couldn't completely prevent seawater from seeping in, so droplets fell unpredictably from the ceiling to the ground or onto passing visitors. The floor was slippery and perpetually wet, an ideal environment for many Pokémon that preferred cool, dark places. There were also many water-type Pokémon. However, the large presence of trainers caused most of these Pokémon to keep their distance. Many visitors came to the cave hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary Pokémon, Articuno, Moltres, and Zapdos. Others sought adventure, and some simply wanted to catch Pokémon. Cain had no particular goal beyond exploring the site. He walked for less than half an hour before reaching the heart of the cave, where a large chamber contained a rock formation resembling a stone tree. This must be the place where the 3 legendary Pokémon rest, Cain thought. The tranquility that had once attracted those legendary Pokémon had been disrupted by the constant influx of people. Cain suspected that their return would become increasingly rare. Slightly disappointed at not finding anything truly special, he instructed Ralts to activate Teleport. They vanished from the spot instantly. Back outside, Cain summoned Flygon again and soared away over the sea. He didn't want to be watched while training his Pokémon, so he sought out a remote island covered in thick vegetation, a place clearly seldom visited. Upon landing, he called out all his Pokémon, Pupitar, Lyron, Blaziken, Swampert, Politoed, and, of course, Ralts. Additionally, Flygon remained in its Pokeball along with the ever-present Mismagius, hidden in the shadows with the Riolu egg. Although the egg had shown signs of damage, neither Cain nor his system had found a definitive solution. For now, it was kept in a special incubation device powered by a customized nutrient mix created by Cain. He was confident that, if it managed to hatch, Riolu would become an exceptional Pokémon. Blaziken, though still not fully recovered from the side effects of the quality-enhancing potion, insisted on training even in his weakened state. Upon being summoned, he immediately began a friendly battle with Politoed in the grassy field. Swampert, the highest-level Pokémon among them, trained independently. Lyron and Pupitar sparred with each other to improve their skills, while Ralts practiced psychic exercises near Cain. Despite being low-level, Ralts' psychic power had advanced remarkably. In psychic strength tests with Cain, who was also a user of psychic powers, Ralts had even managed to defeat him on a few occasions, although Cain hadn't used his full strength. If Cain fought at full power, he would be on par with a mid-tier psychic-type Pokémon. This showed just how formidable Ralts' potential truly was. From the very beginning, Ralts had been the Pokémon with the greatest potential Cain had ever captured, displaying a light purple color quality in its initial form. Even Pupitar, who had achieved a purple quality thanks to Groudon's energy and the quality-enhancing potion, had only been dark blue in its initial state. This made Ralts the Pokémon with the greatest potential and the most promising future in Cain's team. The island, deserted and peaceful, allowed Cain and his Pokémon to train without interruption. Blaziken continued recovering at an impressive rate, adapting more and more to his new state. Cain was also eagerly looking forward to the moment when Blaziken could attempt his first Mega Evolution. He had both the Mega Stone and the Keystone, so all that remained was to reach the necessary bond. Blaziken was a Pokémon Cain had personally trained since its initial stage, unlike Altaria, who had a different origin. That's why Cain was confident that this time the Mega Evolution would be a smooth and successful process. At this moment, Blaziken's training encompassed many areas. Thanks to the resources Cain had invested, Blaziken had learned 6 offensive moves: Earthquake, Flamethrower, Aerial Ace, Low Sweep, Stone Edge, and Swords Dance. Before arriving in the Callos region, back when it was still a Combusken, it had learned these moves instantly through their respective TMs. Although learning 6 offensive moves all at once is a huge challenge for any Pokémon, it also reflects how much attention its trainer gives it. These moves had not yet gone through systematic training, so they couldn't be used effectively in battle. For this reason, Cain had not allowed Blaziken to use them in previous battles. In addition to those moves, after evolving into Blaziken, it had also learned 4 moves on its own: Blaze Kick, Flare Blitz, Fire Punch, and High Jump Kick. All of these were very useful in combat. However, to use them effectively in battle, Blaziken would need time to practice. This visit to the island had, besides the goal of helping Blaziken recover physically, the purpose of training these moves. According to Cain's plan, the first move to train would be Swords Dance. This move greatly increases a Pokémon's offensive power. Blaziken was highly skilled in both physical and special attacks, but as a fire/fighting-type Pokémon, it particularly excelled at physical attacks. By mastering Swords Dance, its offensive capabilities would increase exponentially. Among its 4 physical attack moves, today Cain chose to focus on training Blaze Kick. Both as a Combusken and now as a Blaziken, it had shown great proficiency with leg-based attacks. Due to its prior training in Double Kick and its foundational training, Blaze Kick was likely the move it would master most quickly. As for Flare Blitz and High Jump Kick, since both carried adverse side effects, Cain decided Blaziken should first master Swords Dance and Blaze Kick before tackling the training of those 2. Regarding the moves Earthquake, Flamethrower, Aerial Ace, Low Sweep, and Stone Edge, the fire and fighting-type moves could likely be mastered more quickly, while the others were chosen strategically to counter Pokémon that might have an advantage over Blaziken. The move Aerial Ace revealed something interesting. A bird like him really could fly, without a doubt. Besides Blaziken, Cain's other Pokémon had also learned some moves via TMs. All of them needed practice to master them. Today was entirely dedicated to training. Blaziken, Pupitre, and even Swampert were all preparing, with Swampert getting ready to make the leap to quasi-elite level. Swampert had been sitting at level 49 for a while, building up internal energy to push into the quasi-elite tier. For him, surpassing that barrier wouldn't be particularly difficult, but he preferred to accumulate energy first to avoid becoming the weakest upon reaching that level. While the present Pokémon trained, those back on the island also had to show their progress to Cain. The system transmitted images captured by Porygon 2 on the island to a screen in front of Cain, while Porygon 2 projected Cain's image for the Pokémon on the island, allowing clear communication despite the distance. Honchkrow had undergone a slight mutation in its potential, reaching dark blue quality, and its level had increased significantly, reaching level 56, inching ever closer to the elite threshold. Slowking, meanwhile, remained floating in the air with its eyes closed, gathering power as it awaited an intense battle to mark its advancement. Despite remaining at level 59, Cain believed it was close to reaching its full potential, and after that, the time for its final breakthrough would come. That's why he chose to leave Slowking on the island, so as not to interrupt its concentration. With Ralts temporarily taking over Slowking's teleport duties, Cain could afford to keep Slowking on the island. It was the first Pokémon that Cain had fully prepared to reach elite level. Gengar, Drapion, and Weevil had also reached level 56. Though their progress wasn't as striking as Honchkrow's, they had steadily leveled up, without needing any adjustment period. The Pokémon that had shown the most progress was Forage's. It had reached level 58, making it Cain's second Pokémon to near the peak quasi-elite level. Thanks to its role in building up the island, Forage's had expended a huge amount of energy creating meadows and gardens, helping Pokémon like Bulbasaur and Chikorita build their homes. This constant energy usage, followed by recovery, had led to a significant increase in its energy capacity. Under Slowking's leadership, the Pokémon on the island could also train by facing powerful Pokémon from the Sea Temple beneath the island. Though they fought daily, Cain had instructed them not to inflict any serious harm on the resident Pokémon. Forage's was responsible for healing Pokémon after battles. This was because Cain didn't want to risk angering Manafi, assuming it still resided in the temple. Thanks to this approach, the training levels of the Pokémon had significantly improved. The Pokémon in both locations were showing steady progress, exactly what Cain had hoped for. As the sun set, the Pokémon finally ended their training. In just one day, Blaziken had fully recovered from the side effects of the quality-enhancing potion. It had also begun to master the moves Swords Dance and Blaze Kick. Thanks to its prior training, mastery of Blaze Kick was progressing rapidly, making it usable in battle. The move Swords Dance, however, was more complicated. If the move was interrupted during battle, it would often fail. However, if used unexpectedly, it was likely to succeed. With Blaziken recovered, Cain believed it was time to test its Mega Evolution. Blaziken, take 10 minutes to adjust your condition. We're going to try something new, said Cain to Blaziken. Blask. Blaziken nodded. He immediately closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. The other Pokémon also stopped what they were doing. Everyone had the feeling that something important was about to happen. Cain also sat cross-legged and adjusted his state to the maximum. Mega Evolution not only required the Pokémon to be in peak condition, but also demanded a lot from the trainer. In theory, an average trainer could only maintain the Mega Evolution of one Pokémon at a time. However, some trainers with great physical strength could sustain the Mega Evolution of 2 or more Pokémon simultaneously. Cain had never experienced Mega Evolution, so he didn't know exactly what was required to activate it. Phew. He exhaled deeply. After a period of adjustment, Cain slowly stood up. He hadn't used much energy that day, having only played a bit with Ralts using psychic powers. Blaziken, on the other hand, took a little longer to open his eyes after meditating. How do you feel? If you're not ready yet, you can take more time, Cain asked. Blask. Blaziken shook his head and slowly stood up. Seeing that Blaziken was confident in his state, Cain didn't insist further. You saw what happened with Altaria last time. Today, we're going to try it ourselves. As he spoke, Cain took out the Mega Stone he had obtained from Meyer. Blaziken took the Mega Stone from Cain's hands. He had seen this stone before, but hadn't felt anything special. Now that he held it, he felt something strange. It was as if this stone had been waiting for him all along. Focus on the energy inside the stone. Some changes might occur. Cain didn't know exactly what would happen either. This was his second attempt at Mega Evolution. The first attempt with Altaria had not been successful. Blaziken stared at the stone while Cain pulled out the keystone. For now, Cain only had one keystone, and according to his theory, a keystone could only activate one Mega Stone. Once activated, it would become linked and could no longer be used with another Mega Stone. If he wanted to Mega Evolve other Pokémon in the future, he would need to acquire more keystones. Are you ready? Cain asked. Blaziken gripped the Mega Stone in his hand, his gaze firm and filled with anticipation. He could sense that something extraordinary was about to happen. Cain focused all his attention on the keystone in his hand, letting his energy flow into it. Mega Evolution, Blaziken. Since it was his first real attempt, he felt that shouting it out was the right thing to do. When Cain activated the keystone, Blaziken's feathers immediately bristled. A current of energy spread from the Mega Stone in his hand. Blaziken looked at his palm in surprise. An unknown energy was emerging from the stone, coursing through his body. The energy within him began to circulate with unprecedented intensity. Small flames arose from his body, gradually increasing until they formed a blazing aura. A sphere of light appeared from his hand. The sphere grew and enveloped him completely. The light of the sphere shifted to alternating red and yellow. At its center appeared the signature symbol of Mega Evolution. Blaziken's body began to transform. The white feathers on his head, once drooping, now rose skyward. The ones on his chest, previously messy, took the shape of armor. The red on his body faded, concentrating on his abdomen and legs, while the rest turned black. The flames emanating from his body concentrated on his wrists. Blaziken crossed his arms in front of his chest and then extended them forcefully, dissipating the energy sphere around him. His transformation was complete. The 4 flames on his wrists waved like ribbons in the air. His expression looked fiercer and more determined. Cain felt something astonishing. Through the keystone, he could feel a complete connection with Blaziken. Was this the true power of their bond? He looked at his hand. If not for the fact that he saw no change, he would have thought he was also on fire, just like Blaziken. Now he understood why most trainers could only sustain the Mega Evolution of one Pokémon. It consumed not only the Pokémon's energy, but also the trainer's mental energy. Barely a moment had passed, and he already felt the strain on his mind. Fortunately, as a psychic power user, he could endure longer. Blaziken, for his part, looked down at his new body. He could feel the power Cain had placed in him, trust, hope, and an unbreakable bond. He clenched his fists. He felt brimming with energy. He jumped into the air with a powerful impulse, moving his arms and releasing flames with each motion. He didn't use any move. Just by waving his arms, the air around him ignited. Boom! He landed with one knee on the ground. If he wanted, he knew he could now jump twice as high as before. He was no longer just Blaziken. He was Mega Blaziken. Cain, recovered from the experience, looked at his partner with satisfaction. So this was Mega Evolution? What incredible power! Blaziken, use Blaze Kick on those trees, Cain said excitedly. He could feel Blaziken's excitement, as if they shared the same burning spirit. Blaziken stomped the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and dashed toward the forest. Midway, he spun gracefully and launched a kick into the air. Boom! Flames of extreme temperature erupted from his foot. At their core glowed a golden fire. The flames burned for 3 seconds. When they faded, the scene left everyone speechless. The small forest in front of them had been cut in half. Not just burned, carbonized. The trees closest to Blaziken turned to charcoal instantly. Those farther away were consumed by fire. The first attack of his Mega Evolution was a stunning spectacle. After Mega Evolution, Blaziken experienced a full enhancement in every aspect. Cain hadn't expected that, of all the Mega Stones he possessed, the first one to activate would be Blaziken's. Following Cain's commands, the system recorded all the changes that occurred in both Blaziken and himself during the Mega Evolution process. This data was necessary for his research and would also help him analyze and better understand the bond-type evolution of Ash's Greninja in the future. Cain then reactivated the system to scan Blaziken's current data. Pokémon: Blaziken, purple, Mega form. Gender: male. Level: 36 plus 5 levels, virtual increase due to Mega Evolution. Type: fire plus fighting. Ability: speed boost. Held item: none. Egg moves: flame burst, agility, last resort, faint. Basic moves: scratch, growl, ember, sand attack, peck, double kick, flame charge, quick attack, bulk up, blaze kick, flare blitz, fire punch, high jump kick. Learned moves: heat wave, low kick, laser focus. TM moves: protect, earthquake, flamethrower, aerial ace, low sweep, stone edge, swords dance. The system didn't just scan Blaziken's data, it also provided analysis and annotations. Next to Blaziken's name, the label Megaform was added. After Mega Evolution, in addition to his base stat enhancement, the system translated the power increase into a level boost. Technically, Blaziken remained at level 36, but upon Mega Evolving, his power increase was equivalent to gaining 5 levels, bringing him up to level 41. He had crossed the threshold into the advanced level. Was Mega Evolution really this powerful? Was the 5-level increase a fixed effect, or did it only occur because Blaziken was still at a relatively low level? If the level increase was fixed, then Mega Evolution was terrifying. 5 levels. If a Pokémon at the peak of the quasi-elite level Mega evolved, could it reach the elite level? And if a Pokémon at the quasi-champion level Mega evolved, would it become champion level? That would be far too unbalanced. Thus, Cain leaned toward the second hypothesis. Mega Evolution certainly provided a boost, but the level increase wasn't fixed. It depended on the bond between trainer and Pokémon, the mastery of Mega Evolution, and the Pokémon's own strength. Perhaps, as the level and strength of the Pokémon increased, Mega Evolution would no longer provide a 5-level boost. After all, Mega Evolution altered a Pokémon's base stats, which was already a significant enhancement, so a fixed level increase wouldn't make much sense. Cain estimated his theory had an 80% chance of being correct. After executing the Blaze Kick at full power, Blaziken was breathing heavily. It seemed Mega Evolution had taken a great toll on him in his first time. Maintaining Mega form and using full power attacks clearly boosted move strength, but also involved high energy consumption. "Undo the Mega Evolution, Blaziken," said Cain. Blaziken nodded, breathing hard. He was satisfied with the power of his new state, but maintaining it was difficult. The light of Mega Evolution reappeared on his body, but this time, it didn't merge with him, it faded, returning to the Mega Stone in his hand. Blaziken dropped to one knee exhausted. Cain approached and offered him a poke block. Mega Evolution was not only a burden on the Pokémon, but also on the trainer. If Cain weren't a psychic, he'd probably be in the same state as Blaziken. Even though he could still move, he felt weak and slightly mentally blank. It was clear that Mega Evolution required training and gradual mastery. Not only did the Pokémon need to practice, but so did the trainers. The first step was improving physical fitness. Otherwise, before they could even lead their Pokémon in battle, the trainer might collapse. Cain had no intention of limiting himself to Mega evolving just one Pokémon. If possible, he wanted several of his Pokémon to Mega evolve at the same time. He took Blaziken's Mega Stone into his hands. Now that his Keystone was linked to Blaziken's Mega Stone, he could no longer use it on others unless he broke the bond. Blaziken would need to wear the Mega Stone to activate the transformation. Cain planned to design an accessory to hold the stone, though it wasn't the right time yet. He also needed to craft a way to carry his Keystone. He already had a few ideas. We're done for today. Tomorrow, we challenge the Kumarine City Gym. Blaziken will be the lead, but everyone should prepare. It's a grass-type gym, so it'll be a challenge for you all, said Cain with a smile. Swamp. Swampert let out a determined cry. Although grass types countered him, he wasn't afraid. After seeing Blaziken's mega evolution, he was eager to get his own. Cain returned to his Pokémon and mounted Flygon, leaving the island. The damage to the forest would take a long time to repair, but that was no longer his concern. He was now returning to Kumarine City. After resting for the night, the next day he headed once more to the Kumarine City gym. In front of the enormous tree, after being announced by the gym staff, Cain came face to face with the current gym leader of Kumarine City. It was an elderly man dressed in gardening attire, with a large pair of shears in one hand and a watering can in the other. His face bore a kind smile. This was Ramos, the gym leader of Kumarine City, an older man but still full of vitality. Cain politely bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Ramos, sorry to trouble you." Mr. Ramos' smile remained as he squinted and waved his hand, first looking at Cain and then at the Blaziken standing beside him. With just that glance, he understood Cain's purpose. Without saying much more, he simply gestured for Cain to follow him into the large tree, which was in fact the gym itself. Once inside, it was clear how the Kumarine City gym and the ancient tree were completely fused into one. "Young Cain, you come from Leafy Town in the Hoenn region, right?" Ramos said while walking ahead. Following behind him, Cain responded, "That's right. I came to the Callos region to train. Before arriving in Kumarine City, my Blaziken just completed its evolution, so I'd like to challenge the gym." Cain hid nothing. Having Blaziken at his side was a clear statement of intent. At that moment, Blaziken's aura hadn't yet fully stabilized. With Mr. Ramos' experience and age, he could easily notice it. As a veteran gym leader, encountering talented young trainers from the league was something he was always willing to support. Mr. Ramos stored his shears at his waist and, with his hands behind his back, continued walking slowly inside. Upon hearing Cain's words, he nodded several times with an approving expression. "Good, good." As someone who had spent his entire life surrounded by plants and dedicated to gardening, Mr. Ramos considered himself an old tree nearing its fall. Whenever he came across a promising new seed, he was more than willing to help it grow. And Cain wasn't just a seed, he was a sprout already showing remarkable growth. However, Cain hadn't come only for the gym badge. Mr. Ramos was an expert in plant cultivation and grass-type Pokémon training, with unique knowledge in those areas. As someone who owned a developing island, Cain had many things he wanted to ask him. But before discussing that, the priority was the battle. This would be a private gym match. Besides Cain and Mr. Ramos, only the official gym referee was present. It would also be Blaziken's first official battle since evolving, so both Cain and Blaziken took it very seriously. "If you want to train your Blaziken, then my first Pokémon will be this one," Mr. Ramos said with a smile, tossing a Pokeball. The match would be a 3-on-3 battle. As a gym leader himself, Cain was already familiar with the rules, so there was no need to explain them. More than a gym challenge, this was an opportunity for Mr. Ramos to help Cain train his Blaziken. The Pokeball opened on the battlefield, revealing a victory bell. Cain gave a signal to Blaziken, who immediately leapt onto the battlefield. Pokémon, victory bell, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 39. Type, grass plus poison. Ability, chlorophyll. Held item, none. Egg moves, synthesis ingrain, giga drain, power whip. Basic moves, vine whip, growth, wrap, sleep powder, poison powder, stun spore, acid, knockoff, sweet scent, leaf tornado, stockpile, swallow, spit up, razor leaf, leaf storm. Learned moves, gastro acid, seed bomb, worry seed, snore. TM moves, protect, solar beam, rest, energy ball, grass knot, nature power. A victory bell just on the verge of reaching the advanced level. An ideal opponent to test Blaziken's abilities. Cain looked appreciatively at Mr. Ramos, who continued smiling with squinted eyes. He had deep respect for veterans who dedicated their lives to the League and trained the next generation without asking for anything in return. Blaziken, Swords Dance. With Cain's command, the battle officially began. Mr. Ramos showed a hint of surprise. Swords Dance was not an easy move to obtain. Cain had no hesitation in using it from the start. Without prior setup, interrupting Blaziken would be difficult for Victory Bell. Victory Bell used Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, and Stun Spore. Mr. Ramos responded without delay. From Victory Bell's wide mouth came a burst of mixed powders, a troublesome and effective combo for controlling the opponent. Blaziken, wrap yourself in fire. Don't let those powders come close, ordered Cain. Blask. After completing the Swords Dance, Blaziken's eyes gleamed intensely. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and, with a loud burst, enveloped his entire body in flames. Charge in with Flame Charge. Blaziken launched himself powerfully, blasting through the cloud of powders and heading straight for Victory Bell. Victory Bell, Grass Knot. Mr. Ramos stayed composed. Grass Knot is a tricky move to execute, especially against a fast opponent. But Mr. Ramos was a master of the technique. Before Blaziken could reach maximum speed, roots emerged from the ground in his path. At just the right moment, they snagged his foot. The flames around him prevented Blaziken from falling, but they made him stumble and lose balance, halting his attack. Cain showed a flicker of surprise. Victory Bell's precision in predicting movements was impressive. Victory Bell, Energy Ball, Mr. Ramos ordered immediately. From Victory Bell's mouth emerged a green sphere of energy, launched directly at Blaziken, who hadn't yet recovered from his stumble. Blaziken, Fire Punch. Cain trusted his Pokémon. Still kneeling on one knee, Blaziken ignited his fist in flames and struck directly at the energy ball. Boom! The collision caused an explosion. Blaziken took some damage from the shockwave, but thanks to his resistance to grass-type moves, it wasn't serious. If running's not an option, then jump. Blaze Kick. Cain commanded. Blaziken, still kneeling on the ground, sprang upward as soon as he heard Cain's command. He jumped high into the air. Victory Bell, Power Whip with all your strength, said Mr. Ramos with his characteristic smile. Blaziken had jumped to avoid the Power Whip attack, but once in the air, he had no foothold, making him an easy target. Two thick vines emerged from Victory Bell's body, lashing violently toward Blaziken. At that moment, Blaziken's legs were completely engulfed in flames. He didn't dodge the incoming vines but instead raised both hands, also covered in fire. Puh! Puh! His burning hands precisely caught the two vines. Despite taking some damage, he managed to stop Victory Bell from moving. With a powerful tug, he used the force of the vines to increase his falling speed even more. The flames on his legs intensified, nearly engulfing his entire body in fire. With a terrified expression on Victory Bell's face, Blaziken unleashed a devastating kick on him. Boom! The ground cracked, and Victory Bell was slammed into the earth with a brutal kick. Take the chance, Fire Punch, Cain ordered. Blaziken, still with one foot on Victory Bell, had lingering flames on his legs. The contact left a black, charred mark on Victory Bell's body. With the effects of the Swords Dance move, Blaziken had unleashed his full offensive potential. With just one blow, Victory Bell was already gravely injured. Showing no emotion, Blaziken extended his right arm, letting a flame burst from his wrist and engulf his fist. With his gaze fixed on the helpless Victory Bell, he delivered a crushing punch. Boom! The ground cracked further. Victory Bell was embedded in the earth and lost the ability to continue fighting. Seeing that Victory Bell could no longer battle, Blaziken bent his legs and made a spectacular backward leap, landing gracefully in front of Cain. This was the feeling of power. No wonder Swampert enjoyed defeating his opponents in a single blow. He was starting to like the experience of finishing off an enemy with one kick too. Mr. Ramos showed a slight expression of surprise. He hadn't expected that, by seizing a single opportunity, Blaziken could defeat Victory Bell in just 2 attacks. But seeing the state of the battlefield, he could imagine how devastating that attack had been. Without losing his composure, he took out the Pokeball and withdrew Victory Bell, nodding with a smile. An impressive Blaziken, young Cain. You've trained him very well. With that, he threw another Pokeball. A floating Pokémon appeared on the field, with 3 dandelion-like structures that allowed it to move freely through the air. If a grounded Pokémon like Victreebel couldn't handle Blaziken, then it was time to try with Jumpluff. Pokémon, Jumpluff, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 39. Types, grass plus flying. Ability, chlorophyll. Held item, none. Egg moves, aromatherapy, worry seed, cotton guard, grassy terrain. Basic moves, splash, synthesis, tail whip, tackle, fairy wind, poison powder, stun spore, sleep powder, bullet seed, leech seed, mega drain, acrobatics, rage powder. Learned moves, seed bomb, giga drain, snore. TM moves, protect, solar beam, aerial ace, energy ball, grass knot, U-turn. Another Pokémon that hadn't yet reached the advanced level. Seeing the 2 Pokémon Mr. Ramos had sent, it was clear he had perfectly assessed Blaziken's strength with just one look. Not surprising for someone capable of maintaining his position as a gym leader at his age. Blaziken, move and use agility. And watch out for the vines on the ground, Cain ordered. Blaziken began running across the battlefield. A small flame appeared on his ankle. The objective was clear, to prevent the effects of the move Grass Knot. While this wouldn't stop the attack from affecting him, it would at least reduce the risk of tripping mid-movement. At worst, he would only lose his balance momentarily as before. Jumpluff, Cotton Guard, ordered Mr. Ramos with a smile. Victreebel and Jumpluff had completely different combat styles. Blaziken had shown that his direct offensive style was effective against a static Pokémon like Victreebel. But against a light, floating Pokémon like Jumpluff, reaching it wouldn't be so easy. Obeying the command, Jumpluff emitted a soft sound, and a layer of fluffy cotton began to form on its body. This gave it even more freedom of movement in the air. The move Cotton Guard significantly increased physical resistance. It was a massive boost. If the increase from a regular move was considered 1 level, the move Swords Dance increased attack by 2 levels. But Cotton Guard increased defense by 3 levels. That made it an extremely powerful reinforcement. Just by observing the thick cotton cloak covering Jumpluff, it was clear that even a direct hit wouldn't have the same effect as before. Blaziken kept running, increasing his speed, while Jumpluff floated in the air, strengthening its defense. At first glance, they seemed to be ignoring each other. But in reality, both were building strength for the next phase of the battle. Blaziken, Flame Charge. Cain knew he couldn't let Jumpluff keep boosting its defense. Besides increasing his speed, the move Flame Charge enhanced Blaziken's offense. With the effects of the speed boost ability, Blaziken was already reaching his top speed. Jumpluff couldn't compete with Blaziken in speed. The danger of a Blaziken with unchecked speed was that, without realizing it, the opponent could find themselves completely dominated by the difference in agility. Jumpluff, use Cotton Guard again, ordered Mr. Ramos, ignoring Blaziken's offense. Cain narrowed his eyes. Was he trying to make the strongest shield face the sharpest sword? He couldn't allow the defense to keep rising. Blaziken, jump and attack. Blask. Blaziken stopped running and launched himself into the air. His whole body was ablaze as he hurled himself directly at Jumpluff. Jumpluff seemed to ignore Blaziken's offense, focusing on enhancing its defense. Boom! The flame charge hit Jumpluff head-on, sending it flying, although without causing much damage. Only part of its cotton was singed. Fire punch! Cain ordered. Blaziken landed and immediately launched himself again with fury, his fists wrapped in flames, striking repeatedly. But the feeling was strange. Now he understood how frustrating it was to punch cotton. His strength couldn't find a solid point of impact. It was an extremely annoying situation. Blaziken, remember what I told you. If you change the way you think, the problem won't be so hard to solve. Cain shouted to Blaziken. Upon hearing Cain's words, Blaziken, who had landed on the ground, was stunned for a moment. Then he recalled what Cain had told him before. Maybe, if he looked at it from another angle, the problem could be easily solved. If he couldn't solve it with his fists, then he just had to use fire. He would cook it. Suddenly, a large flame erupted from Blaziken's body, engulfing him entirely. Thanks to his speed, Jumpluff could only defend at this point and had no means of counterattack. Every time it tried to use an offensive move, it was lucky if it hit 1 out of 3 times. Blaziken ran 500 laps a day during training. His stamina was incredible. Now he was moving frantically around the battlefield, making it impossible for Jumpluff to calculate his position. But Blaziken could attack Jumpluff in the air. This time, it wasn't a close combat fight. Blaziken wasn't weak when it came to special attacks. So many layers of cotton? Shouldn't it be hot in there? As Blaziken ran with flames surrounding him, the temperature on the battlefield rose rapidly. At the same time, he occasionally launched the move Heat Wave at Jumpluff. All that was missing was to trap it in a steamer and cook it. By changing his strategy and not relying on brute strength, Blaziken found that this kind of battle also had its charm. Besides Heat Wave, moves like Flamethrower and Flame Burst were also viable options. Jumpluff, which had previously floated calmly in the air, was now completely flushed. Although it hadn't taken a particularly strong direct fire attack, it had already entered a burn status. And all Blaziken had to do was dodge Jumpluff's attacks while tossing out small flames every now and then. Eventually, unable to withstand the high temperatures and continuous burn damage, Jumpluff lost the ability to fight. It fell to the ground. Cain, who had been directing the battle from the start, wasn't completely satisfied with Blaziken's control over fire. But after all, he had just evolved. In the future, in addition to training close combat, he would also need to work on his special ranged fire moves. It was important for Blaziken to have multiple strategies to face opponents. Mr. Ramos withdrew Jumpluff and didn't immediately send out his next Pokémon. Instead, he was considering which one would be best suited for the next battle. He wanted to assess Blaziken's capabilities and, seeing his performance, began to get excited about the idea. As if reading his thoughts, Cain said, "Mr. Ramos, don't worry. You can send out a stronger Pokémon. I also want to see how far Blaziken can go." Mr. Ramos was a bit surprised to hear that, but then smiled again. After all, this battle wasn't about deciding a winner. Cain was using it to train Blaziken, and Mr. Ramos wanted to see his true potential and help him improve along the way. He nodded and smiled. "All right then, let Blaziken recover a bit of energy." Cain didn't object. Although Blaziken had leveled up after defeating Jumpluff and was now at level 37, he had used up quite a bit of energy, especially after raising the temperature of the entire gym by several degrees just to win the battle. Also, if Mr. Ramos had used maximum mid-level Pokémon, the next one would surely be advanced level. Although Swampert had shown interest in fighting, Cain trusted that Mr. Ramos wouldn't send out an overwhelmingly strong Pokémon, given his kind nature. Given his age, his main Pokémon were likely at least quasi-elite, if not full elite level. But seeing Blaziken's performance, Mr. Ramos had opted to use a Pokémon of a similar level. As a gym leader, adjusting his choices based on the strength of challengers was an essential skill. When Blaziken was ready, Mr. Ramos released his Pokémon. It was a Gogoat, with green leaves covering its neck and back, and 2 long, curved horns on its head. A Gogoat. A Pokémon exclusive to the Callos region. Cain's eyes lit up upon seeing it. He had always wanted one. Pokémon, Gogoat, blue. Gender, male. Level, 42. Type, grass. Ability, sap sipper. Held item, none. Egg moves, rollout, milk drink, grassy terrain. Basic moves, aerial ace, tackle, growth, vine whip, tail whip, leech seed, razor leaf, worry seed, synthesis, takedown, bulldoze, seed bomb, bulk up, double edge. Learned moves, iron tail, giga drain, bounce, snore, stomping tantrum. TM moves, protect, solar beam, earthquake, attract, energy ball, rock slide, grass knot, wild charge. Gogoat was an ideal Pokémon for Cain's Island. Not only was it a grass type, but it also produced high-quality milk and could use grassy terrain to improve the island's ecosystem. He thought of Whitney's family in Goldenrod City, who had built their fortune with Miltank and its nutritious milk. They weren't an influential family, but their stable milk production had connected them with many powerful families, granting them protection. In Cain's eyes, Gagoat was even better than Miltank when it came to milk production. Goat milk had nothing to envy from cow milk. And the best part was that Gagoat could grow its own food, saving resources. If he managed to produce large quantities of Gagoat milk steadily, the income could match that of a pearl farm. In fact, with enough Gagoat, it could surpass it. Kumarine City, famous for its grass-type Pokémon, had Gagoat as one of the emblems of its gym. Cain knew that the Kumarine City gym raised many grass-type Pokémon, including Gagoat. Maybe he could get a few. His plan was clear: to become a ruthless rancher. In the future, he'd drink milk and waste it without remorse. Total luxury. Mr. Ramos's Gagoat was level 42. It wasn't his strongest Pokémon, but probably the most powerful of the ones he used to defend the gym. Gym leaders rarely used their main Pokémon against challengers. They always had different teams to match the challengers' levels. That ensured fair and effective evaluations. In his own gym, Cain had already implemented this strategy since Sky took over as interim leader. Now, the Leafy Town gym was running perfectly. It just had one small issue: the leader was never present. And something else curious: Gagoat had Aerial Ace among its basic moves. Who would have thought? Upon seeing Gagoat, Blaziken's expression immediately turned serious. He could feel the pressure Gagoat was exerting on him. "Fight with all you've got, Blaziken. Use Swords Dance again," Cain said. Hearing this, Blaziken began to perform a unique dance, accompanied by a strange melody, as if it could inspire those watching. Gagoat, Vine Whip. This time, he couldn't allow Blaziken to execute Swords Dance so easily. Otherwise, even though Gagoat was a high-level Pokémon, the battle would become very difficult. Two thin vines emerged from the leaves around Gagoat's neck and headed straight toward Blaziken. Blaziken, keep the rhythm. The key to using Swords Dance was the rhythm. The dance itself was secondary. As long as the rhythm was correct, the move could be executed successfully. Blask. Blaziken locked eyes on the approaching vines, leaping and moving without interrupting the rhythm of Swords Dance as he dodged the attack. Cain smiled slightly at Blaziken's movements. No doubt about it, combat was the fastest way to grow. Faced with Gagoat's pressure, Blaziken had improved his mastery of Swords Dance. Now, he could just barely use it effectively in real combat. Seeing that Vine Whip had failed to stop Blaziken, Mr. Ramos narrowed his eyes and gave another command: Gagoat, Leech Seed. A small seed was launched from Gagoat's back as it shook its body. It landed at Blaziken's feet. Blaziken, having just completed Swords Dance, felt his energy slowly begin to drain. Fortunately, grass-type moves didn't affect him much. Alright, Blaziken, Flame Charge. Boom. Intense flames erupted from Blaziken's body, burning away most of the leech seed vines on the ground. Some remained, but they weren't significant. Blaziken dashed quickly toward Gagoat, cloaked in flames. Grass knot. Then earthquake, Mr. Ramos said calmly. Two vines emerged from the ground, trying to trip up Blaziken. Gagoat's grass knot wasn't as strong as Victory Bell's, but it was enough to interrupt Blaziken's flame charge. Although Blaziken didn't take too much damage, Gagoat's earthquake did serious harm. Blaziken, jump and use Blaze Kick, Cain shouted, frowning. Flames enveloped Blaziken's legs again, burning the vines that held him. After enduring the impact of earthquake, Blaziken jumped. Despite the pain in his body, it didn't stop him from unleashing Blaze Kick. He spread his arms like wings. Then, he channeled all his flames into his feet and delivered a fierce kick at Gagoat. Boom. Although Gagoat had a sturdy body, the kick did significant damage. Fire-type moves were clearly a disadvantage for it. Luckily, Gagoat had excellent physical endurance. Gagoat, grassy terrain. Synthesis. Mr. Ramos gave 2 consecutive commands to restore his Pokémon's energy. Gagoat's burns visibly began healing rapidly. Blaziken, don't stop attacking. Continuous fire punch, Cain shouted. Bang, bang, bang. Blaziken's flaming fist struck Gagote again and again. Wounds kept appearing, only to be quickly healed. Gagote, Giga Drain. Mr. Ramos commanded once more. Gagote's tenacity was on par with Cain's Forage's. Fortunately, it didn't know any poison-type moves. Otherwise, a few well-placed attacks would have worn Blaziken down slowly. If the battle kept going like this, the result would be a draw, with both Pokémon exhausted. If Blaziken couldn't finish Gagote with a single blow, its recovery moves would prolong the fight endlessly. Blaziken, use Sword's Dance again. There was no other option. Blaziken had a high chance of losing. Cain could only boost his attack power. As long as Blaziken's attack exceeded Gagote's recovery speed, victory was possible. For a moment, Cain considered having Blaziken use Mega Evolution, but he held back. It wasn't the right time to reveal that ability. Even if he lost, he couldn't expose Mega Evolution for a battle that didn't matter. Blaziken leapt backward and resumed his rhythmic dance. This time, Gagote couldn't interrupt him. However, Mr. Ramos didn't try to stop him either. Instead, he bolstered his Pokémon's defense and healing. Gagote, bulk up. Bulk up increased both attack and defense by tensing the muscles. Cain narrowed his eyes. If that's how it was, then he had to try something else. Blaziken, Flare Blitz. Flames surged from the white feathers on Blaziken's head, mixed with small golden sparks. Blaziken's speed had reached its peak thanks to the speed boost ability. Like a bullet wrapped in fire, Blaziken charged toward Gagote at a speed almost impossible to track. It was the first time Blaziken had used that move in battle. Because of the strong recoil effect of Flare Blitz, Cain had avoided training him in its use. But now, there was no other choice. If he couldn't surpass Gagote's recovery ability, defeat was certain. Boom! In less than the blink of an eye, Blaziken slammed violently into Gagote, engulfed in searing flames. Gagote was sent flying, crashing into the wall at the edge of the battlefield. Blaziken dropped to one knee, feeling slightly dizzy. The recoil damage had hit him hard, not to mention the massive impact Gagote had just suffered. Gagote now lay outside the area affected by grassy terrain, unable to continue using synthesis. Now, Blaze Kick. Blaziken shook his head slightly, gritted his teeth, and charged again. Fire-type energy focused into his feet. It was all the energy he had left. If he didn't win now, Blaziken would be defenseless. Bang! The sound of his kick connecting with Gagote rang out. Boom! Cracks spread across the wall. Huff, huff! Blaziken remained standing near the wall, one eye closed, breathing heavily and clearly exhausted. Meanwhile, Gagote lay on the ground, unable to continue. Gagote is unable to battle. The winner is the challenger, Cain, announced the referee, waving a flag to declare the victory. However, neither Cain nor Mr. Ramos seemed too concerned about the outcome. Upon hearing the declaration of victory, Blaziken began to stagger backward. Before he could fall, he was caught by another Pokémon. It was another Gagote. Mr. Ramos had thrown another Pokeball, revealing his strongest Pokémon. Holding Blaziken, the new Gagote immediately activated grassy terrain, restoring both Blaziken and its fallen partner. Cain, running with long strides, reached Blaziken's side. He took out a Pokeblock and fed it to him, letting him sit on the ground to regain strength. At the same time, he pulled out several healing sprays and began treating Mr. Ramos's Gagote's injuries. As a breeder, Cain was perfectly skilled at these simple treatments. Soon, Gagote opened his eyes. Only then did Cain start treating Blaziken's wounds. Mr. Ramos, wearing a peaceful smile, stood to the side watching Cain go back and forth, gently stroking his old partner with one hand as he nodded repeatedly. He's a good young man, Mr. Ramos said to himself. Once everything was done, Cain gave Blaziken a pat on the shoulder, acknowledging his effort. Mr. Ramos, thank you very much, Cain. Expressed his gratitude. Young Cain, how about coming with me to the top of the tree for a look? Mr. Ramos suggested, keeping his smile, making no mention of the battle. Cain nodded. After returning Blaziken to his Pokeball, he followed Mr. Ramos to the top of the tree. That treetop was where Mr. Ramos usually lived, and occasionally gym battles were also held there. After all, strictly speaking, that tree itself was a gym. They walked up a series of crooked and uneven steps until they reached the top. There, a large platform extended outward, with a battlefield at its center. Around the tree grew plants that Mr. Ramos regularly tended. Upon arrival, Mr. Ramos took out a pair of scissors and began trimming some plants, shaping them. It was clear the plants were thriving, a testament to Mr. Ramos's care. At the edge of the area, on a small raised platform, was a sort of tiny library, with shelves densely packed with books. When I have nothing else to do, I read here, drink tea, and take care of the plants, Mr. Ramos said with a smile. They sat around a round table at the center of the little library. Some gym assistants, or perhaps apprentices, brought 2 cups of tea. The fresh aroma of the tea filled the air, reinvigorating Cain. Try this tea. I grow it myself, Mr. Ramos said, gently blowing the floating leaves before taking a sip. His face showed an expression of delight. Cain also picked up his cup and took a sip. A familiar sensation he hadn't felt in a long time washed over him. Since arriving in this world, it was only the second time he had tasted tea. Though it had a slightly bitter taste, it reminded Cain of his life on Earth. After drinking it, he felt his body relax. Noticing the change in his expression, Mr. Ramos smiled even more. Young Cain, don't pressure yourself too much. Sometimes it's necessary to relax. There are many good things in this world, you should explore them more, the elder advised wisely. Even though Cain hid his stress well, to someone like Mr. Ramos, who was nearing 100 years old, it was plainly visible. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting patterns on them, while the bitterness of the tea gradually turned into sweetness in their mouths. As they drank, the young man and the elder quickly fell into a lively conversation. Cain asked Mr. Ramos for advice on plant cultivation techniques. Some things couldn't be found in books or records. They were knowledge Mr. Ramos had gained over decades of experience, existing only in his mind. Mr. Ramos even gave Cain a book he had written in his spare time, filled with personal notes on cultivation techniques. Since he preferred traditional methods, he didn't use computers and wrote everything by hand, considering it a way to cultivate one's character. When parting, Mr. Ramos also gave him a large bag of tea he had grown himself. Drinking tea was an excellent way to relieve physical and mental fatigue. Cain gladly accepted. After leaving the gym, Cain didn't return to Kumarine City, but instead headed toward the other side of the mountain. From the top of the tree, Mr. Ramos silently watched as Cain slowly walked away, nodded slightly, and returned to tend his plants. Cain, meanwhile, had stepped onto Route 12. Route 12, also known as Forage Road, was full of grassy fields and numerous ranches, among them one that particularly caught Cain's interest, where Gawgoat and Skiddo were raised. Of course, those ranches had owners. However, aside from the Pokémon that lived on the ranches, there were wild groups in certain areas. Even though the wild Gawgoat and Skiddo were strong, the ranchers couldn't capture them and simply let them roam freely. Fortunately, these Pokémon didn't have aggressive temperaments and would often appear near the ranches to graze. Cain's target was precisely those wild Gawgoat and Skiddo. Capturing Pokémon from the ranches was not an appropriate option, especially considering his status as a League member. Besides, these Pokémon were perfect for Blaziken and the others to train and battle against. Apart from Gawgoat and Skiddo, there were also other interesting Pokémon in the area. Among them were Tauros, Mareep, and other herbivorous Pokémon, all valuable. The knowledge gained from Mr. Ramos was recorded by the system and transmitted to the Porygon 2 subsystem, which would allow better care for the plants and grass-type Pokémon on the island. Walking slowly away from Kumarine City, a vast prairie soon unfolded before his eyes. The green grass and the blue sky blended together at the horizon. In the grass, many Pokémon moved around carefree. It was a true Pokémon paradise. Cain avoided the official path established by the League, since on those trails only ranch Pokémon could be found, which couldn't be captured. Because this area was remote, he hardly encountered anyone once he left the official path. Cain released his Pokémon, Blaziken, Lyron, Pupitar, Politoed, and Swampert. Swampert, who had been ready to participate in the gym battle, redirected his stored energy into fighting wild Pokémon. Although most of the Pokémon in the area were grass-type, which put him at a disadvantage, Swampert didn't mind. There were numerous Pokémon in the grass. Victreebel, Sunflora, Oddish, and Hoppip appeared everywhere. There were also small groups of Goggoat and Skiddo. Blaziken, as the group's leader, was the first to strike at the Victreebel. Then they began facing the Goggoat and Skiddo. There was no doubt that the wild Pokémon in this area were quite strong. Forage Road was very wide. Cain had intentionally stopped in this area to capture some Goggoat and Skiddo, which cost him quite a bit of time. However, this pause allowed his Pokémon to gain many combat opportunities. On the first day, Cain captured 4 Goggoat and 10 Skiddo. On the second day, he captured 5 Goggoat and 12 Skiddo. On the third and fourth days, every time he arrived at a new location, the first thing he did was look for traces of these Pokémon. Naturally, during the capture process, there were instances of strong resistance, so Blaziken and Swampert had plenty of battles. Cain stayed in this meadow for a full 6 days. By the end of those 6 days, he had captured a total of 34 Goggoat and 70 Skiddo. It could be said that, apart from the ranch owners, most of the Goggoat and Skiddo in the meadow were now in Cain's hands. These more than 100 Pokémon represented a great fortune. Regardless of their level or potential, each one was a valuable resource. Before transferring them to the island, Cain asked Porygon 2 to organize a space there to create a small meadow where they could live. With this acquisition, the island would have a stable milk supply, and the surplus could be sold. Since Cain had created special Pokeblocks to maximize Miltank's milk production, doing the same for Goggoat wouldn't be a problem. With some special techniques, he could also increase the Goggoat's breeding speed. It wouldn't be long before Cain had his own ranch. He might even be able to compete with Whitney's family in milk supply. The Pokémon on the island would be able to enjoy fresh milk daily, which would greatly benefit their development. That was the main reason Cain had decided to devote so much time to this task. It was the night of the 6th day. Cain and his Pokémon were at the edge of the meadow, beside a wide river that flowed into Callos' great ocean. Crossing that river would bring them close to Shalar City. He decided to rest there for the night. The next day, he would use Flygon to cross the river and continue his journey. From a certain point of view, Shalar City was the origin of Mega Evolution in the Pokémon World. Sitting next to the campfire, Cain was surrounded by his Pokémon, Ralts, Blaziken, Lyron, Pupitar, Politoed, Swampert, and Carbink, which had recently been released. Callos was the place of origin for Carbink, and perhaps he could find something to accelerate its evolution. The diamond on Carbink's head already showed a noticeable pink hue. If Minister Carbink saw it now, he could probably guess its situation. However, Cain wouldn't let Minister Carbink approach Carbink so easily. While Ralts and Carbink were playing near the fire, they suddenly stopped. They were staring across the river past Cain. At the same time, the 5 unknown on Cain's arm, which had been dormant for a long time, began to flicker. In the darkness of night, the faint glow of the symbols was quite noticeable. Noticing the unusual behavior of his Pokémon and the glow of the unknown, Cain quickly turned his head. From the forest across the river, a radiant light was shining, causing Cain's pupils to contract instinctively. Blaziken and the others also seemed to sense something and slowly stood up, positioning themselves beside Cain. Several bands of multicolored light could be seen, but the source of the light was hidden by the forest. Cain had a hunch. Without hesitation, he released Flygon's Pokeball, recalled all his Pokémon except Ralts and Carbink, and despite the night, headed toward the source of the light. Flygon, sensing Cain's urgency, flapped its wings faster. Ralts and Carbink kept staring at the distant light, as if something were calling them. As they got closer, the 5 unknown on Cain's arm flickered more frequently. But just when they were about to arrive, the light suddenly vanished. Along with the light, the glow of the unknown also disappeared. After the light vanished, Ralts and Carbink finally regained control. With confused expressions, they didn't understand what had just happened. It was as if they had completely lost control of their bodies. Even though the light was gone, Cain didn't want to stop. He was close. Following Cain's instructions, Flygon landed in the forest where the light had previously shone. There was a shallow spring of crystal clear water, and no other Pokémon were present. In the mud around the spring, there were 4 small holes, as if they were footprints. The spring didn't appear to be anything special, just extremely clean. Upon closer inspection of the trees and plants surrounding the area, Cain noticed that the vegetation was much more lush than in other areas. This confirmed his suspicion. It was Xerneas, Cain thought, staring at the spring. The legendary Pokémon of Callos, known for granting life energy, Xerneas. A fairy-type Pokémon. Cain had never imagined he might encounter Xerneas there. Although he hadn't seen it directly, the forest light, the strange behavior of Ralts and Carbink, and the lush vegetation gave him 80% certainty that the missing Pokémon was Xerneas. Only a legendary Pokémon could activate the unknown on his arm. Cain looked closely at the spring and noticed something reflecting the moonlight. Instead of reaching in with his hand, he used his psychic powers to retrieve the object from the water. It was something like an antenna, emitting a soft white glow, as if reflecting the moonlight. Cain scanned the object with the system. Item name: Xerneas' horn. Description: one of the secondary antlers of the legendary Pokémon Xerneas. These antlers fall off periodically and regrow. This is one of them. Function: unknown. Note: although the horn has lost much of its power after falling, it still contains a considerable amount of fairy-type energy. Cain couldn't believe that Xerneas' horns could fall off. Xerneas' 8 main antlers were white, and from them grew these secondary antlers, which changed color when Xerneas used its energy. Judging by the size of this antler, it had to be one of the secondary ones, which had lost its original color after detaching from Xerneas. Cain wasn't sure whether that antenna had been intentionally left behind by Xerneas or if it had simply ended up there by chance. Being Xerneas a legendary fairy-type Pokémon, and a top-tier one at that, even a single fallen hair from its body couldn't be underestimated. Similar to how a strand of Mew's hair drastically boosted Slowking's psychic power. Of course, that was mainly because it contained Mew's blood. This antenna was clearly something of a higher level than hair, at least comparable to the level of blood. Its value was incalculable. When Cain retrieved the antenna, Ralts and Carbink fixed their eyes on the object he held. Carbink, due to its timid nature, didn't show much reaction. However, Ralts looked as if it was about to jump up and snatch it. Cain smiled at them but didn't hand over the item. He hadn't yet determined its specific function nor understood what intention Xerneas might have had. With Xerneas' capabilities, it wouldn't have left that antenna there without a reason. There had to be a purpose. However, since Cain couldn't see it, there was no way to ask. Although Xerneas is a legendary Pokémon, it has a very gentle temperament. Normally, when it sees humans, it simply leaves quietly, without showing aggression. Had a strong desire for self-improvement. Aside from them, Swampert had been fighting for several days, but its level remained stuck at 49, just brushing the quasi-elite level. Politoed had also gained a level, reaching level 43. Overall, Cain's second group of Pokémon was starting to catch up. Soon, they'd be able to take on important battles. Especially once Blaziken could Mega Evolve. Once it reached the right level, it would become one of Cain's trump cards, a card capable of unleashing extraordinary power in critical moments. Unless someone actually provokes it. On the other hand, the other legendary Pokémon of the Callos region, Veltal, isn't so reasonable. One represents the giving of life, while the other symbolizes the absorption of life. They are opposing Pokémon. According to legend, Yveltal caused great destruction in the forests and was stopped by Xerneas, after which it turned into a cocoon of destruction and fell asleep somewhere in Callos. No one knows exactly where. Cain stayed a bit longer at the spot, making sure there was nothing else he could recover, and then left on Flygon's back. After his departure, another Pokémon appeared near the spring. Its 2 blue eyes, with a cross at the center, looked at the disappearing Flygon on the horizon, though it was impossible to tell what it was thinking. Drawn in by Xerneas, Cain had crossed the river directly. Since it had turned out that way, he decided not to rest and flew straight toward the outskirts of Shalar City. When the sky began to brighten, Cain arrived in the city, holding Ralts in his arms, while beside him walked Carbink, whose diamond on its forehead was now glowing pink. He headed directly to the Pokémon Center. They rented a room, and Cain collapsed on the bed, closing his eyes. What he needed to investigate in Shalar City could wait. While lying there, Cain continued to ponder Xerneas's purpose. Suddenly, an idea lit up his mind, and he sat up quickly. This startled Ralts and Carbink, who had just gotten comfortable. Cain stared at Ralts for a while before slowly shaking his head and turning his gaze to Carbink. If there was any Pokémon by his side that might interest Xerneas, it would undoubtedly be Carbink. Or rather, Carbink in the middle of its mutation. After all, both were fairy-type Pokémon. When Carbink evolves into Diantha, it too could possess the power to grant life. The difference is that Xerneas can give life to all living beings, while Diantha can only do so to Carbink. But it's still a power of the same origin. At first, Cain thought it might have been Ralts's exceptional talent that attracted Xerneas. But upon reflection, with Xerneas's experience, it had likely seen many outstanding Pokémon. So it could only be Carbink undergoing mutation. That was the only explanation that made sense. To confirm his hypothesis, Cain took out the antenna. Upon seeing the antenna, Ralts and Carbink immediately perked up. In the daylight, the antenna looked like an impeccably white ivory horn, without the fluorescent glow it had shown during the night. Cain activated the system's scan and efficient analysis capabilities, placing the antenna over Carbink. Ralts, seeing Cain place the antenna on Carbink, showed a disappointed expression, with envy in its eyes toward Carbink. However, it didn't dwell on it. Childish thoughts are always pure. If its trainer hadn't given it the item, it was probably because it was better suited for someone else. It was just a little jealous. Yes, jealous. Upon contact with the antenna, Carbink felt as if a dormant force within its body was beginning to awaken. Cain closely monitored the scan and analysis results from the system. Carbink's mutation progress, measured to the 1,000th, began to advance. Normally, even 1,000th of progress would take a long time, but now, with just contact with the antenna, the advancement was 10 times faster. So that's it, thought Cain. Was it the energy in Carbink's body that was awakening and had been sensed by Xerneas? Or was it simply a coincidence, and Xerneas had left behind some energy to help Carbink? Regardless of the reason, Carbink had gained tremendous benefit. The antenna not only accelerated its mutation process, but also purified its fairy-type energy. Although it could also be useful for Ralts, since both shared the fairy type, it was clearly more suitable for Carbink. There was something Cain didn't understand. Why did Xerneas want to help Carbink? If everything followed its natural course, there should exist a Diamond Kingdom in the Callos region. However, he wasn't sure if Diantha had appeared. He couldn't figure it out. He decided not to think about it anymore for now. The appearance of Xerneas had already been a surprise. On this journey along Forage Road, besides capturing several Goggoat and Skiddo, Cain's Pokémon had also improved in strength. The one who had progressed the most was Blaziken. Since the opponents were mostly Grass-type Pokémon, Blaziken had a type advantage, so he became the primary fighter, reaching level 39, very close to entering the advanced level. Aside from Blaziken, Lyron reached level 36 and Pupitar reached level 38. Both were striving to level up. Having accumulated enough time and experience, they only needed to reach the right level to evolve. After evolving, they could show their true potential. Although their levels weren't that far behind Blaziken, the difference in battle was becoming increasingly evident. Both Pokémon were determined. In Cain's second group of Pokémon, only they remained, and though they didn't say it outright, deep down they. Unless someone actually provokes it. On the other hand, the other legendary Pokémon of the Callos region, Veltal, isn't so reasonable. One represents the giving of life, while the other symbolizes the absorption of life. They are opposing Pokémon. According to legend, Yveltal caused great destruction in the forests and was stopped by Xerneas, after which it turned into a cocoon of destruction and fell asleep somewhere in Callos. No one knows exactly where. Cain stayed a bit longer at the spot, making sure there was nothing else he could recover, and then left on Flygon's back. After his departure, another Pokémon appeared near the spring. Its two blue eyes, with a cross at the center, looked at the disappearing Flygon on the horizon, though it was impossible to tell what it was thinking. Drawn in by Xerneas, Cain had crossed the river directly. Since it had turned out that way, he decided not to rest and flew straight toward the outskirts of Shalar City. When the sky began to brighten, Cain arrived in the city, holding Ralts in his arms, while beside him walked Carbink, whose diamond on its forehead was now glowing pink. He headed directly to the Pokémon Center. They rented a room, and Cain collapsed on the bed, closing his eyes. What he needed to investigate in Shalar City could wait. While lying there, Cain continued to ponder Xerneas' purpose. Suddenly, an idea lit up his mind, and he sat up quickly. This startled Ralts and Carbink, who had just gotten comfortable. Cain stared at Ralts for a while before slowly shaking his head and turning his gaze to Carbink. If there was any Pokémon by his side that might interest Xerneas, it would undoubtedly be Carbink. Or rather, Carbink in the middle of its mutation. After all, both were fairy-type Pokémon. When Carbink evolves into Diantha, it too could possess the power to grant life. The difference is that Xerneas can give life to all living beings, while Diantha can only do so to Carbink. But it's still a power of the same origin. At first, Cain thought it might have been Ralts' exceptional talent that attracted Xerneas. But upon reflection, with Xerneas' experience, it had likely seen many outstanding Pokémon. So it could only be Carbink undergoing mutation. That was the only explanation that made sense. To confirm his hypothesis, Cain took out the antenna. Upon seeing the antenna, Ralts and Carbink immediately perked up. In the daylight, the antenna looked like an impeccably white ivory horn, without the fluorescent glow it had shown during the night. Cain activated the system's scan and efficient analysis capabilities, placing the antenna over Carbink. Ralts, seeing Cain place the antenna on Carbink, showed a disappointed expression, with envy in its eyes toward Carbink. However, it didn't dwell on it. Childish thoughts are always pure. If its trainer hadn't given it the item, it was probably because it was better suited for someone else. It was just a little jealous. Yes, jealous. Upon contact with the antenna, Carbink felt as if a dormant force within its body was beginning to awaken. Cain closely monitored the scan and analysis results from the system. Carbink's mutation progress, measured to the 1,000th, began to advance. Normally, even 1,000th of progress would take a long time, but now, with just contact with the antenna, the advancement was 10 times faster. So that's it, thought Cain. Was it the energy in Carbink's body that was awakening and had been sensed by Xerneas? Or was it simply a coincidence and Xerneas had left behind some energy to help Carbink? Regardless of the reason, Carbink had gained tremendous benefit. The antenna not only accelerated its mutation process, but also purified its fairy-type energy. Although it could also be useful for Ralts, since both shared the fairy type, it was clearly more suitable for Carbink. There was something Cain didn't understand. Why did Xerneas want to help Carbink? If everything followed its natural course, there should exist a Diamond Kingdom in the Callos region. However, he wasn't sure if Diantha had appeared. He couldn't figure it out. He decided not to think about it anymore for now. The appearance of Xerneas had already been a surprise. On this journey along Forage Road, besides capturing several Goggoat and Skiddo, Cain's Pokémon had also improved in strength. The one who had progressed the most was Blaziken. Since the opponents were mostly Grass-type Pokémon, Blaziken had a type advantage, so he became the primary fighter, reaching level 39, very close to entering the advanced level. Aside from Blaziken, Lyron reached level 36 and Pupitar reached level 38. Both were striving to level up. Having accumulated enough time and experience, they only needed to reach the right level to evolve. After evolving, they could show their true potential. Although their levels weren't that far behind Blaziken, the difference in battle was becoming increasingly evident. Both Pokémon were determined. In Cain's second group of Pokémon, only they remained, and though they didn't say it outright, deep down they. The Tower of Mastery is the most iconic building in Shalar City. In a way, it's quite similar to the Prism Tower in Lumio City. While the Prism Tower also serves as Lumio City's gym, the Tower of Mastery fulfills the same function for the Shalar City gym. The difference lies in that the Prism Tower is a modern, technologically advanced structure, whereas the Tower of Mastery is an ancient building with a long history. Since ancient times, the Tower of Mastery has been the private property of a prominent family in Shalar City. When the Pokémon League was established in the Callos region, Shalar City needed an official gym, and the patriarch of that family was appointed as its first gym leader. Thus, the Tower of Mastery also became the Shalar City gym. Although any challenger can currently access the lower levels, the upper floors remain closed to the public, guarding secrets that this family does not wish to reveal. It is said that perhaps one day these secrets may be unveiled, especially after the discovery of Mega Evolution. But for now, this lineage considers the ability to Mega Evolve a skill exclusive to their family. In fact, they don't fully understand the concept of Mega Evolution themselves. They only know that Lucario possesses a special evolutionary form. Every generation of the family has had Lucario as their emblematic Pokémon, which shows their great strength and tradition. Clearly, Cain couldn't just enter as a challenger if he wanted to uncover the tower's real secrets. While that option would grant him access, it wouldn't reveal any confidential information. The only solution was to secretly infiltrate, something Cain had already planned from the beginning. Without lingering in Shalar City, he quickly departed for Geosenge Town. Along the way, Ralts discreetly left psychic coordinate markers as reference points. After a full day of nonstop travel, Cain arrived in the town and checked into the local Pokémon Center. After renting a room, he locked himself inside to make preparations. At that moment, Cain returned to his usual appearance. After wearing a mask for so long, he had almost forgotten what his own face looked like. His attractive face had long been forgotten by many. As he changed clothes, he noticed something interesting. He had grown considerably over the past few months. At 16 years old, he was in the midst of a growth spurt, and his height had already reached 1.76 meters. No wonder his old clothes were tight. After changing into a black infiltration suit, Cain, with the help of several uses of Ralts' teleport, returned to the forest near Shalar City. The Tower of Mastery wasn't directly connected to the city. It stood as a separate island in the bay. Only during low tide, at sunset, could it be reached on foot. Cain chose to fly there directly on Honchkrow. Luckily, Honchkrow was big enough to carry him on short trips. Both dressed completely in black, they moved through the night sky undetected. With a soft sound, Cain jumped from Honchkrow's back to the island floor. He barely made a noise, inaudible to anyone nearby. The area around the tower belonged to the owning family. Just as Cain had turned his island into a ranch, this family had turned theirs into a fortified castle. After observing the area and confirming there were no patrols, Cain advanced toward the tower. A thin layer of psychic energy covered his feet, preventing him from leaving footprints or making noise. Experienced in nighttime infiltrations, he brought along Weevil and Honchkrow, ideal Pokémon for stealth missions. Gengar scouted ahead to clear the path. Unless they encountered an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, it was nearly impossible for them to be detected. They quickly reached the base of the tower. Cain signaled Honchkrow to ascend with him. Holding onto one of its talons and using his own psychic power to remain suspended, Cain rose without hindering the Pokémon's flight. Weevil climbed the walls using cracks between the bricks, while Gengar had already peeked over the upper ledge, confirming it was clear. Cain avoided the public floors and headed straight for the upper levels. From the air, he could see a massive hall with a majestic statue of Mega Lucario, the first of its kind belonging to this family. This Pokémon was likely the first recorded case of Mega Evolution in the Pokémon world. Future research by Professor Sycamore on Mega Evolution would owe a great deal to this family. Cain carefully entered through a window at the top of the tower. The atmosphere exuded a sense of age and decay, a testament to its long history. Together with his 3 Pokémon, Cain searched for information on Mega Evolution. The most likely place to find it was in the gym leader Gherkin's study. This eccentric man primarily used fighting-type Pokémon. Cain knew at least 2 of them, a Lucario, an heirloom of the family, and a Blaziken, just like Cain's. Gengar opened the door. Cain ordered telepathically after confirming the room was empty. Gengar slipped through the crack and opened the door from the inside. The room was a library filled with books and a large central desk. Cain activated the system's scanning function to search for titles containing information about Mega Evolution. As he flipped through a book on the family's history, Gengar urgently signaled him. Cain discovered a hidden mechanism inside the study. Although he had already explored several rooms earlier, all of them were empty. They appeared to be guest rooms and contained nothing of value. Upon entering the study, he expected to find relevant information in the books, but that wasn't the case. However, that was when Cain detected a secret mechanism within the room. It was a vase that could be rotated. When he turned it, the bookshelves slid to the sides, revealing a hidden room. Cain didn't hesitate to enter. The walls of the secret room were covered with densely carved inscriptions. A quick glance revealed that they described the discovery of Mega Evolution and how it had been passed down over time. The text spoke about Lucario's Mega Evolution, as well as the Mega Stones and Keystone required to achieve it. According to the inscriptions, after discovering Lucario's Mega Evolution, the family that owned this place began searching for more Lucario Mega Stones, also amassing a large number of Keystones. However, finding Lucario Mega Stones proved to be extremely difficult, almost impossible. Instead, they managed to collect numerous Keystones. All of them were stored in that room. Additionally, since Lucario was the family's emblematic Pokémon, they had developed a very detailed and effective training method for raising it. Upon reading this information, Cain felt great interest not only in Lucario's Megastone and the collection of Keystones, but also in the training method they used to raise Lucario. After all, Cain had a Riolu egg, and once it hatched, this knowledge could be of great use to him. The rest of the inscriptions weren't related to Mega Evolution. They merely recounted the achievements of each family leader throughout the generations. The current patriarch, Gherkin, hadn't inscribed anything on the wall yet. Perhaps the time hadn't come, or maybe he hadn't done anything worthy of recognition. However, it was undeniable that this family had been powerful in the past. At their peak, they ruled over all of Shalor City and its surroundings, with the Tower of Mastery as their center of power. But now, their influence had been reduced to a minimum. All they had left was the Tower of Mastery. And with the arrival of the Pokémon League in Callos, the family had been forced to rely on it to retain the Tower of Mastery. That's why they decided to build the gym beneath the tower. After reading the inscriptions, Cain turned his attention to the room's only table. It was an old table, but perfectly preserved and made from high-quality materials. What most caught Cain's interest was the object resting on the table. A thick book with a hard cover made of a leather-like material, clearly marked by the passage of time. Upon opening it, the first page displayed the words Lucario Training Manual. This was the book Cain had been hoping to find. But what he didn't notice at first was a faint bluish energy that emerged from its pages when he touched it. When he finally realized it, he immediately used his psychic powers to contain it. It was aura power. He sighed in relief. Fortunately, the energy hadn't escaped. It was to be expected that a secret room like this would have security measures or alarms. The protection mechanism was hidden within the objects on the table. Cain firmly restrained the aura energy with his psychic abilities to prevent it from spreading. To avoid any further problems, he decided to store the book immediately and review it later. Aside from this book, the table contained nothing of interest. He opened the drawer. What he saw inside took his breath away. Incredible! This was definitely a family with centuries of history. Their collection capacity was unmatched. A drawer full of keystones. Although keystones weren't as valuable as megastones, they were still extremely rare. They could be used with any Pokémon that had a compatible megastone. Could these be all the keystones the family had gathered over the years? Moreover, inside the drawer were 2 different megastones. They didn't appear to be for Lucario. But regardless of which Pokémon they belonged to, their value was immeasurable. Cain was tempted, but he didn't take anything immediately. He noticed an aura barrier surrounding both the keystones and the megastones. It was a more powerful barrier than the one on the book. He could break it, but that would alert whoever was linked to it. Most likely Gherkin himself, who at that moment was probably asleep. Although this family was in decline, Cain didn't underestimate Gherkin. He was an experienced elder, with a Lucario and a Blaziken. According to family tradition, only someone who could achieve Lucario's mega evolution could become the patriarch and gym leader. If Lucario was already near elite level before mega evolution, then its power after transforming must be terrifying. Cain held the aura energy in his hand as he meditated. Reason told him he shouldn't touch anything, but his instinct screamed not to let this opportunity slip away. Returning to the Tower of Mastery wouldn't be easy. Jengar, stop anyone who tries to come, Cain ordered. He finally made his decision. The desire for fortune was too strong. This was the perfect moment. After making sure all his Pokémon were ready, Cain used his psychic powers to wrap his own hand. Whether he could take those valuable keystones and megastones without trouble depended on the success of this operation. In truth, obtaining the items wasn't the hard part. What was complicated was withdrawing without incident and without revealing his identity. Fortunately, the worst that could happen that night was being discovered, but his identity as a member of Team Rocket wouldn't be exposed. Once he received signals from his Pokémon, Cain made his decision and, as quickly as possible, passed through the thin aura energy barrier, storing all the items in his storage space. He did it. It was time to retreat. The moment Cain came into contact with the aura barrier, in a room at the top of the Tower of Mastery, Gherkin's eyes shot open. Two long white eyebrows hung from his forehead to his cheeks, giving him a distinctive look. Despite his old age as a fighting-type Pokémon trainer, his body remained strong. With a swift motion, he jumped from the bed to his feet. Without wasting a second, he grabbed 2 Pokeballs beside his bed and ran straight to the library, not even putting on his shoes. He never would have imagined that someone would infiltrate the Tower of Mastery. Since the decline of his family, there weren't many valuable things left in the tower. The only things he considered truly important were those special stones passed down through his family. The aura barrier had been triggered. As he ran through the halls, he sensed a presence and, without hesitation, threw 2 Pokeballs. A Blaziken and a Lucario appeared in the corridor. Not far from him, a shadow floated in the darkness, preparing to strike. It was a Jengar. Upon seeing Jengar, Gherkin's face darkened even more. The intruder was well prepared. He knew Gherkin specialized in fighting-type Pokémon and had brought a ghost-type Pokémon to interfere. Blaziken, Flamethrower. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Physical attacks weren't the best option against a ghost-type like Jengar, but special attacks were another matter. Jengar saw the wave of fire and the blue energy sphere cutting through the flames unaffected. Quickly, he launched 2 Shadow Balls and slid along the wall, fleeing toward the library. Boom! Boom! The explosions echoed throughout the tower. The noise awakened everyone on the island, and soon, lights began to turn on one by one. Multiple footsteps and voices could be heard as people rushed to the upper level of the tower. Cain, having collected all the keystones and megastones, approached the window and waited. When Jengar returned to his shadow, Cain recalled Weevil, who had still been reinforcing the library door with ice. Then, without hesitation, he jumped out the window alongside Honchkrow. The cold night air hit his face as he grabbed onto Honchkrow's legs, flying toward the forest on the opposite shore. If he could reach the forest, the danger would be gone. Theoretically, the family specialized in fighting-type Pokémon shouldn't be very skilled with flying types. Boom! Shortly after Cain and Honchkrow jumped from the window, the library door, frozen by Weevil, was blasted open. Blazing flames swept through the room, uncaring of the fate of the books. Clearly, he had struck a very sensitive nerve in the family that owned the place, to the point they no longer cared about the destruction it might cause. Gherkin approached the window and, under the moonlight, caught a glimpse of a shadow flying away toward the forest. His expression grew even darker. He didn't need to check the room to know what had been stolen. How could the thief know so precisely what they were looking for? Who is that person? It didn't take long for a group of people to arrive. Father, called a middle-aged man. It was Kler, Gurken's son and future father of Corina. Without hesitation, Kler stepped onto the edge of the window and leapt into the void. As he fell, he threw a pokeball, from which a Heracross emerged to catch him in midair. Standing on its back, he pursued the fleeing shadow. Gurken watched his son go after the thief. He wanted to stop him, but when he remembered what had been lost, he slowly lowered his hand. He hoped Kler could recover those items. However, a troubling feeling overcame him. His son might be in danger. Cain, halfway through his escape, noticed the pursuit. He hadn't expected someone to follow him with a Heracross. His eyes flashed coldly. Whoever was chasing him had made a fatal mistake. If it had been Gurken, Cain would have fled without looking back. But now, the night sky became the stage for a hunt. Two shadows flew one after the other, closing in on the forest. Honchkrow landed, and Cain disappeared into the thick woods without stopping. Kler also landed quickly and released another Pokémon, Minshao. Minshao, follow his trail. With cold eyes and determined resolve, Kler was ready to reclaim his family's legacy. It was his duty as a father and heir to his lineage. As soon as he landed, Cain quickly concealed himself within the dense forest. If it were only a matter of stealth skills in a woodland environment, Cain was confident that his ability to hide far surpassed that of his pursuer. However, for some reason, his pursuer seemed able to track him precisely, always staying close. And worse, his speed was impressive. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he caught up. Given the current situation, even if Cain used the power of the 5 unknown to open an alternate space, he probably wouldn't have enough time to fully hide himself. As a fighting-type Pokémon trainer, his pursuer's physical condition must also be exceptional. Cain quickly made a decision. He couldn't run from this. He had only one option left: face him in battle and force him to retreat, or ideally, eliminate him entirely. Now that he had made up his mind, there was no room for hesitation. His first step was to find suitable terrain for battle. Luckily, his Pokémon had a type advantage over the enemies. However, Weavile was at a disadvantage due to its quadruple weakness to fighting-type moves. Nevertheless, this same weakness could serve as an effective lure to deceive his pursuer and make him lower his guard. Using telepathy, Cain communicated with Gengar, who immediately disappeared into his shadow. At the same time, while running, Cain took out his portable Pokémon transport device and retrieved the Pokeballs of Slowking and Altaria, preparing for any eventuality. If the time came to send Slowking into battle, it would mean his pursuer had to die, no questions asked. Slowking's appearance would make it far too easy to link Cain to certain past events, increasing suspicion about his true identity. As for Altaria, so far, few people knew Cain possessed an elite-level Altaria. The only time he had used it in public was in Malville City, when he appeared as the leader of Team Heaven. Once summoned, Weavile immediately disappeared among the trees. With Honchkrow's help, Cain leapt and landed in the canopy of a tree. Just then, his pursuer, Kler, arrived at the spot where Cain had just been. When Cain saw the pale white Pokémon accompanying him, he immediately understood how his pursuer had been able to track him so effectively. It was a Minshao, a fighting-type Pokémon that, like a weasel, had a sharp sense of smell. No wonder that even after Cain had used tree resin to mask his scent, he still couldn't shake his enemy. Some Pokémon simply had natural abilities that far surpassed human capabilities. Kler, accompanied by his Minshao and Heracross, suddenly stopped. The scent trail had ended right there. He's above. Heracross, use Horn Attack. Kler ordered immediately. Heracross, already in position, drove its massive horn into the tree trunk with full force. Cain had planned to ambush his enemy, but now that he had been discovered, there was no point in hiding any longer. Honchkrow, use Sky Attack. Cain ordered without hesitation. He launched himself nimbly, swinging between branches and landing in another nearby tree. Meanwhile, Honchkrow, who had been charging its attack under Cain's orders, dived from above. A bluish aura surrounded it as it descended at high speed. Its target, Heracross. As a bug and fighting type, Heracross was extremely vulnerable to flying-type moves. If Honchkro's attack landed, there was a good chance it could be a one-hit knockout. After all, while Heracross was known for its incredible strength, physical durability wasn't its strongest trait. Heracross, use Protect. Minsheo, use Fake Out. Kler reacted immediately. Since the beginning of the chase, he had noticed that his opponent had a flying-type Pokémon. As a trainer specialized in fighting types, he was always aware of his team's weaknesses. Honchkro had always been part of his calculations and precautions. A bright green shield enveloped Heracross just before Honchkro could strike. Unable to change its trajectory, Honchkro crashed straight into the protective barrier. Meanwhile, Minsheo, with its outstanding speed, moved swiftly. Using its long, elastic legs, it lunged directly at Honchkro with Fake Out. The move itself wasn't particularly powerful, but it had a very annoying effect. It could cause the target to flinch and become momentarily unable to act. Though not guaranteed, the chance of success was fairly high. Especially at that moment, just after Honchkro had executed a move and was at its most vulnerable during recovery. Honchkro, use Protect. Gengar, use Toxic. Cain had already leapt to another tree and was hidden under his dark cloak, camouflaging himself in the shadows of the forest. Honchkro, unable to dodge, activated Protect just in time to block Minsheo's attack. If it had been hit and flinched, it would have been in serious danger, surrounded by two fighting-type Pokémon. Despite its flying-type advantage, Honchkro's dark typing also made it vulnerable to fighting-type moves, meaning it would still take normal damage. Meanwhile, Gengar, who had vanished at the start of the battle, suddenly reappeared near Minsheo. Taking advantage of the moment when Minsheo was focused on attacking Honchkro, Gengar hurled a sticky, purple substance directly at it. Direct hit. But at that moment, Cain realized something. The poison Minsheo was only a substitute. Kler didn't attack immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Cain, who remained hidden beneath the forest's canopy. A psychic. I knew it was you people. In the Callos region, Kler knew very few psychics. But there was one group he was familiar with. His family's decline had begun when certain psychics interfered in their affairs. In other words, his family had a deep grudge against them. And now, seeing Cain use telepathy to give orders, Kler recognized him immediately. Recalling everything his family had suffered at the hands of psychics, a powerful killing intent surged within him. As Gurken's son and a member of a large family, even though Kler was now allied with the Pokémon League, that didn't mean he had never killed anyone. He had dealt with many psychics who tried to stand in their way, but had never exposed their identities. There were many like him in the League. Being on the side of the Alliance didn't mean they had clean hands. Cain was stunned when he heard what Kler said. It seemed things were far more interesting than Cain had imagined, and as a result, most of the hatred had now been diverted. The two sides clashed multiple times and then quickly separated again. Only then did Cain have time to scan his opponent's two Pokémon. Heracross, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 55. Type, bug plus fighting. Ability, swarm. Held item, none. Egg moves, Bide, Revenge, Seismic Toss. Basic moves, Arm Thrust, Bullet Seed, Night Slash, Tackle, Leer, Horn Attack, Endure, Feint, Aerial Ace, Chip Away, Counter, Fury Attack, Brick Break, Pin Missile, Takedown, Mega Horn, Close Combat, Reversal. Learned moves, Snore, Low Kick. TM moves, Protect, Earthquake, Double Team, Stone Edge, Substitute. Pokémon, Minsheo, blue. Gender, male. Level, 57. Type, fighting. Ability, Inner Focus. Held item, none. Egg moves, Endure, Low Kick, Knock Off. Basic moves, Aura Sphere, Reversal, Pound, Meditate, Detect, Fake Out, Double Slap, Swift, Calm Mind, Force Palm, Drain Punch, Jump Kick, U-Turn, Bounce, High Jump Kick. Learned moves, Focus Punch, Snore, Laser Focus, Dual Chop. TM moves, Protect, Double Team, Rock Tomb, Low Sweep, Rock Slide, Substitute. Both Heracross and Minsheo were quasi-elite level. In addition, Minsheo was also a Pokémon that had learned to wield a certain degree of aura power. The reason Kler said he didn't have enough talent was because he failed to capture a Lucario. Because capturing a Lucario not only required strength, but also needed to earn its approval. But Kler failed at that and had to settle for capturing a Minsheo. Although both can use the power of aura, the difference between them is still very large. The most important point is that, without a Lucario, he cannot perform Mega Evolution and therefore cannot inherit the position of clan leader. But his daughter is different. Although Corona is still young, she already managed to earn the recognition of a Riolu. It's only a matter of time and bonding until their connection grows strong enough and Riolu evolves into Lucario. When that happens, Gherkin will help Corona carry out the Mega Evolution. And once her Lucario Mega evolves, it will be time for Corona to take Gherkin's place. However, all the Mega Stones are currently in Cain's hands. For his daughter's sake, Kler was determined to defeat Cain and recover all the Mega Stones. Minsheo managed to avoid being poisoned by the opposing Gengar, as the effects of the move Substitute successfully blocked the poison. Now the real battle began. Under Cain's command, Honchkrow used the move Tailwind to increase both his and Gengar's speed. Both Pokémon charged together toward their opponents. Heracross and Minsheo didn't back down either, charging directly at Honchkrow and Gengar. Even though they were at a type disadvantage, their determination didn't falter in the slightest. All of them were quite fast Pokémon, so there were no surprises in terms of reaction time. This time, what would truly determine the outcome of the battle was the trainer's skill. Cain, thanks to his telepathy, had a clear advantage in command. So, as long as he didn't make any major mistakes, Cain would gradually gain the upper hand. But there wasn't the slightest trace of panic on his opponent's face. Just thinking about it, Cain understood. Cain's expression grew darker. He clearly felt the killing intent of his enemy. At first, he thought Kler wanted to resolve things through life or death immediately, but now he saw he was more rational than he seemed. They were in a forest, although not far from the Tower of Mastery. If Kler managed to delay him, his family could arrive quickly. And if Gherkin joined the battle, Cain would be at a clear disadvantage. From the beginning, that was the opponent's plan. That's why, even though he was at a type disadvantage, he still charged in without hesitation. Cain's eyes gleamed coldly. Cain didn't want to take things this far, after all. He had already caused them an unintended disaster. But if this continued, things would become more and more unfavorable for him. During this time, Cain had lived a relatively peaceful life of growth and combat. It had been a while since he resorted to lethal measures. Spending so much time in the League had influenced him. But that didn't mean he had forgotten he was a member of Team Rocket. When it's time to be ruthless, there's no room for mercy. He had kept Weevil hidden in the shadows in case of emergency, due to its significant type disadvantage. Weevil Ice Punch. Cain ordered via telepathy. And he aimed directly at Kler. He had to end this quickly and flee as soon as possible. Weevil didn't hesitate in the slightest upon receiving the order. From its hiding place among the branches, it stealthily crept toward Kler. When it was close enough, it leapt from above, ice condensing in its claws. Weevil shot straight toward Kler, but he managed to react in time. Without time to summon a Pokémon, as a martial artist, he crossed his arms in front of him. Bam! He slid 5 or 6 meters, leaving 2 deep marks in the ground from his feet. Cain was surprised. Even though Kler's arms suffered severe frostbite, he managed to block Weevil's surprise attack. And this despite being a human, blocking a direct attack from a Pokémon. Of course, Kler used a small portion of his aura and also relied on his great physical strength. An ordinary person couldn't have done it. It could be said that martial artists are a special group within the Pokémon world. Otherwise, their family couldn't stand against the psychics. After blocking Weevil's attack, Kler threw a Pokeball. A Mahoke appeared, running in long strides toward Weevil. Even though it was only level 51, it had a huge type advantage. Both Pokémon began their confrontation. Kler, meanwhile, was no longer standing still. He ran straight toward Cain, ignoring the frostbite wounds. He dashed through the Pokémon battle zone and headed straight for him. From the beginning, he had suspected Cain had an ace up his sleeve. Now that Weevil had appeared, he decided it was time to end this himself. He would defeat Cain with his own strength. Cain didn't move, simply watched him coldly. His shadow distorted slightly, and Mismagius silently emerged from behind him. Now that Gengar was in battle, Cain's personal security rested with Mismagius. And Mismagius was no longer the same as when she left Trial Island. Although she still retained some compassion, she was no longer that innocent little girl. But Cain didn't give the order to attack, just kept watching Kler approaching with all his might. Without retreating, the 5 unknown symbols on his right wrist began to glow. Martial artists, although strong, are not considered among the top 3 abilities for a reason. Cain focused his psychic power into his right hand and waved it from left to right, slicing through the air. Spatial cut. It was his most powerful ability at the moment. The ultimate technique of an intermediate-level psychic. Let's see how a martial artist can stop this. The result didn't surprise Cain. Halfway through, Kler was instantly decapitated. He had probably never faced a psychic capable of using spatial fissures before. Usually, the ones he encountered were basic-level psychics, and moving objects with their minds was their limit. Even against those psychics, Kler, as a martial artist, usually held the advantage. That's why he underestimated Cain, thinking he was of that same basic level. But he never imagined Cain would be able to use a technique that not even many advanced-level psychics could master: spatial rend. A technique reserved only for those with exceptional spatial talent. There is no way to block it. It's not something a physical body can withstand. Perhaps if he had tried to dodge from the very beginning of the move, he might have avoided it. But he didn't. He blindly trusted his own body, a common flaw among martial artists. Kler fell to the ground. This battle wasn't about ideals or pride, it was a simple dispute of interests. Cain wanted the clan's keystones and megastones, while Kler wanted to protect them. A straightforward confrontation, without embellishments. If Cain had lost, that clan would not have spared him. A conflict like this could only end with one of the 2 dead. Initially, Cain only intended to defeat him and leave quickly, but upon realizing the enemy's intention to stall for time, everything changed. And so the outcome unfolded. Without Kler's command, his Pokémon began to fall one by one. It had to be acknowledged that he had trained his Pokémon well. Probably because he was a martial artist, he thoroughly understood how to develop fighting-type Pokémon. If he had inherited Lucario's Mega Evolution, his strength would have been even greater. After defeating all his Pokémon, both Honchkrow and Gengar leveled up. They both reached level 57. They had been training long enough and had accumulated plenty of experience. They just needed a tough battle to continue growing. Weevil, although it didn't level up after defeating Mahoke, did learn a valuable lesson: how hard it was to face a fighting-type Pokémon. Had Kler not died, the first Pokémon to fall probably would have been him. After all, he has a quadruple-type disadvantage, and that became very clear. Cain once again used the power of the unknown to open an alternate space inside a large tree. He tossed Kler and all his Pokémon inside. Although they were valuable, selling them now would cause problems. And Cain didn't need the money. Cain stood observing the remains of the battle in the forest. Cleaning it all up would be a problem. Better to destroy everything. He called Blaziken. Blaziken, flamethrower. Burn this forest, Cain ordered. Upon command, Blaziken spat a snake of fire that swept from left to right, engulfing the entire forest in increasingly intense flames. Cain, protected by his Pokémon, was unharmed. When the fire had consumed most of the forest, Cain had Blaziken withdraw the flames. Then he called Ralts and disappeared from the scene using Ralts's teleport move. After several consecutive jumps, he appeared in a room at the Pokémon Center in Geosenge Town. That location had been previously marked by Ralts as the return point before beginning the operation. Back in the room, Cain didn't go to sleep. Instead, he left the room. To reduce suspicion, the best thing was to establish a solid alibi. No one knew the exact time he infiltrated the Tower of Mastery, nor when Kler disappeared, nor when the forest burned. As long as he made sure to be seen by Nurse Joy during that time window, no one would suspect him. Of course, all this was just a precaution. It was unlikely anyone would accuse him. He went to see Joy, who was on night shift, walked around, and said he was hungry and looking for something to eat. Then he returned to his room. There, he brought out the spoils, all the keystones and 2 megastones. He didn't yet know which Pokémon those megastones belonged to, but he doubted either was for Lucario. He only hoped at least one would be useful for him. What excited him the most were the keystones. Although they're more common than megastones, they are still valuable. It's just that since Mega Evolution isn't public knowledge yet, their existence remains unknown. He calmly counted them. 20 keystones. The day he needs resources and Mega Evolution becomes known, these keystones will be worth a fortune. A true hidden treasure. That clan tried to keep Mega Evolution a secret, not realizing that if they had revealed it to the world, the value of their items, those keystones and megastones, would have restored their glory, possibly even leading them to a new golden age. But that's how powerful clans in the Pokémon world behave. Selfish. Like the Draco clan, who control Dragonite and guard their methods of enhancing Dragon-type Pokémon. Or the Stone clan, who dominate Steel types and their improvement methods. Don't they understand that sharing their knowledge would bring them even greater benefits? But they don't. Why? Because if they did, they would lose their advantage over other clans. And over time, they would be diluted among the masses. That's the reality of the Pokémon world. That's how it's structured. Kler's clan was no different. Even in decline, they were unwilling to give up the keystones. With these 20 keystones, Cain no longer had to worry about having megastones without keystones, an awkward situation until now. These keystones and the 2 megastones were the greatest gain from this operation, as well as the specialized Lucario training manual, which was of great value on its own. Raising Pokémon isn't just about training them, you have to find the right method and the most suitable resources. And now, Cain had the resources and the manual. All that was left was for the Riolu egg to hatch. When that happens, he'll have nothing to worry about in raising it. After all, it's the legacy of a clan that has specialized in Lucario for centuries. Without a doubt, their accumulated experience is worth a great deal. Cain briefly skimmed through the manual, which recorded in detail the entire raising process from a Riolu to a Lucario. How to make Riolu grow faster and better during its initial phase, and how to develop its combat techniques once it evolved into Lucario. Everything was there. In truth, it shouldn't be called a manual, but rather a complete encyclopedia of Lucario training. It even included detailed descriptions on how to properly perform Mega Evolution. Cain didn't have time to analyze it thoroughly now, so he ordered the system to scan everything. Maybe the book held the way to repair the Riolu egg he had. After all, that egg was extremely valuable, and the potential of the Pokémon inside was also excellent. Only, for some unknown reason, the egg was damaged. In fact, it was similar to the Larvitar egg he once had. It couldn't hatch. If this book contained the solution for that egg, Cain thought that alone would make it priceless. The system quickly scanned the texts. Once finished, everything was stored in the database. After assigning this task to the system, Cain collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. In recent days, his biological rhythm had become completely unbalanced, so he needed to reset it. But just as Cain entered deep sleep, Shalar City descended into chaos. Not just because of the Tower of Mastery. Gherkin, seeing the forest in flames, felt the situation slipping out of his control. He immediately called the Shalar City police. And when he arrived at the scene as fast as he could, he found the forest completely destroyed, unable to identify what had truly happened. He also found no trace of his son Kler, not even of his Pokémon. The signs of battle on the ground had been erased by the forest fire, vanished as if they had evaporated. Not only the man in black, his own son had also disappeared. Gherkin had a terrible feeling. From the moment Kler jumped out the window, something had felt off, though he ignored it. Now that feeling wrapped around him entirely, and it grew stronger by the second. His face turned grim. He had come as fast as possible, hoping to find Kler fighting the enemy. But he never expected both to be gone. If Kler were still alive, he wouldn't have vanished unless... He fell silent, not stepping into the now charred forest. He feared ruining the scene. Only Officer Jenny could gather any evidence. Soon, Officer Jenny arrived with a group of Shalar City police officers. Someone had already reported the fire on the outskirts of Shalar City, so she came right away. Upon arrival, she saw Gherkin standing there with a somber face, not having entered the scene. "Mr. Gherkin, what happened here?" "Who started the forest fire?" asked Officer Jenny. Gherkin slowly shook his head. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Tonight, someone infiltrated the Tower of Mastery and stole something very important to my family. My son Kler went after him. The thief used a flying Pokémon. I arrived too late, and everything was already like this." Officer Jenny was stunned for a moment. Then, she cautiously asked, "And your son?" But upon seeing Gherkin's expression, she immediately understood. Gherkin said no more, only shook his head again. Even though his son hadn't inherited Lucario's mega evolution, he was still his son. And now he might have to bury his own child, which shattered him inside. But as long as no body appeared, there was still a sliver of hope. That was the only thing keeping him standing. "Leave this to us, Mr. Gherkin. Please go back and wait for the results," said Officer Jenny empathetically, though she knew she had to carry out her duty. Inspecting the scene was their responsibility. Gherkin couldn't help by staying there. Gherkin left, disheartened. As the clan leader, he had many things to deal with after losing the family's most important items and many people to calm down. Check Shalar City's security cameras. Look for suspicious individuals during this period. Also contact the staff in Geosenge Town to assist with the investigation, Officer Jenny ordered. The son of the Shalar City gym leader was missing, and valuable items from his gym had been stolen. For the League, this wasn't a minor issue. If mishandled, it could damage the League's reputation. If someone could infiltrate a city's gym, what place was still safe? If this became public, it would severely impact all of Shalar City. The Callos League, upon hearing the news, also treated the matter seriously. They sent several Callos League investigators to solve the case. But one had to admit, Cain was extremely thorough when he ordered Blaziken to burn the entire forest. Officer Jenny couldn't find anything useful after searching for a long time. Even from the forest's entry point, though she found traces of Kler, she found no tracks of the supposed man in black. The only footprints were Kler's. Cain had wrapped his feet in psychic power to leave no traces while running. And with Kler's subsequent disappearance, Officer Jenny's final conclusion was shocking. It had all been orchestrated by Kler himself, intending to steal the family treasure from the Tower of Mastery. That would explain everything. Kler was not the heir of the clan nor of Shalar City's gym. So his motive could have been revenge or a desire to become stronger. The more Officer Jenny thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. It was a conspiracy, but none of this had anything to do with Cain, who slept soundly. He had no idea that his actions had led Officer Jenny to such a conclusion. Cain slept until well past noon the next day. Though he still wasn't fully rested, he got up. If he slept more, he'd become nocturnal again. If he pushed himself a bit today, he could reset his rhythm. Geosenge Town was a small village in the Callos region, comparable to the old leafy town. But within it lay one of Callos's greatest secrets, the ultimate weapon. The one in which Lysandra would place all his hopes, wishing it would destroy the Pokémon World and leave only a few chosen ones behind, to ease the burden of overpopulation. The reason Geosenge Town is the second smallest town in the Callos region is because something very important within it is unknown to the public. If everyone knew that the 3 stone pillars at the center of Geosenge Town could transform into a weapon capable of destroying the world, surely the first to guard Geosenge Town would be the Pokémon League. Such a terrifying weapon, if not under their control, would hardly let the League sleep peacefully. However, since the League has only recently been established in Callos, not even the people of Callos themselves know that story from 3,000 years ago, let alone the League. The first to discover the secret was Lysandra. all because he captured the ancient King Az, who had lived for more than 3,000 years after having unified Callos for the first time. Of course, at this moment Lysandra probably still doesn't know. The only one who knows this secret is Cain. After waking up and having lunch, Cain saw that his League researcher communicator had a message received several hours ago. It seemed to be a notice sent by the Callos League's researcher central office. And the content had a lot to do with him. It talked about the theft of the heirlooms from the Tower of Mastery and the disappearance of the Shalar City Gym leader's son, Kler, and asked that if any researcher was available nearby, they should go investigate. It wasn't a mandatory mission, just optional. Any interested party could accept it voluntarily. Cain just glanced at it and put it aside without paying attention. This time he had covered everything so well that not even Lance would find useful clues. Ignoring the matter, Cain once again looked at the 3 stone pillars in the center of Geosenge Town and asked Ralts to place psychic coordinate markers on them. Ralts also left a few in remote corners of the town. It was like planting seeds in advance. If everything followed the expected course, Lysandra would also eventually set up operations in Geosenge Town, perhaps even relocating Team Flare's base there. Even though they might not necessarily clash in the future, Cain was preparing for any contingency, just as he had done with Team Magma and Team Aqua before. With that done, he set off immediately. Following the official route laid out by the Callos League, after Geosenge Town comes Sillage City. However, between the two lies Route 10, full of strangely shaped rocks. These rocks are Pokémon fossilized by the ultimate weapon AZ used 3,000 years ago. Today, people have forgotten what those rocks originally were, but some League researchers and scholars have discovered that these stones emit a mysterious energy toward Geosenge Town. The purpose of that energy is still unknown. Fortunately, it doesn't affect the town's inhabitants. Over time, that strange energy was ignored by everyone. And even the stone field became a famous tourist attraction between Sillage City and Geosenge Town. Many trainers go there to visit. For that reason, the Pokémon on Route 10 aren't very strong. Cain wasn't very interested in Route 10. Now his main focus was training Blaziken, Pupitar, and Lyron. So, as soon as he left the town limits, he called on Flygon and flew directly to Route 7. It's worth mentioning that, although Flygon currently only served as an airborne mount and didn't participate in battles, thanks to the constant feeding of high-energy food, its level rose again. It was now at level 52. For just an aerial mount, it was a rather impressive Flygon. While flying over the stone field, it caught the attention of many people. Young trainers who were just starting their journey looked at him with eyes full of envy. They were truly envious. Who wouldn't want to have such a powerful Pokémon? Cain flew over Sillage City without entering. There was nothing particularly interesting there for him. Instead of challenging the Sillage City Gym, he preferred to visit Connecting Cave and the Berry Garden on Route 7. Connecting Cave is one of the most dangerous in Callos, inhabited by a large number of Zubat and Golbat, as well as many other Pokémon. Due to the darkness of the place, the Zubat and Golbat aren't affected. On the contrary, the cave is their natural territory. That's why hardly anyone wants to enter that cave. No one's interested in fighting off a horde of Zubat and Golbat. Also, there aren't many valuable resources or particularly useful Pokémon there. But for Cain, that place was exactly what he needed. Perfect for Pupitar and the others to train in massive battles. After the cave came the Berry Garden, which was even more relevant. Cain already had a preliminary plan for his island, to turn it into a kind of farm, where he could train Pokémon and produce resources. The island already had a large number of grass-type Pokémon. He had even gathered a good number of Skiddo and Gogoat. But how could it lack the right crops? Of course, rare and valuable berries were his first choice. Raising so many Pokémon consumes huge amounts of berries. If he was going to plant trees, why not choose fruit-bearing trees? As for cultivation, his system was a complete encyclopedia. With Porygon 2 in control, and the help of the island's Pokémon, growing berry trees would be easy. After all, many Pokémon there could use the move grassy terrain to optimize the environment. Surely, they wouldn't resist. And if there's a place in Callos with the greatest variety of berries and fruit trees, it's undoubtedly this berry garden. The most important part is that it doesn't take much to grow a berry tree. Just cut a branch and plant it properly for it to grow. Of course, if there are seeds, even better. But many berries don't have seeds. These plants were developed by breeders and botanists through tests, techniques, and technological adjustments. Starting from seeds would be a hassle. If you have an entire garden in front of you, why go the complicated route? Getting mature plants directly is faster and more efficient. There's no need to waste time drying seeds, planting, waiting for them to germinate, using special fertilizers, and controlling pests. Besides, Mr. Ramos had already taught Cain some special grafting and plant cultivation techniques, all with this berry garden in mind. In reality, Route 7 is not only home to the connecting cave and the berry orchard, it also features several other quite interesting locations. For example, the largest Pokémon daycare in the Callos region is located right at the intersection between Route 7 and Camphrier Town, right next to the berry orchard. The combination of fruit trees in the orchard is directly related to some breeders who work in this Pokémon daycare. And the berries produced by the orchard are first sent to this daycare, forming a model of mutual cooperation between the two. Although this Pokémon daycare is privately owned and not directly linked to the Breeders' Guild, Cain, as a breeder, and not just that, but recognized by the guild as the breeder with the greatest potential of his generation, can easily establish certain ties. After all, opening a Pokémon daycare requires a considerable level as a breeder, since that influences people's willingness to entrust their Pokémon for breeding. Therefore, inevitably, these daycares must have some connection with the Breeders' Guild. At the very least, level evaluations must go through them, right? And for such a large Pokémon daycare, its owner must be, at minimum, an advanced level breeder. Someone of that level must have their information registered with the guild. It's even possible that this daycare was built with support from the Callos Breeders' Guild, which might indicate that the guild plans to formally establish itself in Callos. Apart from this large daycare, what interests Cain the most is the Battle Chateau, also located on Route 7. It's a facility built by the Callos League with the aim of strengthening the battle capabilities of the region's trainers. It's somewhat similar to Hoenn's Battle Frontier, though with some differences. The Battle Chateau has only one battle format, but it shares the same goal, to improve the strength of local trainers. The difference lies solely in the format of the battles. The Chateau implements a scoring system based on noble titles inherited from ancient times, which determine the level a trainer should have. The titles are Baron, Viscount, Count, Marquis, Duke, and Grand Duke. Almost all gym leaders, the Elite Four, and even the Callos champion have their own title within the Battle Chateau. Moreover, the gym leaders who battle in the Chateau do not use the Pokémon they normally use in their gyms, but rather their main battle Pokémon. Since their opponents here are at their own level, there is no need to hold back. Normally, gym leaders have the titles of Count or Marquis within the Chateau. Age also plays a significant role. For example, Mr. Ramos is quite old. One could even say he's one of the most senior members of the Chateau. Although his talent may not be extraordinary, after so many years of breeding, his Pokémon are quite strong. His main Pokémon, Gogoat, clearly shows Elite 4 level strength. Because of that, someone like Mr. Ramos, even though he's only at the early Elite 4 level, holds the title of Marquis in the Chateau. In contrast, younger trainers like Grant, the gym leader of Sillage City, who is a quasi-elite level trainer, also hold the title of Marquis. Of course, these titles are not granted solely based on a trainer's strength. Each title must be earned through multiple battles. The only difference is that if the Chateau recognizes that a trainer has superior strength, their title promotions will come faster until they reach the level they deserve. The Callos champion also has a title in the Chateau, and it's the only Grand Duke title. In the entire Battle Chateau, only one person holds this title. Even the Elite Four members only hold the Duke rank. This is because, upon reaching that level of strength, they can only be promoted by facing rivals of equal level. And how many trainers can even reach Duke? Also, they rarely stay in the chateau permanently, so advancing is quite difficult. That's why, the higher the rank, the stronger the opponent. But also, the longer the wait time for the chateau staff to find a suitable rival for you. Another important point is that to obtain a title in the Battle Chateau, there's a minimum requirement. Generally, to obtain the most basic rank of Baron, your Pokémon must be at least level 30 or be considered an advanced level trainer. Obtaining the title of Baron is already a considerable honor for many trainers. After reaching the advanced level, average strength trainers remain as Barons, while stronger ones may aim for Viscount. Of course, this also depends on whether the chateau assigns you opponents of similar or slightly lower strength, or if you get lucky and face a rival with a clear type disadvantage. These kinds of battles happen constantly in the chateau, so there's no need to worry about long wait times to fight. Of course, the ones who battle the most are those who still don't have a title, but are working hard to earn one. They're the ones who sweat the most and are also the most persistent in the chateau. However, each victory in the chateau grants rewards, and the higher the combat rank, the better the prizes. Because all chateau battles are broadcast live on TV around the clock, the chateau earns significant revenue from these battles. Rewarding trainers is a way to redistribute those profits, and it also fulfills the league's goal. Raising the level of Callos trainers is the top priority. There will always be some who, after much effort, stand out among the rest. And their emergence is exactly what the Callos League hopes to see. Cain, now heading to Route 7, definitely plans to visit the Battle Chateau. In its current state, Blaziken, Pupitar, and Lyron will find the perfect place to train there. However, before going to the chateau, he will first go to the connecting cave and the berry orchard. After all, everything is on the same route, and since the chateau is located after the orchard, he can take care of what he needs first, and then seek battles at the chateau with no problem. Cain, sitting on Flygon's back, wasn't exactly idle. Previously, he had obtained a Lucario training manual from the Tower of Mastery, which was completely recorded by his system. What concerned Cain the most was how to restore the Riolu egg he had acquired. After an entire night of analysis, the system finally found a method with a fairly high success rate. As soon as he got the result, Cain extracted the procedure provided by the system. According to the analysis, if the egg was to be restored without affecting its original potential or talent, it had to be done using a combination of materials containing aura power, as mentioned in the book, as well as a strong aura source for support, which could come from either humans or Pokémon. The proper combination would allow the Riolu egg to be repaired, and if the materials were of high quality and the aura power strong enough, the Riolu born from it could potentially possess even greater talent. Of course, such materials were far from easy to obtain. Some of them had been documented long before the League was officially established in the Callos region, and it's possible that their names have since been changed. Moreover, materials that contain aura power are not exactly common. But having a way to do it is always better than having no option at all. It was just a matter of searching slowly over time. After all, there wasn't an immediate urgency for that Riolu, since Cain's current Pokémon lineup was already well-defined and in the process of training. Even if it hatched now, he wouldn't be able to devote much attention to it. Soon, Flygon descended in front of a remote cave entrance. This place was most likely part of the connecting cave. However, it wasn't the main entrance. As a vast underground network, the connecting cave had many entrances scattered across the terrain. Currently, the caves hadn't been cleared by the League, so they were filled with wild Pokémon. In comparison, the surface routes were much more accessible. But in the future, the League planned to assign a large number of personnel to clear the entire network, turning it into a shortcut much like Kanto's Diglett's Cave. For now, not many people dared to enter. Not only because of the number of wild Pokémon, but also because of the unbearable stench inside the caves. But for Cain, none of that was a problem. He called Blaziken, Pupitar, and Lyron and headed straight into the connecting cave. The moment he crossed the entrance, a foul stench hit him full force. Blaziken and the others also grimaced in disgust. Cain slightly frowned, but didn't hesitate to continue. He held a torch designed specifically for cave exploration. In his past life, when he had just arrived in the Pokémon world, he had lived in even harsher environments. Compared to that, this was nothing. Besides, this smell was nowhere near as bad as that of a Mook or Grimer. In the future, his Pokémon would have to face enemies with strong odors as well, like Vileplume or Skuntank. Smells shouldn't affect their combat performance. After a while, the Pokémon got used to it. Their physical constitution was far more resilient than that of humans, and their adaptability far exceeded any person's. Before long, the sound of wings flapping en masse could be heard. They were mostly Zubat, though there were also some Golbat. These poison/flying-type Pokémon were weak against rock, ice, electric, and psychic moves. Pupitar and Laren's rock-type moves could do considerable damage to them. Additionally, Laren's steel typing made it immune to Zubat and Golbat's poison-type moves. As long as Blaziken kept his flames under control, there wasn't much to worry about. As for Pupitar, his tough shell and energy control allowed him to form a thin but sturdy protective layer of combined ground and rock-type energy. While Cain held the torch, Ralt swayed lightly on his shoulder, half sitting and half floating. Being a psychic type, Ralt had the advantage against poison types. Moreover, the Zubat they'd encountered so far were low-level, giving Ralt space to act freely. However, the number of Zubat was much greater than Cain had expected. When he looked up, the ceiling of the cave was invisible. It was completely covered in Zubat. Anyone with trypophobia would have a terrible time in this place. Although Cain had mentally prepared for the scene, seeing it in reality still made him frown. Not because it was difficult to handle so many Zubat, but for another reason. With such a number of Zubat, and even a considerable amount of Golbat, a major question arose. Where were they getting enough energy to survive? There wasn't just enough energy to sustain them, it even seemed abundant, allowing them to evolve and grow stronger. This sparked great curiosity in Cain. Also, the League had ignored this area for a long time, despite having been present in Callos for years. Why had they only now decided to intervene in the connecting cave? Had something in particular caught their attention? After all, the place with the most experts in Callos, outside of the League HQ, was precisely the Battle Chateau on Route 7. Was it really that difficult to send people to clear this place? Curiosity began to fill Cain's heart. Fight until you're exhausted, Cain ordered his Pokémon. Blaziken, this is the perfect place to improve your speed and dodging ability. Maximize your speed, then use Swords Dance. Pupitar, use Sandstorm. Turn the entire cave into your terrain. Laron, alternate between Rock Tomb and Rock Slide. Ralts, act as you see fit. Under the Sandstorm, all Pokémon that aren't Rock, Ground, or Steel type take constant damage. Blaziken too, of course, but the damage was minimal compared to what the Zubat would suffer. Besides, Blaziken was meant to be part of both Cain's Rain team and Sandstorm team, so it was important for him to get used to that environment. As long as Pupitar could control the storm well, the damage to Blaziken would be perfectly manageable. Pupitar also carried the Smooth Rock, which boosted his ability to extend the sandstorm's duration. Combined with his already excellent energy control, this was the best opportunity for everyone to get familiar with future battle strategies. After thinking for a moment, Cain also summoned Carbink. And just like that, half of the Sandstorm team was complete. At that moment, Carbink had already spent quite some time alongside Cain. Although it hadn't participated much in battles, due to its potential for mutation, Cain had always taken great care of its diet. That's why Carbink had already reached level 30. It wasn't a particularly high level, especially for a Carbink, which even at that level doesn't possess great combat capabilities. This was because it's a Pokémon whose specialty is defense. However, Carbink was currently carrying the Xerneas's horn, which greatly accelerated its mutation speed. A bit of battle would allow that speed to increase even more. Cain was quite eager for Diantha's appearance. Moreover, now that Pupitar and the others were gradually growing, having a rock/fairy-type Pokémon in a sandstorm climate was very useful. Of course, not as an attacker, but as an excellent support Pokémon. Carbink has fairly high base stats, reaching 500 points. Of those, 300 are distributed between defense and special defense. That's why it's not a Pokémon that stands out for offensive power. But as support, its effectiveness is excellent. Carbink, use Guard Split on Blaziken, then cast Gravity on all the Zubat and Golbat you can reach, ordered Cain. This Carbink might not have other remarkable advantages, but there was one thing it did extremely well: follow Cain's orders to the letter. Maybe it was because of its species' habit of obeying Diantha from birth. Now, with Cain as its trainer, that obedience transferred to him. Grains of sand began to flow from the cave floor, cracks in the walls, and even some small rocks disintegrated into dust. Everything gathered around Pupitar. In just a blink, Pupitar had already gathered a massive amount of sand around itself. Without stopping, under its control, the sand began spinning into a small whirlwind. That sand vortex grew until it covered the entire cave, which was already quite narrow. Within seconds, the entire cave was engulfed in a sandstorm. And still, the sand continued flowing toward Pupitar. The sandstorm weather kept intensifying. The Zubat and Golbat flying high in the cave became the primary victims of the storm. When Pupitar solidified the storm, grains of sand slammed harshly into the surroundings, making a dry, crisp sound. Lyron didn't hesitate for a second and used Rock Tomb followed by Rock Slide. That was where Pupitar's mastery over sand was evident. Despite the chaos, neither Cain nor Blaziken were affected, aside from the occasional loose grain. They were almost completely shielded. Blaziken began performing Sword's Dance, increasingly fluid in his movements. Thanks to its speed boost ability, plus the use of agility, its speed quickly reached the limit its body could withstand. Sure, it could go even faster, but doing so would place too much strain on its body. At this point, it had reached the optimal speed to unleash its full power. Carbink, newly called into battle, really didn't have direct experience. But even if it hadn't fought much, hadn't it seen plenty of battles? On Cain's private island, it used to watch Honchkrow and the others train intensely. That kind of exposure kept it from being a complete novice. Surrounded by a faint psychic energy, it enveloped both Blaziken and itself. The move Guard Split allowed Carbink's extremely high defense to be shared with Blaziken, who normally doesn't stand out for endurance. The result was that Blaziken felt as if he were wearing diamond armor. Some attacks from the Zubat were completely ignored. And that wasn't all. Carbink's gravity caused many mid-strength Zubat and Golbat to be dragged straight to the ground. Losing their ability to fly, they became easy prey. Blaziken took them down effortlessly, and those who got too close fell from the gravitational pull before they could do anything. Carbink's strongest move, without a doubt, was gravity. Whether on the private island or traveling with Cain, whenever intense training was required, Carbink was essential. It generated a gravitational field where Pokémon could train with much more effective results. For fighting-type Pokémon like Blaziken, the benefits were extraordinary. And the best part was that Carbink could control the gravity's intensity. Although its current limit was a gravitational force 3 times the normal, that was already impressive. To improve even more, it would need to raise its level. The battle strategy was quickly established. Cain, along with his Pokémon, ventured deeper into the connecting cave. As they advanced, all the Zubat and Golbat were defeated. Some offered more resistance and lost their lives, but most were simply knocked out. It was unlikely they'd wake up soon. Without external help, they'd need at least 5 to 7 days to recover. There was no need to kill them. Defeating them was enough. Just as Cain had predicted, the deeper they went, the more numerous the Golbat became, and the remaining Zubat were on the verge of evolving. Surprisingly, the Pokémon leveling up the fastest wasn't Pupitar or Blaziken, but Ralts, who rode on Cain's shoulder. Each confusion attack was highly effective. There was no denying that Slowking, as a teacher, was excellent in its instruction. Ralts also had remarkable combat talent. Its level quickly rose to 18 and would soon match Bagon and the others. As they ventured deeper, the number of Zubat began to decrease, but their combat strength increased noticeably. It was the classic hierarchical pyramid structure. The closer to the center, the stronger the Pokémon, because they were also the ones who had received the most resources. The strong became even stronger. That was the current situation inside the connecting cave. The longer the battle went on, the more the Pokémon could show their combat readiness. As for physical wear and minor wounds during the confrontation, midway through the battle, Cain used his portable teleportation device to bring out Forage's. Although Forage's was born on Mythical Island and not in Callos, her homeland, she still felt a strange special connection. With no worries holding them back, the Pokémon fought even more fiercely. Against such a vast horde of enemies, just a few attacks were enough to take down an uncountable number of Pokémon. It had been a long time since they experienced such a satisfying and smooth battle. However, the number of enemies ahead had started to dwindle. Cain and his team's arrival was already known throughout the Golbat colony. After all, a colony that large couldn't have survived without a leader to coordinate them. Cain refused to believe there wasn't one. Otherwise, not even Pokémon of the same species could live together with such order and hierarchy without internal conflict. The wild Pokémon that now appeared before Cain had already reached the advanced level. But after such a long time fighting, Blaziken managed to break that barrier and also reach the advanced level, climbing up to level 41, an increase of 2 levels. Lairon and Pupitar weren't far behind. In fact, thanks to Pupitar's sandstorm climate, Lairon's rock-type moves, and the powerful defense granted by his steel typing, both advanced even faster than Blaziken. Pupitar reached level 39, right at the edge of the advanced level. Lairon reached level 38 and wouldn't take long to get there as well. Even Carbink, who barely participated in battles, had reached level 31, something that could have taken years of progress in his case. Although his progress was usually slow, now that he experienced such evident improvement, he understood why Pupitar and the others enjoyed fighting and growing so much. It's an easily addictive process. At this point, taking a short break to let the Pokémon recover wouldn't have been a bad idea. But seeing more Golbat emerging from deep within the cave, Pupitar and the others excitedly asked Cain to let them keep fighting. It had been a while since they had such a satisfying battle. With no other option, Cain threw out 2 more Pokeballs, summoning Politoed and Swampert. Although Pupitar had to stop the sandstorm due to the arrival of these two, maintaining so many allies unaffected required too much control. It wasn't necessary to keep pushing him. Likewise, Politoed didn't summon rain. He would just fight directly. The second combat team was once again assembled. Everyone was pumped. At last, Cain's second team of Pokémon was beginning to operate independently. And just now, the enemy Golbat had already reached the advanced level, making them worthy opponents. They advanced deeper. To Cain's surprise, the Golbat they encountered kept increasing in level. They were already at the peak of the advanced level and showed no signs of exhaustion. In fact, they still hadn't reached the center of Connecting Cave, which meant the secrets of this place were greater than Cain had imagined. Now we're getting a wave of peak-level advanced Golbat? Cain narrowed his eyes as he saw them approach aggressively, showing no fear. It was strange. Even wild Pokémon feel fear. With so many defeated Golbat lying on the ground, why were these still behaving as if they were protecting something at all costs? Besides, their bodies were a much deeper purple than those encountered outside, which indicated much higher toxicity. Looks like Blaziken and the others won't be enough to handle this, Cain thought. After all, if he was already facing peak advanced level Pokémon, a quasi-elite could appear at any moment. That was something his second team couldn't handle. The teleportation device began to glow repeatedly as Cain brought out new Pokeballs. Since capturing so many Pokémon, it was the first time he gathered them all for a joint battle. Come out. Slowking, Honchcrow, Jengar, Drapion, Weevil. He threw 5 Pokeballs at once. The presence of these 5 Pokémon immediately raised the pressure on Cain's side. Yet still, the enemy Golbat did not back down. Their blood-red eyes were locked on Cain's team. Suddenly, as if receiving a command, the Golbat split to the sides. From within emerged another group of Golbat. Just as Cain suspected, these new enemies had already reached the quasi-elite level. And there weren't just 1 or 2. At a glance, there were at least 7 or 8. In a place with such limited resources as this cave, it was unbelievable that so many powerful Golbat could hide here. Luckily, almost no one ventured into this cave system. Otherwise, these Golbat would be unmanageable for most. Even so, the new Golbat didn't attack immediately. They also split off to the sides. Then, a sharp screech echoed from deep within the cave. A gust of wind cut across Cain's face. His skin stung slightly, as if the wind carried a corrosive poison. Two red eyes gleamed in the darkness. Sensing this wind, the Golbat on both sides straightened like soldiers before their commander. Cain narrowed his eyes as he watched the figure slowly flying toward him. With the dim light from his torch, he managed to make out its appearance. Crobat. But not an ordinary one, a giant Crobat. At first glance, it was about 2.5 meters tall. A normal Crobat stands around 1.8 meters. Moreover, in the wild, Crobat is extremely rare. Usually, evolution requires a high level of friendship with its trainer. Wild Crobat do exist, but no one knows exactly how they managed to evolve. Cain activated his system to scan its data. It was a giant elite-level Crobat. Pokemon, Crobat, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 61. Types, poison plus flying. Ability, inner focus. Held item, none. Egg moves, quick attack, feint attack, gust, steel wing. Basic moves, cross poison, screech, absorb, supersonic, astonish, bite, wing attack, confuse ray, air cutter, swift, poison fang, mean look, leech life, haze, venoshock, air slash, quick guard. Learned moves, clear smog, tailwind, snore, snatch, heat wave. TM moves, none. It was a Crobat with considerable strength. Level 61 at the initial elite level. But the data scanned by the system didn't stop there. There was also information like its age and physical condition, all inferred through scanning and analysis. There could be a margin of error, but it usually wasn't far off from reality. And this Crobat was no more than 20 years old. It's important to note that with the light blue quality, reaching elite level was only a theoretical possibility. It required a vast amount of time and resources. If it were a trainer's Crobat, it would still be understandable. But this one was wild, which raised the questions. What has been constantly providing it with energy? And why is that energy also sustaining the entire colony of Zubat in this place? When this Crobat appeared, Cain's Slowking immediately got excited. Now that it had reached the pinnacle of the quasi-elite level, it had two paths to advance to the next level. One was like Alteria's, who gradually accumulated energy in her body until reaching the physical limit of what she could bear. The other was to advance through battle, facing equally strong or even more powerful opponents, and pushing past its own limits to reach the elite level. That was the most likely hypothesis from Cain's perspective. After all, he had already surpassed the achievements of his past life, and the road ahead had to be explored on his own. Sensing the fighting spirit emanating from Slowking, and seeing that other Pokémon were also eager to fight, Cain knew that this time the opponents were enough for everyone. Swamp. The most excited were Drapion and Swampert. Both rushed forward without hesitation. Each chose a quasi-elite level Golbat as their opponent. Honchkrow, Weevil, and Gengar also selected their rivals, but confident in their abilities, chose to face two enemies each. As long as Honchkrow could stack boosts from its Moxie ability, it wouldn't have trouble taking them down. Additionally, Gengar could use roleplay combined with skill swap, allowing that ability to be distributed to other Pokémon. Meanwhile, Politoed, Pupitar, Lyron, and Blaziken handled the advanced level Golbat. Forages remained by Cain's side, healing Pokémon with supportive moves while attacking with Energy Ball. Cain had complete faith in his Pokémon's battle capabilities, so he focused entirely on using telepathy to direct the battle between Slowking and the giant Crobat. Slowking, activate Trick Room directly, Cain ordered. Both Pokémon broke away from the group, initiating a battle in a separate area. Even though the level 59 Slowking was facing a level 61 Crobat, and the two-level gap seemed small, this was a battle between different tiers. It wasn't just a simple level difference. The only clear advantage Slowking had was its psychic type, which was doubly effective against Crobat's poison type. And that was precisely its specialty. Even so, the battle was still unfavorable for Slowking. Cain was already prepared. If Slowking couldn't hold out, Forage would step in. Though that could interrupt Slowking's progress toward the elite level, it wasn't worth risking so much just for a level up. Cain didn't want to see that happen. His Pokémon could reach that level through a safer, more gradual process. Besides, he no longer revered the elite level as much as before. For Cain, reaching it was only a matter of time, not an impossible goal. And since Slowking had a light purple quality, it even had the potential to reach champion level, so it wouldn't be held back by the elite threshold. Obeying the command, Slowking opened its eyes wide, and a strange dark red cube-shaped space appeared, encompassing both it and Crobat. Crobat's greatest asset was its speed. At full movement, its speed was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Slowking was used to facing faster opponents, so it had a lot of experience fighting under such a disadvantage. Inside the Trick Room effect zone, its chance of victory increased significantly. Creak! The red-eyed Crobat looked around in confusion, noticing that its body felt slower. That was the weakness of wild Pokémon. Without enough battle experience, they didn't know how to respond to strange move effects like this. But instead of wasting time, Crobat charged straight at Slowking, ignoring everything else. Despite the Trick Room effect, it was still fast, and the poisonous fangs in its massive mouth glowed with toxicity. It wasn't clear why, but the Crobat and Zubat in this place handled poison-type energy much better than their other affinity, flying. Slowking, use Nasty Plot first, then launch an illusory Psychic Blade, and prepare to dodge with Teleport. Cain commanded. Slowking's eyes glowed faintly, and small orbs of dark energy appeared around it. Under its control, the orbs transformed into floating blades, coated with psychic energy. This move was a custom combination of psychic, enhanced with Slowking's own mental energy to imitate the cutting effect of Psycho Cut. Cain called it Illusory Psychic Blade, a combined move even more powerful than Psycho Cut. The blades were launched at high speed toward the approaching Crobat. Though its speed had been reduced by Trick Room, its horizontal evasion capabilities were still very high. Crobat managed to dodge 4 of the 6 blades by twisting its body with agility. But 2 of them hit their mark. The damage was noticeable. Crobat let out a cry of pain. However, Cain frowned. He wasn't surprised that Crobat was hit by 2 blades. What concerned him was that within Trick Room's effect zone, Crobat didn't seem as affected as it should have been. Its speed, though reduced, still far exceeded Slowking's, which meant the tactical effect of Trick Room wasn't as effective as expected. If not for the initial damage from the blades, which temporarily slowed Crobat's assault, it was likely that Slowking wouldn't even have had time to dodge with Teleport. The disadvantage in terms of strength was still quite evident. If not for his Psychic-type advantage over Poison-type, combined with the use of Trick Room and Teleport, Slowking would have quickly lost in a direct confrontation. Luckily, there was still room for maneuver. This Crobat looked fierce, but during the battle, Cain noticed that its actual combat experience wasn't anything special. One could even say it was quite average. A rather rare situation. A Pokémon that had reached the elite level, but without enough real battle experience. It only knew how to charge straight ahead, relying solely on brute force. Slowking, keep your distance from Crobat. Next time you use Illusory Psychic Blade, don't launch them all at once. Keep 2 for defense, ordered Cain, observing the battlefield from outside and with a much clearer view than the Pokémon in the fight. Crobat realized its attack hadn't landed as expected. Its opponent had vanished from view right in front of it. When it regained focus, Slowking was already at the opposite end of the Trick Room's area of effect. Crobat roared with fury and, without thinking, launched itself at Slowking once again. This time, its speed increased even further. It had used Tailwind to boost its speed. The problem was that Slowking's Trick Room didn't completely suppress Crobat. Otherwise, even with Tailwind's effects, Slowking would have been the one to benefit. As a result, both were now moving at very similar speeds. Suddenly, Slowking's psychic energy doubled, and cracks appeared around him, as if the air itself were shattering like glass. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the fights continued intensely. Cain decided it was time to give Slowking an extra push. Jengar, copy Drapian's ability and swap it to Slowking, ordered Cain. Kakik, laughed Jengar, understanding that Slowking's opponent was the strongest. It quickly copied Drapian's sniper ability and transferred it to Slowking. Since Jengar had mastered roleplay and skill swap, all of Cain's Pokémon were already familiar with how the sniper ability worked. When Slowking felt the change in ability, the battle intensified even further. One after another, the mental energy blades flew from different angles toward Crobat's flight path. Although Crobat could dodge some, Slowking was now more cunning. He combined feints with real attacks. Sometimes an attack was genuine, other times just a distraction to set up another from a different angle. Additionally, Sniper's effect occasionally activated. Little by little, the battle evened out against Crobat. That said, it had to be acknowledged Crobat lacked experience, but its innate strength was undeniable. Every time it managed to land a hit on Slowking, the damage was considerable. If not for Cain's special antidote that quickly neutralized poison, the battle would have ended long ago. After all, Crobat was a master of poison-type moves. On top of that, Cain instructed Forages to periodically cast Lucky Chant and Heal Bell to help Slowking cleanse status conditions. So while it seemed like Slowking was fighting alone, he was actually supported indirectly by Jengar, Drapian, and Forages. And most importantly, by Cain's strategic direction from the outside. Slowking, use Psychic, commanded Cain. Being closer to his opponent, Slowking no longer had the concentration to shape his mental energy into blades like before. Just as he managed to hit Crobat, the latter bit fiercely into Slowking's thick arm. Crobat's sharp fangs acted like straws, sucking blood and energy from Slowking's body. Leech life. Slowking frowned in visible pain. But he didn't stop his attack. With a burst of psychic energy, he unleashed a powerful psychic force. At the same time, in his other free arm, he channeled ice-type energy, forming a fist that smashed violently into Crobat's head. Boom! Hit by Ice Punch and Psychic, Crobat didn't recover energy with Leech Life. He came out worse than before. The attack had been a bad trade. Enraged, Slowking stopped using Teleport and charged directly at Crobat. He had already learned its battle rhythm. As long as he wasn't taken out in one hit, he could use Heal Pulse to recover. But Crobat didn't have that advantage. And now that Slowking had the sniper ability, he had already identified Crobat's weak points. And he had no intention of wasting them. Crobat, trying to charge again, found himself face to face with a round, goofy-looking face, followed by two thick fists covered in frost that slammed directly into his abdomen. One punch. Two punches. Furious, Crobat bit Slowking again. But once more, he suffered the effects of Ice Punch and Psychic. Crobat flew backward, drops of blood still on his fangs, unable to absorb all the energy. Just as he tried to catch his breath, he saw that stubborn face again. That damn stubborn fool. As always, another flurry of punches landed on his weak points. He couldn't flee. Running would mean surrendering without a fight, but counterattacking only led to more punishment. He didn't understand why, but lately the punches from that seemingly clumsy Pokémon hurt a lot more than before. Slowking's body was already covered in multiple bite marks, blood dripping slowly. But he ignored it completely. He had only one thought in mind: give him what he deserves. Boom. Boom. From top to bottom and bottom to top. The Crobat who had started the attack was now the one being mercilessly beaten. Both were wounded, but Crobat's injuries were clearly worse. A 1-2 for exchange. He always came out losing. The outcome, at this point, was already decided. This was a team victory. Slowking knew he hadn't done it alone. Crobat crashed to the ground, unable to continue fighting, while Slowking planted a firm foot on his back. Like a true monarch, he roared with pride, Yaduan. The energy and aura radiating from his body peaked, breaking through the thin barrier that had limited his growth until now. The fall of Crobat caused all the Golbat in the cave to suddenly lose their backbone. Up until that moment, they could ignore Cain's attacks without worry thanks to Crobat's presence. But now that Crobat had fallen, their momentum vanished instantly. Cain's Pokémon, of course, took advantage of the opportunity and launched a fierce counterattack against the Golbat. Slowking, for his part, was no longer participating in the battle. He stood imposingly in the center of the field. If one were to replace the white shelter shell on his head with a wind-blown mane, his appearance, being elegant, is for life. Ichia, Men. Power, well, that gets upgraded along the way. The energy around Slowking, after defeating Crobat, exceeded its limits, and just when it peaked, it compressed again. Finally, a loud rumble echoed. Slowking had successfully advanced to elite level. A level 60 Slowking is not the same as a level 59 one. They are two completely different forms. Now, if Slowking had to face Crobat again, he wouldn't need the support of any other Pokémon. With just the Trick Room move, he could dominate the battle. Adding his initiative advantage and type advantage, he could easily drag Crobat across the ground. This result was exactly what Cain wanted to see. His first true Pokémon had reached the elite level. This marked the beginning of the transition of his frontline team to this new level. The other Pokémon in the main team weren't far behind in levels. After defeating the Golbat, both Drapion and Weevil leveled up, reaching level 57. Weevil, with its type advantage, had defeated two Golbat simultaneously, delivering an excellent performance. Drapion, for his part, showcased his sniper ability in full. After defeating his own opponent, he immediately went to assist other Pokémon. Partly because he had gone too long without battling. At least Weevil had been out with Cain before. Drapion, on the other hand, hadn't been in combat for quite some time. Besides them, Honchkrow and Jengar had already reached level 57, very close to the quasi-elite level cap. Forage's, at this moment, was still at level 58. It was Cain's Pokémon closest to elite level after Slowking. The next to advance would depend on who pushed the hardest. As for the second combat line, they also made significant gains. First, Swampert, who had long been stuck at the advanced level cap, deliberately sought out a quasi-elite level Golbat. Though he ended up severely injured, he managed to win and level up to 50, officially reaching quasi-elite level. This was a major milestone for the second line. They lived up to Cain's expectations. Just as his first line reached elite level, his second line reached quasi-elite. And both achievements happened on the same day. Politoed also leveled up to 45, a fairly decent improvement. Blaziken, on the other hand, had already gained several levels along the journey due to constant battles. This time, facing stronger enemies, he only played a minor role and gained one level, reaching 42. But Pupitar advanced to the advanced level, reaching level 40, a true qualitative leap. He now needed just one more evolution to become the legendary desert tyrant, Tyranitar. Both the Keystone and Megastone were already prepared. Once evolved, his power would skyrocket. Lyron also reached level 39, just one step away from advanced level. More importantly, when Lyron reaches level 42, it will evolve into Agron, and Cain had its Mega Stone ready for a long time. In the future, Mega Agron would be Cain's main tank, a true impenetrable wall. In short, this prolonged battle in the cave resulted in a huge leap in strength for Cain's entire team. Currently, Cain already had 3 elite-level Pokémon, Mismagius, Slowking, and Altaria. If all could perform at their best, Cain could be considered, without exaggeration, an elite-level trainer. Of course, there was no problem with Mismagius, but Altaria hadn't been trained by him from the beginning, so their coordination was still not perfect. Altaria was aware of this, but couldn't do much to change it. Lately, she had even been thinking of handing over her 2 offspring to Cain for training. For the sake of their future, Altaria believed this was an excellent decision. After all, she had spent a long time watching Cain, seeing him grow from weak to powerful. Even now, he no longer depended on her help, which deeply impacted her. After all, not much time had passed. For Altaria, it had only been a few months. Cain had achieved in months what had taken her decades. Altaria then understood how much a good trainer can help their Pokémon, and how these Pokémon, in turn, fully trust their trainer. That was also the main reason why she and Cain couldn't achieve Mega Evolution together. After eliminating all the Golbat and with Slowking reaching elite level, Cain approached Slowking to heal his wounds with some medicine. Even though he had leveled up, Slowking was in quite a sorry state. After treating him, Cain also healed the rest of the team, taking a brief rest. Then, he collected the elite-level Crobat and several quasi-elite-level Golbat. These Pokémon had significant value, especially the Crobat. Its value even surpassed that of the elite-level Cofagrigus he had sold at the previous auction. It was a wild elite-level Pokémon, highly sought after by Pokémon traders. Even the Hunter Guild would probably be tempted. As a tracking Pokémon, Crobat is excellent. After checking the Pokémon's condition and capturing those he needed, Cain withdrew some of the weaker ones. He still didn't know what lay ahead, so he preferred to be cautious. In any case, now that Slowking had reached elite level, Cain felt much more at ease. After all, at this level, almost no elite Pokémon could interrupt Slowking's teleport move. As they went deeper, they encountered no further resistance. And that made sense. In such a resource-lacking cave, housing even a single elite-level Crobat was already a miracle. If there had been more than one, then everyone might as well go back home to mom. Being a trainer is way too hard. In the deepest part of Connecting Cave's central area, Cain finally discovered the reason why these Golbat were so strong. The entire center of the cave was filled with a massive amount of poison-type energy. It was incredibly dense. Although it didn't reach the level of ghost energy concentration found on Trial Island, where Mismagius was born. They were different categories altogether. But with this level of density, it was understandable that it could support a large number of Zubat and Golbat. What wasn't clear was where all this poison-type energy came from. The purplish fog in the air made visibility extremely poor. Even with torches, you could barely make out the surroundings. Slowking deployed a psychic barrier to shield Cain and his team from the toxins. Except for two Pokémon, Drapion and Gengar. Both were gleefully gliding through the poisonous energy. That's because this energy was extremely beneficial to them. If they lived here for a while, given their natural talent, they could likely reach elite level 2. Both had dark blue grade quality, while that earlier Crobat was only light blue. Kikik. Gengar floated over to Cain and let out a squeal. Oh? You say there's something over there? Cain instantly understood what he meant, and his eyes lit up. If Gengar had found something, then they wouldn't need to keep searching blindly, nor risk running into surprises. It also meant there shouldn't be any danger. Cain followed Gengar toward the center of the cave. They found what looked like a pool. It seemed to have been built artificially. There were many hand-placed blocks surrounding it. But the key feature was the stone pillar in the center of the pool. A pillar engraved with countless strange symbols, and on it, a Pokémon was chained. A Pokémon that was still alive. Upon seeing the Pokémon, Cain blurted out without thinking, "A pillar of the imprisoned dragon? A pillar of the imprisoned dragon." And why did he call it that? Because on that pillar, a dragon was bound. Not a pureblood dragon, but still a dragon-type Pokémon. Dragalge, a Pokémon registered in the Callos region. The evolved form of Skrelp, a poison and dragon-type hybrid. Only now, this Dragalge was in a miserable state. Its presence was faint, nearly lifeless, so weak that you couldn't even tell its actual strength. The chains binding it looked specially designed, with barbs that pierced directly into its body. Those barbs were draining something from it and channeling it into the pool below. It was clear that this was the source of the poison-type energy in the cave. Supporting so many poison-type Pokémon by itself, just how powerful had it once been? And what kind of person could have chained it here? It was obvious this Dragalge had been bound for a long time. Perhaps sensing Cain's presence, Dragalge, whose eyes had been closed, slowly opened them with a slight flutter of its eyelids. Through its gaze, the erosion of time could be felt. Cain stood still, merely locking eyes with it. As the only registered Pokémon so far with the poison plus dragon combination, its typing was quite effective. It had no glaring weaknesses and held a massive advantage against grass types, 4x effectiveness. Moreover, being part dragon type, it likely had strong physical endurance and close combat ability. At first glance, Dragalge looks like a long strand of seaweed. Hence the name. Though, to be honest, it doesn't have a great reputation. It has a temperamental nature and tends to spray venom at anything that approaches. It hides among seaweed and launches deadly poison attacks. It's said that waters where Dragalge resides never return ships. That says a lot about its difficult temperament. But right now, this Dragalge showed no sign of aggression. Its gaze was hollow, expressionless. A Dragalge whose will and pride had been completely worn away by time. All it wanted now was for its suffering to end. Whoever chained it here had drained its energy and abandoned it, leaving it to benefit the wild Pokémon. Most likely, that previous Crobat had reached elite level thanks to the energy from this Dragalge. Cain activated his system to scan it. Pokémon, Dragalge light green. Status, extremely weakened. Gender, male. Level, 60, originally level 78. Type, poison plus dragon. Ability, adaptability. Held item, none. Egg moves, toxic spikes, haze, acid armor, venom drench. Basic moves, twister, dragon tail, tackle, smokescreen, water gun, feint attack, tail whip, bubble, acid, camouflage, poison tail, double team, toxic, sludge bomb, hydro pump, dragon tail. Learned moves, Draco meteor, icy wind, gunk shot, snore, bounce, dragon pulse, iron tail, aqua tail, outrage, water pulse. TM moves, none. Seeing these stats, Cain remained silent for a long time. A Pokémon that had once reached level 78, Elite 4 level, was now chained here, silently crying out with no one to hear it. A former Titan, now reduced to a prisoner dragon. Just the fact that it had learned Draco Meteor and Outrage proved that its dragon heritage was exceptionally strong. But now, due to energy loss and level regression, its grade had dropped to light green. Who knew what grade it had once possessed? Moreover, its ability was adaptability. Combined with the move camouflage and with proper training, this becomes an almost godlike ability. Because adaptability doubles the power of moves that match the user's type. In other words, while same-type moves usually get a 50% bonus, adaptability boosts that to 100%. With poison and dragon moves, Dragalge could unleash overwhelming power. There was no need to explain much about the usefulness of the move camouflage. Among Cain's Pokémon, Forage's had already achieved an outstanding mastery of that move. She could modify her type according to the environment and terrain she was in. Even without nearby plant life, she could turn her type into grass without external support. Thanks to that, Cain could use her as if she were a genuine grass-type Pokémon. Once transformed, her grass-type moves were practically as effective as those of a naturally grass-type Pokémon. All of this with just one move, camouflage. And if on top of that it was combined with the ability adaptability, the result was simply devastating. Not only did it reach the full potential of the type, but the power of the moves was doubled. That was no exaggeration. If this Dragalge were to learn moves from other types and could freely manipulate his type using camouflage, then, put simply, he would have no real weaknesses. And any of his attacks would hit with double the normal power. It was a perfect combination. If Cain could have a Pokémon with the adaptability ability, he could use Gengar's moves to copy it and transfer it to Forage's, who already knew how to modify her type. Even without the camouflage combo, adaptability alone was an extremely powerful ability for any Pokémon. But what a pity about this Dragalge. According to the data the system showed, he was already quite old. He probably didn't have much time left. He had likely survived this long only because he was a dragon-type Pokémon. As Cain watched him, he fully understood what he was seeing. This Dragalge had immense value. But neither the one who had chained him nor even the Crobat had truly known how to make use of him. After a brief hesitation, Cain chose to try communicating. He used his psychic power to establish mental contact with the ancient Dragalge. "Dragalge, hello. My name is Cain," he said telepathically. Silence. Both human and Pokémon stared at each other in silence. "Fine," Dragalge finally replied, his mental voice barely perceptible. It seemed like it had been a long time since he'd communicated with another living being. His capacity for expression was limited. Cain wasn't sure how to continue. He decided to ask the obvious, who had done this to him? But Dragalge didn't answer. He simply kept his gaze fixed, and in those lifeless eyes, for a brief moment, a flicker of emotion appeared. As if he were remembering something he would rather forget. He slowly closed his eyes again. He said nothing more, but Cain could feel the pain inside him. No matter how violent a Pokémon may be, if you chain them for decades, or even centuries, unable to move, while their energy is slowly drained, it's unbearable torment. All his pride had been worn down. Over the years, he had even forgotten why he had been imprisoned. Vaguely, he remembered leading a pack and causing chaos in the ocean, until he encountered someone he shouldn't have. That person didn't kill him, but imprisoned him. He no longer remembered the face of his captor. During the first 10 years, his desire for revenge was unbreakable. In the following 20, he just wanted freedom. To see the sea. To know how his kind were doing. After 30, he gave up all hope. He just wanted to die. But fate seemed to mock him. Being a dragon-type Pokémon gave him a resilient body and an overly long life. Even with his energy being drained, he did not die. The other wild Pokémon that fluttered around him no longer bothered him. They just saw him as a power spring. A natural energy source. They didn't dare get too close, but they slowly consumed his energy from afar. Eventually, one of them, the Crobat with the most potential, absorbed so much that it reached the elite level. When Dragalge thought that Pokémon would finish him off, the other chickened out. From then on, Dragalge stopped thinking. He stopped hoping. He merely existed. Today, with Cain's arrival, something changed. Dragalge showed him all of this, hiding nothing. Not just his thoughts, but his emotions as well. He remained still. In reality, he had little poison-type energy left. But his dragon-type energy remained almost intact. Cain didn't know why his captor had only drained his poison energy, but now Dragalge was an invaluable treasure for any dragon Pokémon seeking to purify their evolutionary line. Dragalge noticed what Cain was thinking. He didn't resist. He even slightly raised his head, which hadn't moved in decades, as if to say, "Take it. But please, end this." "Slowking, destroy those chains," Cain said after a long silence. Slowking was surprised, but didn't hesitate. He used his psychic power like a sharp blade and launched it at the chains. It seemed those chains were only designed to absorb poison energy. The psychic blade sliced through them in one go. Of course, it helped that Slowking was already at the elite level. The chains broke. Dragalge fell from the pillar, his eyes filled with disbelief. Slowking caught him with psychic power and placed him before Cain. Even though the system showed he was still level 60, in reality, even Pupitar could defeat him right now. That level was probably only being maintained by the remaining dragon-type energy. Under Dragalge's dim gaze, Cain took out a Pokeball. He gently placed it on his forehead. A red light enveloped him. He offered no resistance. He was captured instantly. "Your value doesn't end here. Don't underestimate yourself," Cain said to the Pokeball in a calm voice. Because in his eyes, the value of that Dragalge went far beyond what could be used right now. A Dragalge that had once surpassed the elite level. Even if he no longer shone like before. He was no ordinary Pokémon. Drapion, Gengar, all the poison-type energy in this place is yours. "Absorb as much as you can," said Cain, looking at Drapion and Gengar. Both Pokémon showed expressions of excitement and jumped straight into the pond. The poison-type energy within the pond was, without a doubt, the most concentrated in the entire cave. Although absorbing all that energy at once was clearly unrealistic. Who knows how many years' worth of energy secreted by Dragalge had accumulated here. Even though a lot had already been extracted, a great amount still remained. Kakik. Suddenly, as if he had found something, Gengar emerged from the water holding a round, dark purple orb. Cain, upon seeing it, narrowed his eyes in surprise. "A toxic orb," he exclaimed instinctively. He had almost overlooked this valuable item. Since the pond was saturated with poison-type energy, the pearl had gone unnoticed. Luckily, Gengar and Drapion had gone in. It was no wonder the poison-type energy in this place had remained so dense for so long, not only thanks to Dragalge, but also due to this toxic orb. Cain held it in the palm of his hand, silently reflecting. Not just anyone could handle a toxic orb. Pokémon or humans who touched it directly would immediately enter a state of deadly poisoning. And let's be clear, deadly poisoning is not the same as being poisoned. On contact, unless an extremely potent antidote is consumed instantly, a normal person would be dead in under a minute. Cain had obtained one of these toxic orbs before, but it was badly damaged. Drapion absorbed its energy and gained massive benefits. This toxic orb, however, was intact. The real problem was how to use it. Although Gengar was the one who found it, and it would make sense for him to possess it, neither he nor Drapion could fully exploit its true potential. It would probably be better suited for a Pokémon with the ability Toxic Boost. However, Cain had no immediate plans to raise a Pokémon with that ability, so for now, he decided to leave the orb in the joint care of Gengar and Drapion. They would use it as an artifact to train their poison-type energy. By injecting their own poison energy into the orb, it would return a purer and more powerful version of that energy, helping refine their control. Additionally, the orb constantly released poison, which would accelerate the growth of both Pokémon. Gengar would keep it first for a week, and then pass it to Drapion. Each week they would alternate, ensuring both could benefit. An unexpected reward, no doubt. Gengar extended his tongue, wrapped the orb in it, and swallowed it. Drapion looked visibly excited. He had already experienced the benefits of a broken orb, so he expected even more from this intact one. Excitedly, both Pokémon returned to the pond. They opened all their pores, letting the poisonous energy forcefully penetrate their bodies. Cain sat by the pond and patiently waited for his Pokémon to absorb the energy. Of course, they wouldn't be able to absorb it all, but at least they could fill themselves to the limit and then digest it calmly. He remained there for nearly an entire day. He didn't waste the time. He carefully healed all his Pokémon wounded from the battles. He also brought out Crobat to treat its wounds. He didn't want it to die before selling it. That would be a considerable loss. When Gengar and Drapion finally emerged from the water, the color of the pond was visibly lighter. Gengar looked like he had suddenly gained weight, though it was just a visual effect, not real. Drapion, on the other hand, showed no external changes, but couldn't open his mouth without leaking poison energy. Seeing that both could no longer absorb any more, Cain returned them to their Pokeballs. Now all that remained was to digest what they had absorbed. With this amount, they should be able to reach the peak of the quasi-elite level. Once this was done, Cain left the cave with his Pokémon. There was nothing of value left there. In a few days, the fainted Golbat and Zubat would wake up. But without Dragalge's constant supply of poison-type energy, they would soon consume all the energy left in the place. Then, if they wanted to survive, they would have to go out and hunt for themselves. So, the total number of Zubat and Golbat in Connecting Cave would drastically decrease. In other words, Cain had completely cleared out Connecting Cave. Future visitors would find that not as many species remained there as before. Cain flew on Flygon's back, cutting through the cold wind toward the berry orchard. In the cave, his Pokémon had fought enough. For now, they needed rest and time to process their gains. Of course, a battle against a powerful trainer would help consolidate their newfound strength. Cain planned to visit the Battle Chateau, but first wanted to stop by the berry orchard. He had no intention of causing trouble. He only planned to discreetly collect a few rare branches from certain trees. He decided to act at night to avoid being seen. Under the cover of darkness, he carefully cut a few twigs from rare trees. Before leaving, he placed an anonymous bank card among the branches. On it were 5 million Poke Dollars. After all, the orchard researchers had invested a lot of time and money optimizing those berries. Even though Cain only took a small amount that wouldn't cause damage, as a sign of gratitude, he left payment. With that, the orchard's administrator likely wouldn't have too many complaints. At dawn, on Route 7 of the Callos region, an unknown young man presented himself at the Battle Chateau. He didn't draw much attention. The castle received new challengers every day. That young man was Cain, who had obtained exactly the branches he wanted from the berry orchard. Since his time in the Hoenn region, Cain had already been interested in the Battle Chateau. After all, the Malville City Coliseum was clearly inspired by this castle. Though it wasn't an official institution, its design was heavily based on the original castle's model, though the latter was much more prestigious and valuable. Just before Cain entered the Battle Chateau, he saw a familiar figure. And that person also saw Cain. Lance? Cain? Both stared at each other in confusion, unsure why they would meet here. Weren't you investigating the Lysandra labs in Lumio City? What are you doing here? Cain asked. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Did you also come to the Battle Chateau? Lance replied, a slight stiffness on his face as he quickly changed the subject. That stiffness didn't go unnoticed by Cain, but he didn't mention it. He had probably gotten into some kind of trouble. I'm training in the Callos region and just happened to arrive at the Battle Chateau, said Cain with a shrug, indicating it wasn't planned. Upon hearing that, Lance's eyes lit up slightly. Then you're planning to participate in battles here at the Battle Chateau? Cain nodded without denying it. Then we might have the chance to battle here, Lance said with a smile, pulling out his nobility rank badge. Count. With Lance's level of strength, he should already hold the title of Marquis, but since he was an investigator for the League, he couldn't stay at the castle fighting every day. One of the purposes of his visit this time was precisely to be promoted to Marquis. A count, huh? I don't even have a title yet, Cain said with a smile. But with your strength, doesn't that rank seem a little low? There was a teasing tone on Cain's face. Lance had already reached the quasi-elite level a few months ago, and by now he had likely reached elite level. Once he finished his mission in Callos, he would probably return and take the position of chief-level investigator in Kanto, and after gaining more experience, he could aim to become one of the Kanto Elite Four. And gradually, he would climb from the weakest member of the Elite Four to the strongest, and eventually challenge the champion's throne. That was his plan. But on that path, he would face his lifelong nemesis. Cain held a moment of silence in his heart for Lance, and then the two entered the Battle Chateau. The Battle Chateau operated 24 hours a day. It truly was a coincidence to meet Lance at the entrance. As they walked around the castle's exterior, Lance began explaining why he was there. Originally, he was investigating the Lysandra labs in Lumio City, and everything went smoothly at first. After all, Lance was far from weak. Thanks to his abilities, he quickly found key and sensitive parts of the lab. But then things became complicated. Some of the darker areas of the lab revealed themselves to him, and at the same time, he faced heavy resistance from the Lysandra labs. Trainers capable of going head-to-head with him appeared, and not just one. That resistance didn't discourage him. Instead, it made him even more determined. In the end, he discovered something very important. The director of Lysandra Labs had once had a very close relationship with a certain person. Though they were no longer in contact, this person was still of great interest to Lance. Upon learning that she was at the Battle Chateau, he headed there immediately. Lance had already visited the castle on his first trip to Callos and already held the title of Count, so the place wasn't unfamiliar to him. Cain slowly nodded after hearing the explanation. As for the person mentioned, Cain already had a suspicion. It was probably Diantha, the future champion of Callos. She would also be the only Grand Duchess of the Battle Chateau. Cain had interacted with her during the Sinnoh tournament, mainly due to her fairy-type Pokémon. Although she wasn't very lucky in the tournament, running into Lorelei, who countered her style, and finishing in the top 8, her strength was truly formidable. At the very least, Cain wasn't confident he could beat her. After all, she would become the future champion of Callos. Although she was an actress whose career was ruined by becoming a trainer, there was no denying that both her talent and strength were top tier. Cain also shared some recent experiences, and he agreed with Lance that once he finished his visit to the Battle Chateau, he would accompany him in investigating the Lysandra labs in Lumio City. Lance had already investigated most of the lab, but the critical zones were guarded by very powerful trainers, and he couldn't achieve results on his own. With Cain's help, they might be able to face them and complete the mission. While chatting, they entered the castle's lobby. The number of people there made it clear how popular the battle chateau was. Not only local Callos trainers came, but also trainers from other regions. Just as Cain was preparing to register in the castle system, he saw two familiar faces. They were Diantha, the person Lance was looking for, and Drasna, a dragon-type specialist with whom Cain had interacted before. They also saw Cain and Lance. At that moment, they were seated in a quiet corner of the lobby, sipping coffee and eating cake, chatting about something. Upon seeing Cain, Diantha smiled and waved, inviting him to join their table. The battle chateau occupied a large area, and the lobby was its main space. Sitting in a corner really helped avoid the bustle. Cain, what a surprise to see you here. What an incredible coincidence. Sit down, try the castle's coffee and pastries. They were made by a famous pastry chef. I can never resist, said Diantha with a smile as she offered coffee and cake to both him and Lance. Diantha wasn't just a trainer and actress, she also couldn't resist sweets like pastries. She always joked that she was a gourmet whose acting career was ruined by becoming a trainer. But her greatest success was still as a trainer. After Cain and Lance sat down, Drasna smiled and nodded at Cain. Drasna didn't talk much, but had a kind demeanor that made anyone feel at ease. Even when Cain had done some tests with her dragon-type Pokémon, she hadn't taken it badly. Cain and his. Diantha and Drasna turned their attention to Lance. Lance hadn't been able to participate in the Sinnoh tournament due to his age, but just by his appearance and presence, it was clear he wasn't an ordinary person. Let me introduce him. Cain said.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.